Good morning, everyone. Well, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn saying the arrow is pointing up for a return to play for Austin Eckler this week. The running back missed the win in Arizona with a concussion. Week 5 of the NFL season gets going tonight. Tampa Bay 3-1 on the season. They're on the road to take on Atlanta. The Falcons are 2-2. Listen to the Westwood One call starting at 7:30 for the 8:15 kick right here on the Fan. Another listless postseason comes to an end for the Baltimore Orioles, swept away for a second straight campaign. This time in the wild card series, the O's got a Cedric Mullins home run and then loaded the bases following with no outs in the fifth, but they failed to score again. They lose 2-1 to the Royals. Kansas City is on to play the New York Yankees in the ALDS. Elsewhere, the Astros' run of 7 straight trips to the ALCS, it comes to an end. Detroit sweeping Houston. They win 5-2. The Tigers next play the Guardians. The Padres eliminate the Braves with a 5-4 win. Next up for San Diego, the LA Dodgers. And the Brewers rallied late for a season-saving 5-3 win over the Mets. The two play in an elimination game tonight at 7. The winner moves on to take on the Phillies in the NLDS. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, west. Me and B out west, Ashburn, VA, home of the Commanders. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I watched the baseball last night. You watched the baseball last night?
No.
Listen, the O's lost. You can give me a hard time about that if you want to.
I'm not gonna give you a hard time. I told you, anytime Jeff started betting on teams.
Yeah, I was screwed. I was screwed as soon as Jeff got involved. I think with the Orioles, they just couldn't hit. And that's
well, you said it yesterday that you feel they're gonna get swept.
Yeah.
And they're
Sure
down
enough.
2 now.
No, it's
over. It's a best of three, right?
Yeah.
So it's over.
It's over.
Yeah, I played golf and then I hung around the clubhouse a little bit, so I wasn't really paying attention.
How
to
were the good folks over at Westwood? They take good care
we were
of you?
drinking a lot of prisoner
Bourbon.
wine.
Oh, okay, that's the
Red
nice one.
wine.
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
All right, that'll get you.
Yep.
I had my show last night at NBC4. You can check that out on YouTube or on the NBC Washington app. It was a lot of fun. And B, I almost, my wife's got me on this gratitude thing, right? Excuse me, where I'm trying to take a moment every day and be grateful. And you know me, I am
She reminding you? Because I know you'll forget to do it every day.
Correct. But you know how I'm wired. I am just constantly going, right? It's just who I am. And I think I don't want to change that about myself, but I also need to recognize, I got 2 little girls that are happy and healthy and a roof over my head. And there's some things to be grateful for, right? And I'm trying to be cognizant of that more often. I've got friends and I've got Jeff and, there's a lot of good things in life. And we did our show last night and Heather did this open showing Terry McLaurin dap up Josh Harris and Adam Peters. And he goes, this is fun now coming off the field from the Cardinals game. And then Heather had some fun with it and was showing fireworks and panda bears. And you know what I mean? Kept showing the NFC East standings. And as the show went on, we played this super cut of the locker room post game. And I know you talked to a bunch of those guys post game. And I remember the last time, not the last time we were out there, but one of the games I remember was, I think it was week 1. I think it was the opener of 2017. And I'm going to pull this up because I remember it well. No, it must have been 16. It was early in the year, and they opened in Arizona, and it went poorly. And where the interview room is in Phoenix, you can hear.
Yeah, it's right next
It's
next
right
to
next
it.
to
It's
it.
basically in it, just
Right.
a little wall separating it.
And maybe it wasn't the opener, maybe it was later in the year, but you could hear the coaches getting really upset with the players after a blown chance at a win. And then after this game, we could hear the players start cheering, right? From where we were sitting. And we don't know exactly what's happening. Eventually, the video comes out. The loud eruption was DQ giving Kingsbury the game ball, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, I was listening to Scott Van Pelt's podcast this morning, and he's talking about being a Skins fan and what it meant to him. And it's not all the way back, and you got to take a moment. You don't want to get ahead of yourself and all these things. And that's all completely true. It's October 3rd.
Yep.
You don't even know what a football team is until after Halloween at the earliest. And it's a constantly evolving life form, right?
Yeah.
But just for a moment, I think it's okay to recognize that right now on October 3rd, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
But
fun. The thing about it is, sometimes you have to sit there as you're going through stuff and you're starting to accomplish these little minor goals. You still want to enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, you enjoy the day, as DQ always say, you enjoy it that night, and then the next day, boom, you move on to the next game. But I understand what people are saying, but the ultimate thing is, if you can't enjoy what you're doing along the journey, why the hell do it? You don't have to wait till the end. I remember going on that stretch in 91 where I told you how Monty Coleman was. We'll finish it up, enjoy it tonight, and tomorrow let's get on to the next one. And he kept, when we get to the next one, 0-0. You forgot about the win already. Okay? We got to win this one today. We want to be 1-0 after this weekend. And I talked about this coach who with Hampton, when we were doing the stuff earlier, we were doing the coaches' meetings and stuff. And they were like asking him about the team he had played before and all of these rivalry games. He said, look, man, all we care about is being 1-0 after Saturday. And I think that as long as you can have that mindset, enjoy it for the moment and then move on.
And dude, I think they have that mindset. I think I go back to all the concern perhaps that Jaden wasn't named starter earlier. And I really wasn't worried about it because it was one of those things that I felt you knew it was coming, and when it happened didn't really matter. But I think it was really smart to not put him in like a fake leadership position. And we've seen that over the years out here where like the marketing department determines who the captains are, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And DQ is like, nah, we're going to do it week by week. And I thought it was pretty cool last week that McNichols got to be captain, and then he goes on to ball out and have 2 touchdowns, about 70 yards rushing. But I think they're at a point now where you talk about, play the game, enjoy the game, 24 hours, move forward. That's who Jaden is. That's what he says every week. That's what he said since he got here. And he's all about ball and work. You know the term in basketball for a gym rat, like a guy that's just always in the gym getting shots up, watching film, whatever it is. I don't know what the football term for that is. I've always said like a tape nerd, but whatever that term is, that's who Jaden is.
It's still a gym rat. I mean, no matter what sport, people still call it gym rat. It's a guy that's always working on his craft.
And I think that's who Jaden is. Yeah. And I think no matter what happens this week or next week in Baltimore, and if they get to 5-1 or they get to 3-3, whatever the hell happens, the fact that that's who Jaden is creates natural, organic leadership.
Yeah.
And that he gets to drive this bus because everybody that's around is like, yo, the dude that's on the cover of every magazine and on every Instagram page and on ESPN constantly, he doesn't care about any of that, and he's just putting the work in. I better do the same damn thing.
That's the way I look at it. And I've always said it where people come into a league and everybody expects a person to have to wait a certain amount of time. Leaders are leaders. There's no game plan or time limit or time frame when you become a leader. When you're that guy, point blank. Guys know who's who. I can recall for years watching this football team, and you had Rock Cartwright and Mike Sellers, that Mike Rock's returning and stuff, and and Mike was like the guy who was a special teams menace. Lorenzo Alexander was a special team menace, but guess what? They were the leaders of the football team. They weren't the quarterback. They weren't the starting linebacker, but they were guys that performed at a high level in their position, and they were consistent. Okay, they were workaholics, and the team followed them. But fans, media, we automatically assume every time it has to be the quarterback. It has to be whoever. If it is, kudos. But most times it's not. In this situation, they got the best of all. You got your quarterback who's the hardest worker out here, and he's a guy who doesn't believe in all the other stuff. He just goes out and work. Wants to try and win games. So the rest of the team has no choice but to follow that.
It's great when the quarterback's a leader, but it also doesn't matter. Like, I don't know that Jared Goff isn't a leader, but you look at those Lions teams, and between Campbell and to me, Amon-Ra St. Brown and like some of the dogs they have on that team, you could just be, you're not necessarily one of the guys, but you could be a leader without like being the guy that's carrying the flag out of the tunnel.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to be the one who's vocal all the time when you have other guys on your squad. When we went to the Super Bowl, Mark Rippon wasn't the leader. He led the whole huddle. He led the offense. Monty Coleman was the leader of that football team. That the Hogs were the leaders of that football team. It wasn't the quarterback. But still, when the quarterback had to do his thing, the quarterback was consistent, and he was the guy winning out there making all the right decisions. But it doesn't make your team better or not. You got to have some person be a leader. But if that quarterback can absolutely be it, and Art Muck was a leader. Art probably said 2 words the whole damn time he was on the football field. All he did was make play. But he was the hardest working guy when you got into the gym, when the locker, in the training room, the lifting weights out on the field. He worked harder than everybody. So people are going to look at that and follow it.
We have a packed show coming your way. We are out in Ashburn, VA. You should hear today from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt. I imagine Joe Witt might feel a little better after his defense finally had a really good performance. I think, frankly, he's been pretty pissed off the last few weeks. Charles Robinson from Yahoo Sports will join us at 11. And at high noon, B-Rob, Brian Robinson joining the program. Make sure you are locked in for that. I'm actually pretty damn excited to hear you talk to B-Rob about, the intricacies of running the football. 10:45, we're going to give away Thomas Rhett tickets. Got to go through the injury report. Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. But it's going to be a busy day. It's going to be all football all day. All of our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Moving forward, B, this is probably the best defense they've faced all year. And I don't know that Cleveland's firing on all cylinders like they have in the past, but still, when you got a guy like Myles Garrett out there, not that they haven't faced some pass rushers, and obviously Hendrickson's a player, and I think Dexter Lawrence is by far the best player on that Giants defense. I know they got guys on the edges, but you just don't see it consistently from Burns and Thibodeau. But this Browns defense right now, we looked at this yesterday. So for Cleveland, they are 11th in yards allowed, 17th in points allowed. That usually means you got an underperforming offense, and you're putting the defense in some tough spots. If you look at the offensive side of this thing, 31st in yards gained, 27th in points scored. I'm not taking anything away from this defense. They play a ton of one-on-one coverage on the outside and let their D-line go get it. Quick initial impressions on just the Browns matchup.
Well, I think the thing of it is this. Just like you just said, this is the best defense that they played. I think Washington would have to believe they're the best offense that they played. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think Cleveland has to look at the fact that, hold on now, it's a young quarterback over there, but this team is doing a lot. They get everybody involved. We're going to have to be sound. So they have to be concerned about this offense. Flipping it over with the defense against them, you have to be able to come out there and make them keep playing like they've been playing. Don't let them have that get right day on you. So I'm positive. I'm confident. Because I think at this point, and I think this is what the team is probably building, to where every week is not about who you're facing. It's about what you do. And if you reach the goals that you're setting for yourself and you can play as consistent as you want to play, they got to be concerned about you just as much as you got to be concerned about them.
One thing that stands out to me is going to be third downs. And that perhaps is cliche, but when you look at the numbers on this thing, it is so apparent that it's almost like a yin and a yang. Washington, first in the league on third downs. They're converting over 50%, which is damn near unheard of. Right now, they're converting 53.5% on third down. They are 23 out of 43. I mean, that's really, really good.
That's high.
First in the league, probably by a pretty wide margin. Cleveland, 7th in the league at stopping on third downs. Browns' opponents are only converting 30% of their third downs. They've only given up 15 third down conversions.
Right.
That's a rubber meets road situation, and I am pretty fascinated to see how that goes.
Something I would like to see, where's Washington on yards gain on first down? To see what they've done. We talked about this yesterday. On first and second down, they've gotten positive yardage where they put themselves in third and manageable, where it's not 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 5. We've seen it over the years. 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 15. It's been 3rd and short, 3rd and manageable, to where now when I get on the edge, you got to make a decision as a defensive back or a linebacker or whatever. So they've been being very successful on first and second down, which makes third down even easier.
Well, I actually asked, it's funny you bring that up, because I asked Jaden about that yesterday, because they've done a really good job of avoiding third and longs. Jaden said, nobody wants to be in third and longs and stuff like that behind the chains. So we do our best to stay ahead. That's what defenses are trying to do, is knock us back behind the chains, get us in longer situations. So from that, it's like, man, how can we maybe not take a first or second down sack or get the ball out? We call stuff like dirty throwaways, just little stuff to stay ahead of the chains to give ourselves a chance. They are in 3rd and 5 or less most in the NFL. I think one thing Cliff has done really well, they are extremely unpredictable on first downs. So generally defenses can't key run or pass on first down. And in turn, it keeps things operational. I mean, I feel like I can count on the top of my head the amount of like 3rd and 10 or mores over 4 games. It just hasn't happened.
See, historically, when you are 3rd and 5 or less, you're a damn good third down team.
Right.
And you can just look at the fact, if you're 3rd and 5 or less on third down, you're very effective first and second down. And I think we put so much emphasis on third down. What it ultimately comes down to is this team is more or less an every down team. On fourth down, they're what? They're still 100%. They are an every down team at this point. And if that continues, they're going to be a problem.
It is going to be fascinating, because a lot of things will hinge on Jaden. And he had a line yesterday. Somebody tried to ask him, like, do you still feel like a rookie? Or he's like, yes, I'm a rookie. He shuts that. He's been asked that kind of thing a few different times, and he shuts it down every time. But I thought he had a great line, and I tweeted this out last night at JP Finley NBCS. He said, I wouldn't say it's a finished product. It's just a start. And he keeps trying to say that. Like, people keep wanting to – they want to make him something ahead of the curve. And he's like, nah, man, he's not in a hurry. The world is in a hurry. Jaden is not in a hurry.
The whole thing about it is, and I said it yesterday, I'll continue saying it. We normally live by what the media and the fans think. If you really listen to the players, they're always even keel. We want him to be so ahead of everything so quick. If he's the same way in year 5, 10, that's a positive. That's a plus. When people would tell you Tom Brady in his 15th, 20th year was still beating everybody to the place, staying longer, that is a positive. What if he doesn't feel like a rookie anymore? He's supposed to stop working. He's supposed to stop being the one that wants to be having the same work ethic that he has. What he said when the big talk was for all of us about starting, who they gonna name the starter? He said, once I become a starter, I'm not gonna stop working. I'm gonna keep being the same person.
Right.
So whether he feels like a rookie still or not, you want him to change his way? I hear those questions all the time, and I'm dumbfounded by them. A person that was a first-year guy writing or covering a team, after you don't feel like you're a first-year guy anymore, do you stop?
No.
How many years you been doing it, and you working as hard as you ever worked? So the ultimate thing is, who cares if it's the first year or not?
Totally. This is going to be a fascinating game because I think a lot of folks, a lot of fans are looking ahead to the Ravens. The Browns come in 1-3. I understand that, but if you care, if you try to look at who they've played, all these things, that's a bad loss to the Raiders in Vegas last week. NFL's a funny thing, man. This is a good defense, and Washington's going to be ready. I'm not concerned they won't be ready. We've seen enough from the organization. Arizona was such an easy game to have the letdown. It in previous years, you could have seen that coming. It didn't happen. What good teams do is they keep building, and when they have winnable games, they take care of them. We're going to find out if Washington is that team. Nobody go anywhere. Charles Robinson joins us at 11.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Playoff baseball. The Royals knock out the Orioles 2-1 yesterday's final. The Tigers sweep Houston. They rally to win 5-2. The Padres eliminated the Braves in a 5-4 victory. And the Brewers force a winner take all game 3 with the Mets beating New York 5-3. That game 3 tonight at 7. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcow 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Little yacht rock get us moving. Does this qualify as yacht rock? I think it does. I don't know. I can't remember the name of this song, but I know the chorus.
I was playing John Hall and Oates and Hall and Oates yesterday
on the golf course.
And the guy was like, "Man, is that yacht rock?" I said, "No, that's R&B."
I don't know. You think Hall and Oates is R&B?
Hall and Oates had been considered R&B ever since they came out back in the day.
All right. What is a fair way to add? What genre is Hall and Oates?
Just whatever it is, but I'm saying that's how they played it. And they wrote a lot of stuff, dog.
Pop.
They not pop.
According to Google, they're dance pop.
Well, pop wouldn't need much around in 1970s and 80s.
A fusion of rock and roll, soul music, and rhythm and blues.
What is rhythm and blues and soul? Okay, but pop today is not what Hall and Oates was back in the day.
Are Hall and Oates considered yacht rock? It says they're more marina rock than yacht rock. I don't really know what that means.
It's just like you got too many damn things to call one thing.
Landfill, what would you classify Hall and Oates?
They're unclassifiable. They're Hall and Oates, baby.
I'll go with rhythm and blues.
She's a rich girl. All right. I want to say good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Hello, boys. Hello, Landini. Hello, Jeffrey. How you doing?
What up, JP? What up, B? I'm good, man. How y'all?
We good, brother.
We're good.
You kind of pulled a little Nate right there. You just started talking. I'm joking.
Landfill, how are you?
Fine.
Okay, good. Jeff, what did you think of my brief moment to recognize how much fun the first 4 games have been?
I liked it. It's needed. Like, we as fans need to take this time to really appreciate this time, because usually when we have this up, it's always, oh, y'all lucky. Da da da. Nah, this is progress right here. So we need to enjoy, because we know progress won't always look good. It won't always feel good. So while it does feel good, let's enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not always a straight line, in a vertical line, right? Like things dip and come back.
They do all kind of moves.
Speaking of progress and moves, arguably the 2 most famous football players on the planet at this point, one is retired and one doesn't have a touchdown catch this year. The Kelce's.
Mm-hmm.
They're great football players. Jason Kelce's going to be a Hall of Famer. I think Travis is going to be a Hall of Famer eventually. When I don't mean eventually, I mean whenever he gets done playing, right? I think I've said this before and people get mad at me. I think you can argue Jason has been a better center than – I think you can argue Jason's the greatest center of all time. And I think Travis is a top 3-4 tight end, but maybe not the same. Regardless, they're super famous. And their podcast and the Taylor Swift stuff and all of it, right? The Kelce's started talking about what everybody in America is talking about, Jaden Daniels.
We can go into another wild stat here, and that is the rookie phenom. That's right, phenom Jaden Daniels.
This dude is unbelievable, man. He is fun to watch.
The stat in particular that everyone seems to be bringing up is the 82.1% completion.
That's through 4 games, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the number one all time through 4 games. It might be a LeBron stat, but that is a damn good LeBron stat.
There's one you can hang your hat on. That's the one right there.
And it's what's been unique is the first game for sure. It was all dinking and dunking, and the ball was out quick. And he's still getting that ball out quick.
He's got a quick trigger, yeah.
But now you're seeing, and part of it might be defenses have seen that, and it's forced them to defend.
Reacting to it, yeah.
You're seeing him take the shots down the field. You're seeing him make the big throws to McLaurin. And
I was going to say, and to his receivers' credit, they're making these plays, man.
Yeah,
they are making big time plays. Zach Ertz, baby.
Zach Ertz.
Out there making plays, baby.
I was just talking to my boy. They are having fun right now. These last 2 weeks have been a coming out party for this offense. Cliff Kingsbury has them rolling. Jaden Daniels, man, I don't know if he's going to be the next CJ Stroud, the next Pat Mahomes. But there's something I like about
Daniels, man.
There's something I like about watching it. Like there's a poise, there's a personality, there's an excitement.
Man.
Like he's confident. I love watching him play.
I think the Kelsey brothers just summed up how everybody here feels.
Yeah.
There is a personality, and specific to Jaden, the personality, the poise. I mean, he is smiling through it all. You know what I mean? And there's a lot to appreciate about that. The receivers are making an unheralded rookie. I thought that catch Luke McCaffrey made on 2nd and 15 to get a 17-yard gain. The ball was there for him.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little high, little reach. He had to make a play, and he made it. You know, Ertz has repeatedly made plays, and Ertz was a guy I was really high on coming out of training camp.
Yep.
And you just needed him to be healthy. But so far, Ertz is catching damn near everything that comes his way. Terry's getting going, back-to-back games with a fourth quarter touchdown catch to kind of seal away games.
It's like you have a guy who puts the ball here from in the circumference of where guys are catching it,
right?
And then the guys are pulling it in. A pass is not done by just a quarterback. I mean, a completion is not just a quarterback. You know, it's the players as well. Sometimes balls live here, but if it's in that circumference, you're supposed to catch it, and they're doing a good job on it. But I like the fact that
radius.
You have 2 guys who have high football IQs, and they're seeing something special about this young man. Like Jason is saying, I don't know what he's going to be, but I see something special, and we've all said that in some way or form where I don't know what he's going to accomplish at the end, but I know he does some things right now that you want to see, and you've seen in other people that have that end up being great. So, will he be? Possibly, maybe not, but we know he does the things he needs to do to get there. And if you're not doing the things you need to do to get there, you won't be doing the things he's doing, even this early. You know, so I don't know.
It's
you made me look up some centers though, because I was thinking of some names when you said Jason Kelsey best ever.
Who do you?
Damani Dawson.
I'm not saying definitively, but he's
even Pouncey was good, but I think Dawson was.
Whew. And there's another Steelers dude
Webster.
I'm not saying definitively, but I think he's among.
He's one of the top.
Yeah. Regardless, that's a weird hill for us to debate, but I think specifically what the Kelseys are saying there, I do think it's important to not get super caught up in some of the stats yet. The 82% completion percentage right now is freaking nuts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But a guy that you're buddies with that I like his analysis a lot is Booger McFarland.
Mm-hmm.
And you've said this repeatedly. You've always said 6 weeks. And as the season has gotten, depending when it starts, maybe it's 6, maybe it's 7. But you got to chill till about Halloween. After Halloween, you get a real idea of what a team is. That'll be 8 games for this squad, right? They go Browns, at Ravens, Panthers, Bears. Just looking ahead here, B, and I'm not getting too far away from Sunday's game against Cleveland, but to come out of the opening 4, 3-1, where you had 3 road games, 2 teams that were playoff teams last year, right? 2 games in 6 days on the road with some travel involved. To come out of that 3-1, you are ahead of pace when you look at the next 4. And I know it's a 17-game season, but still, coaches divide this stuff up into months, into 4s. 3 of the next 4 are at home. They're going to be favored, I would say. I mean, they're favored over the Browns. They're definitely going to be favored over the Panthers. I would think they're going to be favored over the Bears. There's probably look-ahead numbers you can find. And that doesn't mean they're going to win. We know that. But it does mean that when odds makers look at the talent pool of both teams, they think Washington's a little bit ahead.
But they put themselves.
It's a big opportunity, man.
But I think in the beginning of the season, none of us would have thought what you just stated. But the fact that they have done and taken care of business in the first 4 games, now you start to see that. And I don't know if they think the talent pool has completely changed. It's just that you got somebody working at a high level, and now the offensive line that you didn't know nothing about, you have some semblance of what they're capable of. And then you look at the running game and all the people getting involved offensively. Then you flip it over to defense and you go, they haven't played their best just yet, and they're sitting at 3-1. If they start playing a lot better, I think that goes up a little bit. But the ultimate thing, we as fans and media can look ahead and think what we want. Those players better keep it one game at a time. They can't get caught up in the hype of everybody else around them. They have to be able to, and that's what the player, that's why you are a player and other people are doing other things. You have to be the one that can focus in on what's the job at hand.
Apparently, Hall & Oates is considered blue-eyed soul, Brian.
Call it what you want to call it.
We're giving away Thomas Rhett tickets next. Charles Robinson at 11. Shout out to Diet Coke. Crank that, Landfill. I'm telling you, this dude's good. All right, if you like Thomas Rhett, call our 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Thomas Rhett Better in Boots Tour next August, Friday, August 22nd, 2025 at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. There it is. Get your Thomas Rhett tickets. Call in right now. Jeffrey going to be busy. People are going to call in for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have you physically seen the injury report from Wednesday for this week's game?
No.
All right, I'm going to show it to you. Everybody on the stream, watch for B. Mitch's reaction here. Look how long that is.
A lot of folks.
It's like
it's
like Patrick Ewing's arms.
Well,
like it's just very long.
It's because they now want you to put everything in it.
Well, yes, but you also had a lot of DNPs yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to run through it for the Commanders. Or you want the Browns first? Because Myles Garrett didn't practice yesterday.
Yeah, but like the DNPs don't always mean injury. Sometimes it could be.
You can use a rest designation.
Yeah.
The Browns had Conklin, Garrett, Hicks, Newsome, Okoroko, Pochik, Willis, and Alex Wright, all DNPs. Then they've got Chubb trying to come back. Naheem Hines trying to come back. All those guys are on IR. Njoku, limited in practice. A lot going on. Jerry Jeudy was a full participant. JOK, the linebacker, versatile player, full participant. He's dealing with a hand injury. The Browns injury report has, it's got to be close to 20 guys on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at around 15 at least.
You know how many were like that? I know who should be like that back in the day had more than that. Consistent Patriots.
Oh yeah, because
no matter
Bill
what
got in trouble once. He's like, "You're fine. I'll list everything."
Because let's be real, if you really were to go based off of all of the criteria they give you, somebody is dealing with something every week. You could probably put 75% of the players on the injury report, and you wouldn't be wrong.
Now, a big blow for the Browns earlier. I think last week they had to put Wyatt Teller, their Pro Bowl guard, on the injured reserve. So Washington won't be facing Teller this week. But let's look at the Commanders' injury report. Now, Wednesday is the day where the teams have the most flexibility, okay? Wednesday's the day you're going to give a guy off. And if they need another day off, you give them Thursday off. Typically, you at least get guys out there Friday for an individual workout. So take the biggest grain of salt with the Wednesday injury report. There's a couple things that stand out to me. F.A. Obata, Jordan McGee, Marcus Mariota, they've opened the 21-day window for those guys to return. I don't know where they are. We got to talk to McGee yesterday, and he's really excited to kind of be back practicing with the team. When you're on IR or the PUP list, you have to work out separately. I got the feeling, though, they have one extra roster spot now. They only have 52 right now. I'm not necessarily expecting any of those guys called up by Sunday. If it was anybody, I would think it'd be McGee or Obata. Some of that might depend on Clelin Ferrell. Ferrell still has missed the last two, but DQ said he thought he'd be good for Cleveland. So let's run through the limiteds. After guys, played last week, if they're a little limited, not too concerned. Emmanuel Forbes was a full participant in practice. Johnny Newton was limited. Austin Eckler working his way back from the concussion, limited. Percy Butler, limited with a groin. Noah Brown, limited with a groin. Of all the limited guys, and we'll include Forbes in there, even though he was a full participant. I think everybody's playing. They're beat up, but
I agree.
Getting Eckler back, it could be a huge addition. Obviously, we saw that McNichols can get it done too, though. So that's good news. Now I'm going to run through the DNPs, and we'll go one by one. You tell me your level of concern Tyler Owens was a DNP with a shin injury.
Yeah,
I think
think he'll play.
Dominique Hampton, the rookie, they just said he was sick.
Met his dad the other day.
Good guy.
He's from AZ.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were from right near. His dad was at the cigar bar
Oh, cool.
that I went to after the game.
Hampton DNP, they said he's sick.
Okay.
I think if you're sick,
A lot of stuff he's flying
you get
around.
better. Farrell, Clellan Farrell, hasn't played in 2 weeks. DNP yesterday, still with the knee.
That's a little concerning.
I think you'd like to see him practice,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Or at least be limited at practice.
Mhm.
Today, Farrell is one to keep an eye on, I think,
True.
because
I agree.
he's missed the last 2 games. Ertz, DNP, rest. They said
Yeah.
non-injury related.
Yeah.
That's a zero concern. I think Zach Ertz is 13th year in the pros, whatever it is.
Been around a long time.
You know who his first quarterback was?
Who?
Vic.
Long time.
Yeah, dude.
Long time.
How crazy is that? And he was telling me yesterday in the locker room that he had a real tough time adjusting to a lefty quarterback. He said everything is different, and when he and the way Vic
Everything travels. I mean, the ball comes differently. You get so accustomed to looking at it.
right
Same thing. Like
with the lefty punters,
so
right?
everything comes from here. So what you're accustomed to is opposite. Hand got to be in a different position, so that is tough.
That was a long time ago, but I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
The couple that I think are interesting, the Farrell one I'm keeping an eye on, Nick Allegretti.
Yeah.
Hurt his ankle in the Cardinals game. He's been playing really well. He's not in a walking boot. I talked to him yesterday. Says he's good to go. X-rays came back fine. DNP yesterday. I'm cool with that as a DNP. I'm cool if he's an individual participant Friday. I think you do have to see him run around and push it again.
Give him a little bit more time because, athletes heal differently than the regular folks. And if you just give him one more day, it makes a world of difference. So I'm cool with it.
I won't be shocked if Allegretti's a DNP again today, or at least limited. Maybe you give him a limited day today and then go on Friday. New name on the injury report, B. And we're actually going to talk to this young man in an hour. Brian Robinson Jr. landed on the injury report, DNP knee. Rest?
I
Maybe
think
he
it's
took a
rest.
shot to the knee, let him chill a little bit.
I think it rests the fact that we have him on the radio today. He's playing.
Dude,
I'm just saying.
the fact that you said that makes me feel so much better because as soon as Landville texted us that last night, I was like, oh, he's fine.
Yes. Come on, man. If he wasn't and he was on, if he was really injured, they're not letting him talk.
Right. Sometimes you can.
Yeah.
There are things that happen.
There's
for
some
a reason.
things that when you're in it, you know it.
Here's another thing that happens for a reason. Charles Robinson, very smart, very wired in around the league. Yahoo Sports. Charles Robinson joins us next.
Good morning, everyone. Well, 3 of the 4 wild card rounds end in a 2-game sweep as baseball's postseason is underway. Yesterday, the Detroit Tigers scored 4 runs in the 8th inning to eliminate Houston 5-2 the final. It ends an incredible run of 7 straight seasons for the Astros in reaching the ALCS. Now up the road in Baltimore, the Orioles see another playoff opportunity fizzle as they fall 2-1 to the Royals and are eliminated. Dating back to 2014, the O's have lost 10 straight postseason games. So in the ALDS, Detroit will play Cleveland, Kansas City will take on the New York Yankees. Each series will be a best of 5. In the National League, the Padres move on after a 5-4 win over the Braves. San Diego set to play the Dodgers, and the Brewers used an 8th inning rally to stay alive, beating the Mets 5-3. This series will conclude in a winner-take-all Game 3 tonight at 7. Week 5 of the NFL season gets going tonight with the Bucs at the Falcons. The Westwood One call starts at 7:30 for an 8:15 kick. Listen to it here on The Fan. And Austin Eckler returned to practice in a limited fashion yesterday as the Commanders hope for the running back's return Sunday against the Browns. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shout out to the Killers, B-Mitch and Finley. 11 a.m. We are fired up to get to the BetQL guest line and welcome in Charles Robinson. Charles, what's going on, man? Thanks very much for making time for us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, fellas. How you guys doing?
Appreciate it, man.
We are doing well, man. Doing well. You can read Charles' work at yahoo.com. Check him out on Twitter at Charles Robinson. Dude, I know you cover the whole league, but the talk of the league in a lot of ways is what's happening here. Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. What have you thought early on?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking the other day. So when I went on a training camp tour and I did 24, 25 teams in 5 weeks, and I rolled through East Rutherford. I wanted to see his first exhibition game, and it was coming off the heels of the joint practices with the New York Jets. And I was talking to a Jets executive when I got into town, and just kind of chopping it up, whatever. And unprompted, I just kind of asked him, how'd the team look? I'm asking about the Jets, how the team looked in the joint practices with the Commanders. First thing he says out of his mouth, he's like, Jaden Daniels, the dude. He's like, man, they got a good one. I'm like, wow, that doesn't happen. You don't normally coming out of joint practices ask a head coach or GM or that kind of type in an organization to talk about their team, and they talk about the other guy. And wow. I was like, wow, it kind of stopped me in my tracks. And I watched the first exhibition game where they send in the screen to Eckler. He calls the go ball to Diami Brown, and he wasn't supposed to do that. And Dan Quinn called it the Buzz the Tower moment. I should have known then. I kind of wrote it then. Hey, there's something different about this guy. When this kind of happens around him. But this start is phenomenal. I mean, the completion percentage is insane. I think when you break down the analytics of it, his time to throw is just. I think he leads the league in time to throw. I think it's 2.5 seconds, but I think on play action passes, he's under 3 seconds to get the ball. It's nuts. It's just completely crazy. And it's been interesting to kind of look at the charting of the offense, where he's throwing passes, how, you kind of see Cliff has opened it up from games 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Everything about it is just, it's wild to me how dynamic he's been. And I think there's been a lot of years. I've covered the league since 2000 was the first year I covered the NFL, and you go through all these years where you're you have these dynamic playmaking guys who can be quarterbacks and do all the off schedule stuff and create, and we spent a lot of years with different guys going, man, I just wish he could be a little bit better pocket passer, just a little bit this guy is it. I think this is it. I think we got the guy who's the full package. He can be a pocket passer. You want to make him do that? He's going to do that. You want to make him do the off schedule stuff? He can do that. He's a leader. I hate to get over my skis on him in only 4 games, but it's an amazing story. And I think, I had a chance to talk to him really briefly when I went through Commanders camp, and seems like a great kid, and everything that people thought he was cracked up to be, coming into that draft, he's turned out to live up to all of it. Only thing I worry about with him is, just physically, I want him to hold up, because you don't like to see guys, take punishment and then eventually break.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is, like, every once in a while you see someone come along and they do things that you don't expect to happen so soon, and he seems to be that guy. Have you ever seen anything else like this where a guy steps in and you go, well, damn, this early?
I remember Mahomes, you went through that year where he ran scout team for them. He started, I think, the last game of the regular season that year, and you would hear from all the guys coming out of practices, especially the defensive guys, are like, this kid's nuts. Like, he's crazy. They're like, and they would tell you, like, just wait until you see this dude. And, I'm like, all right, yeah, maybe, but I mean, I remember when Mahomes obviously did. Now that was in year 2. So he had an entire year to learn the scheme, practice, do what he needed to do physically. There's just, but yeah, in terms of like an immediate guy who like hits the ground running in year 1, it's hard for me off the top of my head to think of especially at the quarterback position where you're just like immediately blown away. Even CJ Stroud, I live here in Houston. It took a little bit, it took 3, 4, 5 games where you're like, oh wow, okay, this guy's really picking up steam. This is real. This is different. With Jaden, I feel like you just saw it immediately. It was just, and especially the Monday nighter against Cincinnati, to make the throw that he made to Terry McLaurin. And I was talking to like Tom Brady after that, and I asked him, like, you're a quarterback, you see a safety coming and he's a free rusher, and you're going to eat it. You're going to eat the hit. Like when you see a guy do this, like what goes through your mind? And, Tom's very reserved. He doesn't like to heap a lot of praise, but he was like, look, there's just some things that you can't teach. There's some mentalities and some things that guys do that are special. And he has, it looks right now like he has that kind of a gift.
It really does, man. And I think you said it there, and Brian and I are trying to be reasonable. You don't want to overpraise a rookie quarterback after 4 games. You don't want to create pressure where maybe it doesn't belong. But you can look at the numbers, and the numbers are bananas, whether it's kind of your traditional statistics or you get into some of the EPA stuff or the analytics, all of it. Or you can just the eye test. Just watch the kid play football, and he's been fantastic. We're talking with Charles Robinson here, senior NFL reporter for Yahoo, on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Charles at Charles Robinson. But so, Charles, here's my question, dude. This Cleveland defense is going to be the best he's faced by a pretty wide margin, frankly, after 4 games. How different is this test going to be?
Well, I would say the coordinator. I mean, Jim Schwartz he's at the top of his game. I mean, he's remade that franchise. For what has not gone right for them, especially with a lot of just kind of trying to get Deshaun Watson to a point where, he's functional week in and week out. One of the best decisions they made was to move to Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. I mean, from a pressure standpoint, completely changed the mentality of that team. They're great up front. Myles Garrett obviously is going to be, he is one of the best defensive players in the game. Everybody knows that. Schwartz will throw a lot of different stuff at him. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like on the Brian Flores level where you're seeing like exotic stuff after the snap. And, you talk to some coordinators that look at Flores and their game plan for him. They're like, there are times where I'm looking at like film and I'm still not completely understanding what I'm seeing immediately after like a post snap rotation, but he's going to get some of that. There's no doubt this is going to be his biggest challenge. And I'm excited for it, but I also look at him like, what do you do when a guy is getting the ball out as quickly as he is? And, I've heard, it's funny because like, I think they're losing their minds in Chicago right now with Caleb. And I saw some clip And I just had to laugh where there was some analyst, some Chicago, media type that was like, well, Jaden Daniels is just a one-read quarterback. Right. He's a one-read. Well, when the read is open, I'm like, what do you want him to do?
Right.
Let me not take that. Let me not move the offense. Let me not move the chains. That's functionally when you're a defensive coordinator, you're like, if we can't get to him, we have to confuse him enough to push him off that first read. If he's constantly making the right read on the first read, it's really hard to defeat that guy because you can't sack him. It's really hard to pressure him. And again, he's not, he can move. He can do off schedule stuff. He can kill you with the run. And he's been really smart for the most part, this season with that. And yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a nice, it's a chess match between, I hate to use the cliche, but it is true. Like, I don't know if a guy won't hold the ball, it's really, really hard to apply the amount of pressure you need to force him into mistakes, unless you can just disguise things so well that once the snap occurs, he's not fully understanding what he's seeing. But they're doing play action stuff. I mean, he's turning his back on defenses,
Yes.
which is one thing I remember kind of chopping up all these different quarterbacks and evaluating them. I remember asking teams about Jaden, and they're like, he will throw in the middle of the field, which is awesome. He's a great deep ball passer. The thing they were like, can he turn his back on the defense? Like, can you do play
Charles,
action stuff?
You say he would throw in the middle of the field?
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
Well, no, hold on. I'm just saying because I kept hearing people talk about, oh, he don't throw in the middle of the field. I saw a film like, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah, no, that's
when you have neighbors one-on-one on the outside against a college corner, you throw it deep down the sideline.
Yeah, I mean but that's the thing. It's funny because when people break down that college offense and they look at it, as you said, Brian Thomas. Okay, what's Brian Thomas Jr. doing in that offense? He's running go routes. Like, he's going on the field. Neighbors, the same deal. I mean, that was a very vertical offense. So,
yes,
but I did not hear that criticism from teams. They're like, as a matter of fact, I had some evaluators who were like, of all the quarterbacks, that they're least worried about whether or not a guy will go, throw into the middle of the field. Like, Daniels was one of those guys. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's the thing about, draft assessments, though. You can always find critics. You can always find, people who will nitpick, a player. The one thing I heard about him, and I think it's probably it's an assessment that you continue to move. It's just physical. It's like, where can he go physically? Like, can he, because he would take those hard hits in college. I mean, he would sacrifice himself. The sliding thing was a big deal. He's kind of a head first diver on runs at times. But I'm like,
the last 2 weeks though.
Yeah, I did. I saw him and Dan. I saw Dan laughing when he slid. I can't remember what game it was, but I saw him slide, and immediately they cut to Dan Quinn. I saw him laughing. I'm like, yeah, he'll get there. Just give him time.
Yeah. Isn't it so funny though? Like, when guys are doing the good things, you start getting all these people trying to just knock it. Like, I remember when Tom Brady was winning all these years. Oh man, he's not that good. Pat Mahomes come along. Oh man, I don't really like him. People don't like when you're good. So I always say, if people are hating on you, Jaden, you're doing something right.
I don't understand why anybody would hate on him, though. Like, I'm like, this is it's a really good story. Like the command, that franchise has been, I mean, just the fan base got to be beat down. Like, there's so many things over the years. One, an ownership, the Sean Taylor statue thing, like just a million different things.
You'll be happy to know the new owners took that dumb thing down.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I knew. No, I mean, when new stadium gets done, everything. It's all going to be first class. But it's a breath of fresh air to visit with a team and go, wow, it kind of feels like this is lifted, And you're like, why would you? Like, why are you going to pile on? Like, let it be a good situation. It's nice. Like, it's good. Like, let it. You don't want to just keep. It's like Detroit, okay? Like, I grew up in Michigan, the Lions for decades and decades. Like, that fan base is so beat down. And then, kind of this turnaround and Dan Campbell, there's a reason why I think when I talk to other NFL fans, it's at least up until this point been pretty easy to, kind of be a fan of Detroit, even though, you're a fan of your own team, but you're like, okay, well, I enjoy watching, the Lions, because I really gravitate toward the head coach, or kind of what Jared Goff's been able to do, coming back, bringing himself back as a quarterback. And I think Washington can be that. I don't know why. Head coach is a great guy. Like, everybody across the league loves him to death. I've known him since going all the way back to Seattle, or at least been covering him going all the way back to Seattle. And, the general manager, very well thought of. I loved the draft class. I don't know why anybody would have negativity around this team right now. You've had an opportunity to pile on for decades. Like, just get over it.
So,
like, enjoy it.
Yeah. Let them, let them be happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we can, let's zoom out from Washington, right? And I'm curious, do you buy the Vikings?
I do. I actually do. First off, defensively, again, Flores is just he is at his peak. Like, this is in terms of his ability, like coordinating that defense, the things that he's doing. Again, the post snap, the disguises, the post snap rotations, all these different things that he's doing is just on a whole other level. Like, I know he sued the league, and he aired out Stephen Ross and all this stuff. He's got to be, to me, I'm like, if you want to win games, he's got to be back at head coaching list. Like, regardless of whatever, how salty you are over what, however he handled himself in the Tua thing and all that, I think he is just at such a high level right now as a coordinator, which is one thing. And then secondly, I am one of those ones that for the longest time, I'm like, the wheels are going to come off of Darnold. Like, the wheels are going to come off of this guy. Like, right. I was there, and I covered him. I covered the league when he was with the Jets, and I saw that, and I saw, the Carolina experience. And when he went to San Francisco, and I went through San Francisco, you talk to Kyle Shanahan, you talk to John Lynch, and they would tell you, they'd be like, look, there's talent there. It's not gone. It's been beaten up. His confidence is shaken. He's been through some bad situations. He just needs to learn a playbook right now that's being run by a multitude of different teams very successfully. And you'll start to see some of that talent come back through. And I'm like, man, all right. Yeah. And then I remember watching him in practice, and I'm like, yeah, Trey Lance is going to get cut or dealt or whatever. Like, Darnold's definitely going to win the backup job. And then when Minnesota brought him in, and they, I talked to Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the GM. You talk to Kevin O'Connell, and they tell you, like, hey, realistically, like, he really could start for us this year. We could slow play JJ McCarthy and develop him. I'm like, nah, come on. Like, there's just no way. I was definitely a disbeliever. The problem is, through these games, when you're watching Darnold now, he's doing these things that he was like a one read and panic guy at the end with the Jets. Like, it was like if he didn't have the first read, it was like you could see he instantly was worried about pressure.
That was an actual one read guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He is not that now, though. He's right. Not. When you watch him, I do this weekly quarterback column on Tuesdays called a QB Room. And I had this clip up of him, and I'm like, if you watch this, in the span of like 2 seconds, he goes through 3 reads. He's in the red zone. I think it was like on the 4-yard line. He throws a touchdown pass to Jalen Naylor. It was a mailbox slot throw, perfect throw. But what was most impressive was that it was clearly his third read. You literally can watch him go through 3 reads. I'm like, he never did that before. Like, his confidence level is just on a whole other plateau right now. TJ Hawkinson's going to come back. Addison's back. I mean, it's just the productivity of the offense is remarkable right now. And I think this is a scenario where you're like, wow, right coach, right scheme, right players around him. You really can kind of reclaim a guy who, let's not forget, had a ton of talent coming out of USC, but a lot of things to clean up.
When someone shows you that they believe in you, boy, you could do some amazing things, brother.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Real quick, I remember when Geno Smith went to Seattle. And I was talking to one of their executives, and he's like, I'm telling you, man, isn't Geno the backup? He's like, I'm telling you, like, Geno could start for this team. Like, Geno, like, and, you're hearing stuff about Russ, like, is it possible that they would move on from Russ, all this stuff? And I'm like, you're crazy, man. I'm like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, this guy's a journeyman. He's never going to be it's past. It's over. Like, the opportunity to be a quality starting quarterback. He's like, I'm just telling you, like, the belief that the team has in him, the way they gravitate toward him, the staff, just this overall surrounding belief that he had there. And then when he got his opportunity, you saw what he did. And you talk to Gino, he'll tell you, he's like, yeah, having people believe in you and, being in a situation where your confidence comes back, it completely can, change you as a player.
Absolutely. Hey, Charles, really appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed this, man.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, guys. Call me anytime.
Okay.
Right.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Charles Robinson, senior NFL
good,
reporter for Yahoo. Really good. Really, I think nailed it with Jaden, how much excitement there is, and that it's kind of not really a surprise. This is who he is. But, man, Commanders got a big-time matchup on their hands Sunday against the Browns. Nobody forget, B-Rob, Brian Robinson, joining the program at noon, and we're opening them phones at 1 o'clock. It is a Bleep You Thursday.
Good morning, everyone. Well, another week of football kicks off tonight in the NFL. The 3-1 Tampa Bay Buccaneers are at the 2-2 Atlanta Falcons. We have the Westwood One call starting at 7:30 for the 8:15 kick right here on The Fan. Local college football this weekend. Maryland is off. Virginia Tech, after a heartbreaking loss at Miami, they look to put it behind them at Stanford. Coverage starting at 1:30 for a 3:30 Saturday kick right here on The Fan. Elsewhere Saturday, 3-1 UVA welcomes Boston College at noon. Navy looks to go to 5-0. The Mids are at Air Force at noon. And JMU, a big favorite, at Louisiana Monroe at 7. Sunday, the Commanders host the Browns at 1. Washington hoping to have running back Austin Eckler back. He missed last week due to a concussion. Eckler returned to practice in a limited fashion yesterday. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Long way down. I feel like Landville likes to play this song because it kind of describes me. Is that accurate, Landy?
Yeah.
It's called Happy Idiot. 4 games into the NFL season, right? And we can all say, yo, chill, don't make any grand declarations based on 4 games. I think that's fair. But you can still judge off what we've seen. It's roughly a quarter of the season. It used to be exactly a quarter of the season. What is it now? Probably like 22%? What is 4 out of 17? 22 and a half? 21?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit over 25.
23 and a half.
20. No, it's got to be less because 4 out of 16 was 25.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, 23.
23 and a half. Boom. There you go. So we're 23 and a half of the season in. And Bill Barnwell is a really well-respected ESPN writer about football, covers the NFL. And he did kind of his quarter of the season NFL awards.
Okay.
So let's start with, and I think he kind of nails this list, honestly. Who would be your coach of the year at the quarter of the season mark, B?
I got to go up to Minnesota.
Agreed. And that's where he went to. He goes Kevin O'Connell 1.
I'm good at this game, dog.
You are good at this game. Todd Bowles 2.
Okay.
And then Dan Quinn 3rd.
All right.
I think that really sounds pretty fair. You could argue, though.
I'll probably put Quinn ahead of Todd.
What I was going to say is, Quinn's only loss was to Todd. Todd's team was in the playoffs last year, playoffs the last 4 years. They won a playoff game last year. A lot of veterans, you kind of know what you're getting with that Tampa team. Tampa's only loss came at home to Denver in a game that people were shocked by. Like, if you're playing the who's got the worst loss, it's Tampa. But if you're playing who's got the best win, Tampa kind of throttled Philly, which I think matters.
They did that.
Other coaches I would think consideration for best coach through 4 games. I imagine Sean McDermott would have been a possibility till they got throttled the other night. I think it's O'Connell by a wide margin. I like what Mike McDonald's doing with the Seahawks a lot. That he looks like a pretty damn good hire. And he's got a team 4-0, and they're not even clicking on not even most, but any cylinders. All right, next award. You ready, B?
All right.
Your comeback player of the year through 4 games.
Comeback player. Who was banged up last year?
I tell you who I would consider, and he won't get consideration because he came back last year. But it's starting to seem like DeMar Hamlin is finally all the way back.
Yeah, well,
and what he came back from was pretty significant.
It was very significant. You could still throw him in that, but Oh,
This one's a little tougher. I'll give you the
yeah. I'm
answer.
trying to think who the hell's been hurt. Was hurt last year and came back.
Well, Burrow and Rodgers, but I don't think either of them have wowed anybody yet.
Neither one of them have.
You know who has? Is J.K. Dobbins. Remember what a big deal he was coming out of Ohio State, and then he had just like massive.
Didn't he get hurt here in preseason? Oh,
he got hurt with the Ravens. I don't know.
I thought he was playing against us in preseason when they put him in the game again.
It very well could have been.
Yeah.
I'll try to look it up, but he is balling for the Chargers, and if he can keep that up, I mean, Harbaugh's going to keep running it, and so that's just an impressive situation. I don't think there's any debate on this one, but I'll ask you for the sake. You know what? We'll lean on Jeff for this one. Jeff, you there?
Yo.
All right, perfect. Jeff, through 4 games of the NFL season, who's the offensive rookie of the year?
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, let's not overthink this one. They got Marvin Harrison Jr., who really has just had one huge game. Then Malik Neighbors, who I think has looked fantastic. Now it seems like he's probably at least going to miss this coming week with the concussion. And he got checked for a concussion against Skins week 2. Remember that. So, it's just something to keep an eye on. But there is zero debate that Jaden Daniels is the offensive rookie of the year through 4 games. This is from Bill.
Check for concussion in 4 weeks.
Well, he got one.
Yeah, one, and then check for another.
Yeah,
that they have to watch. Keep a look on that one.
Sure. Barnwell writes of Daniels, just to keep things simple, he ranks 4th in the league in QBR and has been the driving force for the best offense in football. That seems simple enough to me. Neighbors might be one of the 3 best wide receivers in football so far, but Daniels has been equally effective at the most valuable position in sports.
If you got a wide receiver going against a quarterback for a top position, the quarterback's going to win it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. Defensive rookie of the year. This wouldn't really be on our radar, I don't think. So I'm just going to say Barnwell thinks Kamari Lassiter, corner for the Texans, has been the best so far.
Okay.
Also likes Quinyon Mitchell, the corner that the Eagles drafted in the first
He is
round.
good.
Yeah.
I watch him. He got a great last name, bro.
He can be Q Mitch. All right. Defensive player of the year so far, B. Anybody stand out for you? When I say it, you're going to agree. I think as soon as I say it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, he's the right one.
Who that?
Fred Warner, Niners.
Fred Warner's always good, though.
He's been playing at an outrageous level. The play he just made, the pick 6 he made. Now, apparently, he may have tweaked something. I thought I read that somewhere. But for defensive player of the year, they're going 1 is Fred Warner, 2, Aiden Hutchinson. And remember that he had 4.5 sacks in one game earlier this year. He leads the league with 6.5 sacks. Dude, 6.5 sacks through 4 games. It's pretty significant, man.
Who has that?
Hutchinson with the Lions.
Oh, God.
I mean,
right. I watched him in the game the other night. He reminds me a lot. What's the guy from the Raiders?
Crosby.
He reminds me a lot of Max. He has energy, bro. Those dudes, their motors don't stop.
Yeah.
So when you see guys like that, like they start one way, they don't get there, and they go back to another way. You watch other pilots, they go boom. It don't work that time, they stop.
Number 3 on this list is Xavier McKinney, who you remember left New York to sign with the Packers, and watching that Hard Knocks, it seemed like Joe Shane was kind of blown away at the money he got.
Mm-hmm.
He's been really good. And
Joe Shane has been wrong on a lot, bro.
Correct.
He's been wrong on a lot.
Like, far too often people are like, you can't spend the money. Sometimes you should spend it.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
If you're buying tires for the car that you drive your family around, you don't have to buy
tires
the
and
cheapest
brakes.
ones.
Tires,
Right?
brakes, and steering. You better make sure those are
you
working.
don't always want to save money. Offensive player of the year. Now, I'm guessing because he does an MVP here, this is going to be a non-quarterback because the quarterback's going to win MVP. If it was me, my offensive player of the year through 4 games, probably be Saquon. I mean, he's been so good.
Yeah. I'll go with that.
Barnwell goes Nico
You know who
Collins.
doesn't want that to happen.
I sure do. Nico Collins has been balling almost 500 receiving yards in just 4 games. Saquon second, and then Derrick Henry at the top.
Yeah.
Especially what Henry did.
Hey,
in
2
the Sunday
running
Night
backs? I
Football
can't
game.
believe this.
Well, that's just your
I'm
offensive player of
just
the year.
saying, no.
That's just your offensive player of the year.
Yeah, but normally the offensive player of the year, you normally go with the receiver because the quarterback is throwing it to them. But in this day of passing, they looking at 2 running backs.
You ready?
I'm loving it.
Through 4 games.
Mhm.
Who's the MVP of the NFL?
Jaden Daniels.
Dude. Barnwell goes Lamar, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels. I read now from ESPN.com. Allen hasn't been as good as Daniels, who used Allen's slip up and a brilliant performance against the Cardinals to take over the top spot in the MVP race. Daniels has the highest expected completion rate of any quarterback, and he's completing a staggering 82% of his passes. You might chalk that up to a heavy dosage of screen passes, but removing them from the equation, his 80.2 completion percentage and 11.8 CPOE are both the best marks in football. He also moves ahead of Allen in the QBR race and leads the league in yards per attempt when stripping out screens. It's not just the screen stuff. Daniels ranks second in first down rate, with 42% of his throws turning into first downs. He comfortably leads all quarterbacks in success rate as a passer, with his 57.4 mark more than 5 percentage points ahead of the second place. Look, there's a billion stats here.
Let me ask you this, though.
Sure.
Why is it they got to strip out the screen? Everybody throws screens, don't they? It's not like he's the only one that throws screens. Everybody throws them.
To conclude this article, it says, in terms of the first month of the 2024 season, the best player in football has been Jaden Daniels. Brian Robinson joins us at noon.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Listen, this Thursday night already is flying around. And as the Buccaneers take on the Falcons, what kind of same game parlay you want to put in? Listen, I look at Baker Mayfield over passing yards, Drake London over receiving yards, and Bijan Robinson anytime touchdown, or you can go over rushing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. B and I are live out in Ashburn, Virginia, and we're going to join in progress Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt addressing the media.
Guys out there that gives us the best chance. So we're looking at that, working through that right now, and then on Sunday we'll deploy the men that gives us the best chance to win.
When you look at a quarterback that's been paid as much as Deshaun Watson has, and the attrition and injuries up front for that Browns O-line, you kind of start licking your lips, get excited about building on some of the good things that you saw last week from the pass rush and the D-line?
No, because I know whenever you, just like the ills that we've had defensively, we work to correct them. They're doing the same thing. They're working to correct them. So I don't anticipate that they're going to come in here with, making any mistakes, or, they're going to have guys in position that they feel that gives them the best chance to win. So this is the NFL. That's where stars are born. When somebody else gets hurt, you come in and you play well. I've had multiple guys that have done that. So we better be focused on playing our best ball, trending. We played good last week. Can we play better? And then can we keep building until we get to some excellent play? Because we're not there yet. I mean, you give up 182 yards rushing. You can say you play good. The best thing is we held them 14 points, really should have been 7. So I'm not looking at their line and saying, okay, we're about to go have 10 sacks. We better just go focus and understand what we have to do and execute at a high level. Then good things will come.
When you look at an offense, that runs most of its stuff kind of around the line of scrimmage, they haven't shown a lot of propensity to throw deep balls. Does that affect the way that you look at kind of stopping the run as a combination of kind of run stop and kind of short passing?
It's a holistic deal. When you're stopping the run, you also have to look at, who they have at their skill positions and who do you want to take away and when do you want to take them away. They can push the ball vertically. They have really good receivers with Judy and Coop out there. Had history with them. David's going to be back. He's a weapon that they haven't had. So let's remember Cincinnati, when we went into that one, they hadn't had all their guys, and then Higgins came back and they did whatever they did to us, and then the next game they did the same thing. So when you get those weapons, it changes the play caller's mindset. So they have David coming back. And he's gonna add a third element with those guys.
You guys are obviously coming back home. This fan base has a lot to be excited about. D coordinator, how important is it for the fan base to get loud and get into the game to help your guys out?
Oh yeah, Q always talks about energy generating ball. And the fans that were in Arizona, I don't know if you were there or not, but it felt like a home game at some points. I mean, they were loud, and we knew if we had the opportunity of winning these 2 road games, when we come back home, the fans are going to be excited to watch us play. And defensively, we need that energy, the crowd, to get it going, because defensive players, they build off of it. And so I'm excited to get in the stadium. I'm excited to play well, and get the turnovers, get the negative plays, keep the score down, and then give the ball to 5 and let 5 do what he does well.
Good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great.
What is it going to take to get that run defense improved up front, even while you are trying to keep a lid on opposing passing offenses?
Well, the stickier we get in coverage, we can put more people into the box to help with that. We can game it up some, which we will. We will get it taken care of. All right, trust me. We're putting a focus on it, and it's not just the front that's the issue. It's not just linebackers. It's making sure that, just like in the past game, you have to tie all levels in it. We have to make sure that we're hitting the gaps, that we're holding doubles, that we get pull schemes, we're getting over, we're popping inside. So there's 3 type runs that are really hitting us, and we have to make sure we shore those up. No different than the screen was hitting us in Tampa game, and screen hadn't hit us since then. We shored that up. So we may have to make sure we take care of the 3 runs that have been hitting us.
And I asked you a similar question about Derek Forrest last week, but Jamin Davis, just like what is it you need to see from him to get him more reps, or is it just kind of a depth chart situation?
Yeah, so we can talk about the reps of all the guys. Guys, I promise you, we're going to do what we feel is the best to give us a chance to win. We have quality players, and Forrest and Jamin and Forbes, and each week is going to be different. And I can't get up here each week and say why a guy isn't or isn't playing. The answer is we're going to play the guys that give us the best chance to win that particular game, win or lose. If we lose it, I'll take the questions if we lose it or not. But that's what we're doing, and we're going to do that each week. And it's nothing at a slight at any of the players because we like all of our players. But we're going to, put the guys in a position that we think will give us the best chance to win that individual game.
So if you're listening to Joe Witt, he doesn't care where dudes are drafted, especially when they were drafted before. He's going to play the guys he thinks get them wins this week.
That week. And that's it. That's how it's supposed to be.
I think fans should care less about Jamin and Forbes' snap totals. Here's what I care about. Brian Robinson joins the program next.
This sports update is presented by Boldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Baseball's postseason has already seen Houston, Baltimore, and Atlanta eliminated, and one more will go tonight as the Brewers take on the Mets. It will be Tobias Myers on the hill for the Brew Crew. The Mets will counter with the left-hander Jose Quintana. The winner will move on to take on the Phillies in the NLDS. A 7 o'clock first pitch from Milwaukee. Week 5 of the NFL season gets going today. Tampa Bay visits Atlanta in an NFC South matchup on Thursday Night Football. We have the Westwood One call starting at 7:30 for an 8:15 kick. Listen to it right here on The Fan. And the Washington Commanders, looking for a 4th straight win, are returning home for the first of what is 3 of 4 in Landover. They will host the Cleveland Browns Sunday at 1. This sports update presented by Boldino's Lock and Key. They make your car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, we are fired up. Brian Robinson set to join us in just moments. B-Rob, obviously one of the key features for this Washington offense. And one thing I look forward to asking him is just how he balances his extremely nice, funny, laughing personality with just being an absolute badass on the field.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you were a badass on the field, but you have some kind of meanness to you in general.
No, I don't.
Nah,
I'm a nice guy, bro.
at
Know the hell you talking
times.
about? But everybody has it. You know, when you get tired of stuff, you got to say something about it. But I'm ultimately nice. You try to say it like last year. I had to talk you out of it.
You're a teddy bear, dude.
So how can I be a teddy bear and be mean?
Hey, man, it's a complicated world.
So I'm a meanie bear?
Perhaps. Excited to talk to Brian Robinson in moments. He will be calling us here on B. Mitch and Finley. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're live in Ashburn. Cliff Kingsbury is addressing the media now, and I thought he had a really good answer. He was asked about Jaden Daniels, and I think this, to me, says a lot. Cliff said he wants to be great, and he pays the price to be great.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to want to be something, but you have to work your ass off. And
Yeah.
I think that is what isn't talked about enough with Jaden.
I think that's the ultimate thing where, you know, everybody wants something, but then when you tell them what they need to do to get there, then they shy away from it. This kid, he faces it, you know, head on. He doesn't back away from it. He wants to be that, and he pushes for it. So when he gets it, I'm cool with it.
It's been pretty exciting, and I think the work is what differentiates quarterbacks. You know, some of it's natural talent, God-given, you weight room, film room, all of that. But you got to put all of it together. Here's what I'm thinking. While we have him live, we could take Cliff. I guess we'll just wait for B-Rob to call in because I don't want him to have to wait.
Yeah.
With this offense, though, if you look at what Cleveland's doing, B, you got Myles Garrett. Now, their starting D tackle just got suspended for 5 games for, I don't know if it was personal conduct violation or what do you call juicing these days? Substance.
Yeah.
One or the other, though, but they're down some pieces in Cleveland, but they still have some dudes on that defense. And you heard when we had Charles Robinson on earlier talking about Jim Schwartz and kind of the defenses he has built. How significant do you think this increase in competition on the defensive side of the ball is to a Washington offense that is cooking?
I think it's going to be one where whatever side wants to have success is going to have to be cooking in all cylinders. I saw something in this chat earlier about, the false starts and things. You can't have those against that team. You don't want to get first and 15, or third and long against them, because they are pinning their ears back and coming. And a great thing, and I would say a great thing for them as a defense, they don't have to blitz to get pressure. They can get pressure with just their front four.
Right.
Because Myles Garrett is a menace. He's a terror to people. They got to find out a way to either make him have to play a different way or chip him all damn day.
He has 4 sacks through 4 games. Last week he was on the injury report all week and then still finished with 2 sacks. So
yeah,
I think
he's hurt. Oh Lord, he had 2 sacks.
Right.
Wow.
Now, Cleveland's team stats right now aren't wowing anybody. They're about top 10 in yards allowed, points per game. They are middle of the pack. But if you look at, we got Brian. Okay, so we are very excited now to get Brian Robinson, Commanders running back, on the line. B-Rob, what up, man? Thank you for making time for us.
What's up, man? How you doing?
We're doing well, man. I've been covering you since your rookie year. You've had some ups and downs. The team has had some ups and downs. How much are you enjoying yourself these first 4 games?
Obviously, I'm having a lot of fun. It's always fun to win. Especially after overcoming a lot of adversity. Feels great to finally be at the end of the tunnel.
People, you look at your room is super talented. Yourself, Austin, McNichols came in last week and did some unbelievable things. Is it like a friendly competition that you all have going on in there where, we want to do our best, but we pull for each other?
Oh, of course. You always want to be able to have, great relationships with the guys you got to, work with and train with. And you want to push those guys. You expect them guys to push you as well, and it's, that's just part of the competition. So, we never shy away from that. If anything, we just, find ways to, just help each other, get better at, whatever we need to personally. And it shows on game day.
So, dude, one thing that's kind of crazy for you, you're in your 3rd offense in the NFL, in your 3 years in the NFL. What do you like of Cliff's offense?
I just like how creative he is. He doesn't have a simple mind at all. He's very creative. You want to find ways, any way possible, to get his playmakers involved and get the ball in the guys' hands that gonna give us the best chances to win. And he does it with a lot of creativity. So it's very exciting. Cliff has a very exciting mind.
For sure. The Commanders are riding a 3-game win streak. Been on the road the last 2 games. Been out west for a week.
The last 2 games.
The Commanders fans out in Arizona were everywhere. If you want to go, I think they still have some tickets available for Sunday's game against the Browns. Commanders.com. B-Rob, how excited are you just to get back home, just sleep in your own bed, and then play a home game this weekend?
It's good, man. Just getting back to the routine, after being on the road, it's just having to go through those circumstances and still, being able to be a, true pro about all that business and handle the business that needs to be. But, being back home and back on regular programming and scheduling, it feels good, just keep this thing flowing, and just to be back on regular programming.
How much did it pull you all together as a team being on the road for that amount of time? You go up to Cincinnati, have a great win, and then you're out in Arizona that whole time, and you get a spectacular win there. But you got to depend on each other when you're on the road.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part we handled that, handled that whole week, with a lot of maturity, as a team, guys, just being professional about, just preparing, during the week, it's completely different. Guys just make sure we stand on the same page and preparing, correctly, and just doing all the small little things as far as details to just make sure that we was coming right off of the Cincy game and transitioning right into the Arizona game, while on the road, but also make sure that we was ready to go on Sunday.
Did the Alabama game prior to that motivate you a little bit for your game the next day?
That's a funny question because, I always, take a look at the Bama games and, kind of get my own mind right before my games because, I just think about, all the times and the moments where I was on that field just preparing myself for, these moments that I have now. So it's just, it is, good for the mental to just see my team and, my alma mater go out there and do it, play at the highest level, like how I expect them to, just to remind me of where I came from and what I'm used to doing.
Dude, B-Rob, what's it like growing up in Tuscaloosa and then playing at Bama? I mean, that's got to be the whole town revolves around the football games.
Yeah, it's very hard to do, just being a local kid, a lot of local kids get looked over, instantly because, there's so much talent elsewhere, they can go find elsewhere, but just being able to be literally right there at home, my whole entire life, and to be able to get recruited and, have a great recruiting process, from Alabama, and to be able to also still go to school there and do 5 years there and just, stick to the script of, just, whatever was dealt in front of me while being at home and just dealing with it. And it worked out for me.
That's great, man.
You look at this league now is going more passing, but Cliff comes in here. At one point, he was running the air raid, but he seems to want to run the ball probably more than anything else. How does that make you feel, and how important does it make you feel to be a part of the running aspect of this?
It made me feel great, man. It made me feel counted on. It allows me to just, be comfortable. It makes me feel like, you can depend on me. The team can depend on me with the ball in my hands. So the more opportunities I get like that, the more I'm come through for my team. And I feel like the more he trusts me with the ball in multiple situations in the game, the more he'll feel like he can depend on me. Just on down the line.
Talking with Brian Robinson Jr., running back for the Washington Commanders. Through 4 games, you got 375 yards from scrimmage with 3 touchdowns. Obviously, you're running the ball at a really successful clip, 66 carries for 307 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground. But you've also been a threat through the air, 8 catches for 68 yards. Kingsbury just spoke to the media out here in the annex and was kind of saying that you're underrated as a pass catcher. But B-Rob, I wanted to ask you something else Kingsbury told us about. He said that in the pre-draft process a couple years back when Cliff was still in Arizona, that you and he went out to dinner and really hit it off. And Cliff thinks you might have been kind of pissed off that they didn't draft you, but now he thinks everything's cool.
Yeah, like you said, like we had a good sit down, good time. When they invited me out to Arizona pre-draft, and it was one of those ones I was like, if he draft me, I'm confident that I can work with him and kind of build a relationship with him. Even though it didn't work out, at that time, it came back all the way full circle. And I remember that sit down that we had, and those moments, to just kind of help me figure out what type of person Cliff was and what type of energy he had, even though, he wasn't my coach at the time, but like I had a great idea, of what type of person and what type of coach he was going to be, if he was my coach then or now,
Yep. Well, as you look forward to this weekend and you start thinking about the Browns, what is it that you all feel you need to do to get another victory?
We just need to do what we do. We prepare, just hit off our game plan to our best ability. It's really not about, what nobody else is doing. It's really just about, how we best come out and execute the plays that, that we have. And if we do that, at a high level, like which I know we have the ability to do, we'll be in great shape, from start to finish.
Talking with B-Rob, Brian Robinson, Commanders running back. If you want to watch B-Rob and this offense that is cooking, there still are some tickets available for Sunday's game. Check it out at commanders.com. Brian, we'll get towards the end of this thing. Obviously, this offense is arguably the best in the league through 4 games. A lot of people deserve a lot of credit, but Jaden Daniels is the center of this thing. What do you think of the rookie quarterback you're playing with?
Dude, phenomenal. It's a lot different, from watching them, have a Heisman year to, actually playing alongside them. So, playing with him is, it's great. Guy's smart. He's a great player. He's smart with the ball and decision making. Just to make sure, he's just not being careless and, turn the ball over and just making sure he's being as conservative as he can to just protect the ball and make sure we keep drives going and stay on the field as long as we can. And I just feel like he has great awareness of, that, just being a quarterback and knowing that the ball starts with him first and just dishing it out, clean and just looking so confident and just growing along the way. I expect that to just continue to grow, and he's going to be a great player in this league.
Totally. All right, last question. After what happened to you as a rookie on 8th Street, that first game you run out of the tunnel at for the home game, and you had him play many men over the speakers. How did you arrive at that decision, and is that the absolute most gangster entrance in the history of pro football?
I mean, I haven't really seen anybody else enter from getting shot a few weeks before, to actually come out and play a game. So I would say that's number one, but just to be able to come back, from all of that and still be able to go out and play ball and play at a high level, man, it's dope, man. I don't give myself enough credit for it.
Dude, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, you should. But that was one of the absolute wildest moments was watching you run out of that tunnel, and I can only imagine the emotions that must have been involved.
Yep.
Now, getting back home this week, it's not going to compare to that on 100 different levels. But getting back home this week with that home crowd fired up, you guys are first place in the division, 3 of the next 4 at home. A lot of opportunities here. Does this just feel different than any other moment in your Washington career?
Yeah, man. Great momentum going on right now, at the start of the season, which is a first, since I've been here. And it's definitely something great to build upon. And we got a great group of guys that, sees this opportunity and wants to take advantage of it. So I'm excited for, what, the position that we're in and what I know we can accomplish, out of this. And, it's all up to us now to, be at our best, when our best is required and not to get complacent with what we've done so far.
Well, B, keep pushing, brother. And maybe I'll see you doing something else later on to show you other talents too.
Like what? Singing?
We had our conversation on the sideline one day. You know what I'm talking about.
B-Rob, thanks for the time,
Appreciate
man.
you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, man.
That is Commanders running back Brian Robinson. Really, really balling out this year. Almost 400 total yards from scrimmage through 4 games, 3 touchdowns. Dude, and if you like this, if this is your sort of thing, we showed this on All Ears last night, that a B-Rob touchdown on the Commanders' first drive pays you plus 800. So if you think they're going to score and you think B-Rob is going to score on that first drive, just saying, $5, what, wins you 40? Kind of juicy. He's been scoring at a pretty high clip. The only person with more touchdowns than Robinson is Daniels. So keep that in mind. Appreciate Brian Robinson joining us there. That was fun. And if you want to watch him, check out commanders.com. I believe they still have a couple tickets left. I think this Sunday's game, the weather's supposed to be perfect. Cameron told me that last night. go to the ball game, enjoy yourself, get a hot dog and maybe a cold beer. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to open these phone lines up at 1 o'clock for Bleep You Thursday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. Jaden Daniels continues to rack up the awards as he was named Rookie of the Week for the third time this season, and he also was named Rookie of the Month for the opening month of the NFL season. The Commanders will take on the Browns on Sunday. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report, 6 players did not practice: Nick Allegretti, Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dominique Hampton, Tyler Owens, and Brian Robinson. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Buccaneers take on the Falcons. The Buccaneers are going to be without safety Antoine Winfield, defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer. In baseball yesterday, 3 wildcard matchups wrapped up with a sweep as the Tigers beat the Astros 5-2. They'll take on Cleveland in the ALDS. The Royals beat the Orioles 2-1. Kansas City now takes on the Yankees in the ALDS, and the Padres beat the Braves 5-4. San Diego will take on the Dodgers in the NLDS. One series was pushed to a third game as the Brewers came back and beat the Mets 5-3. The series tied at a game apiece. Game 3 tonight at 7 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. You hear, going back to Ohio, John Kime sitting down with us in the Ashburn studios. Hell, we're gonna put Johnny on the stream. There he is. John, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hair. I didn't realize I was streaming my hair.
You look great, buddy. You look
I got a lot of gray in it, though.
No.
Says the guy who shaves his head.
Wait a minute.
You got gray in your
Listen,
goatee.
Hey, I don't worry about it. I look good.
Do you want me to just tell what we just were talking about before we went on the air?
Everybody know I like bubble baths. We talk about this all the time. I'm not afraid to
He
discuss
uses
myself.
coochie cream in the bubble bath.
Yeah, I use coochie
True
cream on
story.
my head. Yeah, that's the name of the shaving cream, people.
How many
You would think something else.
how many candles you lighting in that bathroom?
I don't like candles. No. I like to sit back and hot bubbled up water.
Reads a good romance novel. Johnny,
How's that rosé when you're in there too?
Rosé's good. I'll stand up for rosé.
Rosé's all right.
Y'all crazy as hell.
We've all been out here a long time. Through 4 games, best offense in the NFL, 3-1, first place in the NFC East. How sustainable does all this feel?
Well, first of all, we all expected this, so I think that we'll start there. I think that's a good question because, first of all, I think the sustainability stems from how the quarterback's approach is. Jaden Daniels' approach, I think, gives you a chance to build off of what he's done, and then because we know they're going to start adjusting more and more to what they feel like might give them some problems. We'll see. Maybe you're going to see some more overload blitzes coming up, or those kind of things. How does the offense handle that? But I think because of his preparation, it gives you the ability to maybe build on that a lot more, right? I think there's a lot of versatility to this offense, which I like. I think the scheming, you saw schemed guys getting open via the scheme last week, which I think bodes well for the future. But 40 points a game is hard to sustain. But I think being a good offense, I mean, listen, Tressway is going to punt a couple times in a game coming up soon. I'm sure of that.
If he doesn't, I won't be mad.
Right. And
I'll just call him and leave another message.
But I think there's a sustainability, and also like Brian, I mean, they're new to this offense still, but Brian Robinson, I don't think he's going to go away. And I think Daniels will just get better. And so I think there's an ability to sustain it, just not at a 40 points a game level.
And I think some of the if you can sustain long drives and first downs, and some of these TDs are field goals, and say it's 24, 27 points, but you're winning games the same,
right,
and your offensive efficiency remains, I think that is huge for this team.
Right.
And I love the way they run the ball.
Right. And I think the other thing too, to that point, they do a really good job of avoiding a lot of third and long. So it's a lot of third and manageable, third and short. If you can continue to do that, you're going to continue to have success on third down. Now, if we've seen games here in the past where maybe they've converted a lot of 3rd and 7s or longer. Well, that's a hard thing to sustain. 3rd and 4 and shorter, I think, is a lot easier to sustain. I think they're getting a lot of those situations, highly efficient on second down as well. And so all those help. And this is where
I think they're tops in the league on first downs, games on first downs.
Well, and I think like there's a little plays like last week, there's the second scoring drive. And I keep going back to this series because I loved it for just its simplicity and what it showed. But they gain 1 yard on first down and they're inside their own 10. Second down, just a nice simple hitch to Terry McLaurin for 5 yards. Put yourself in position for 3rd and 4. And then it goes back to Daniels' accuracy on 3rd and 4 to Zacchaeus because he puts it on the correct shoulder.
Yeah.
You don't put it on the correct shoulder, you're tackled a yard short, you're punting. You get it on the correct shoulder, he gets the first down by half a yard, and you got a scoring drive going. Like that's the efficiency that I'm talking about and the simplicity of what you're asking him to do at times. Not even simplicity, but the, like, hey, don't get it all back now. Just get these 5 yards, put yourself in a better situation on 3rd down.
You know how he basically what he does, he leads guys where they're going.
Yes.
If somebody's in front of him, he settles them down.
Yeah.
That's more like a veteran quarterback.
The maturity that takes is
for
crazy.
sure. That's what I'm saying. And like the poise that he showed, the 27-yard pass to McLaurin against the Bengals, like everything of that, like that one play highlighted everything about him. The poise, you have a clock running down, the play's not coming in, guys running on the field late, and an all-out blitz is coming. You handle it, you calmly drop back, you get drilled, and you drop in a dime. Like that stuff translates to more success.
100%.
So I think, but to be Brian's point too, like it's that accuracy is off the charts, and like you see him the ability to make throws from different platforms.
Yeah,
the slant to McLaurin on the 3rd down, drifting back. The throw to I almost dropped a word, but the throw to McCaffrey.
The 2nd and 15, the 17-yard.
He had a few of them he threw.
Yes, but the one
here, throwing back.
The throw to Noah Brown on 3rd and 13 where they pick up 14 was
correct.
I mean, that's outside shoulder too.
It's outside shoulder, but he also he had to get outside the pocket. He gets his hips around, and on that one, I think that was a nice design to get Brown open, getting over there. The backside safety taken away by McCaffrey running a post. So yes, all that. But the one to McCaffrey, that 17-yarder, was tremendous.
Hell of a catch too.
Was a hell of a catch, but it's also it's your progression. There he is, boom, rip it. And his feet aren't pointed to him, but it's that core strength and the upper body to get it there on a bullet in stride. Like that was the whole thing was something to watch. Like that stuff bodes well for the future.
He's had some real lasers. A couple of throws to Ertz too.
Yes, Chance say John look like a skinny Ron Rivera. So they're calling you John Rivera now.
Don't let these people impact you, Johnny.
What does that mean?
I would not say he looks like Ron at all.
I would say neither. He looks like a skinny Ron Rivera.
Hold on,
John Rivera.
I wanted to ask you about this because talking about this offense, all roads lead back to Jaden. And I don't know. We're obviously
where is that? Like that?
I've never heard it. I don't know. We're gonna ignore whoever that guy is.
It's where you at over here.
These people here. All right. Jaden, I thought was going to be good. Maybe not this good, this fast, but the O-line we all had real questions about. And I think the O-line has dramatically outperformed kind of expectations so far. I think that's sustainable.
Oh, well, and here's why. I'm the one thing, even going in the season and talking to people here, I think they felt better about the line than everybody else outside the building did. And part of that was the thing I always wondered about too, is because we all had questions, right? And I liked the Biadasz pickup. I thought Allegretti would be at least solid as a guard. Right?
It was a dice roll, right? He had never been locked in as a starter in his time in Kansas City.
But what I heard from Kansas City was okay, there's a chance, right? So the mindset and all that, I thought it was all good, but yeah, we didn't know. And then you don't know about the tackle situation. But I thought Lucas has shown that he can go in and play and handle the job to a certain level, right? But I think what the hard part to know was what was going to be the impact of the coaching in the scheme, because both of them hurt them last year.
Yeah.
And then the quarterback play, what's the impact on them on the quarterback play? So there are definitely times where Daniels is getting rid of the ball. Well, who does that help? It helps the line.
Sure.
And then there are times where they might give up a pressure, and how does he gets out of it? So you don't see some of that stuff. And then not running the ball, believe it or not running the ball 70% of the time is actually not a bad thing.
Right.
And I think so all that adds up to, I think, a better situation for the line to have success.
Well, looking at the fact that they are rotating the tackles.
Yeah.
That's tough in itself.
It is.
But they are getting away with it.
Yes.
It's not like it's a drop off either way. So is that.
And they offer different things.
And it's a combination of different things where you look at the tackles. They have to be dedicated and doing a damn good job.
Yeah.
And the coaching has to be out of this world
Correct.
to make sure that works.
For sure. And I think using guys how they Andrew Wiley is not a guy that you want setting back in pass pro 45 times a game. And that's nothing against him, but he does other things well. Like he can get out in space and block. He can run block pretty well. So use your guys the way they need to be used. And I think it gives him a better chance for success. And, and plus like you're taking away some of the, by doing this, like it's more of a mystery what's coming versus last year. It's like, you just pin and go. And there are some things you might struggle with in pass pro, but overall he's been solid, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And so, and Luke, so I think there are guys
Coleman
that can
showing
move.
he might be something.
Coleman, I think
long-term.
Coleman can move. Like he's a good athlete when you watch his footwork.
What
man.
I love with Coleman is how he's able to re-anchor when
yes,
say
he
a DN
blocks
gets
the
outside of him or something, he's able to re-anchor and reset.
Yes.
And a lot of guys when they get out on the edges, you like that footwork, B?
Hey man, I saw JP really move. Hey, Landfill and Jeff, he really looked like he was offensive lineman when he was playing guard tackle.
Hale Maplewood, baby.
He's got strong hands too.
Yeah.
And I think that helps. But these guys do a good job blocking in space. Biotish can move. Cosme can move. I think Allegretti can move. You've seen some of that too. Whereas there are times in the past couple of years where they throw a screen, but guys aren't able to get out there and block in space. It's like this should have been a touchdown and it's a 5-yard game.
Yeah.
And why is that? So like using guys to how they should be used, I think is also a big deal.
Talking with our friend John Keim here, obviously Commanders reporter for ESPN, the worldwide leader. You can also check out his podcast, The John Keim Report, wherever you get your podcasts and on YouTube. The test this week gets significantly harder. The Browns defense maybe isn't what they were last year. They've had some injuries, some things have happened, but you still got Myles Garrett. You still got that secondary. How do you expect this one to go?
They're going to have Myles Garrett is really good, right? Obviously he's really good and plays with a lot of strength and quick. He's got the combination that you want in any defensive end.
Yeah.
I think Koromoa is a really good linebacker, a guy that
could have looked good here.
Guy I'm not going to say, but when we mocked our draft to him a couple years ago, that's the guy I picked.
Sure.
Just saying. But he is really good and quick, and he's like for a smaller guy, he does a good job avoiding and shedding blocks. Denzel Ward is a really good corner. I don't think the safeties have played as well. I'm not sure Emerson has played as well as maybe some there had hoped, but it's still there is a lot of talent there. So I think this will be a good test because you may face more adversity in this game as an offense. And so okay, you start to learn more. And this is where the complementary football comes in. Does the defense, are they building on last week? Deshaun Watson has not played all that well, but when you watch the game and talk, hear from people last week, it's like, it wasn't all his fault that they lost to the Raiders. But they, Amari Cooper dropping passes and Njoku has been out there, tight end, who's a good athlete coming back, I think might be coming back this week. So I do expect it to be a little bit more of a challenge against that defense, but this is where this is where Washington's defense really, to me, needs to build on last week. And if you can't start stopping the run better, I think you're going to keep teams in games. As the defenses maybe get a little, if you're facing a better defense like this.
Do you know Chubb's situation?
I think the
window's open. I know that.
I would have I don't know.
You'd think it's the following.
You would think it's the following week for him, and that makes a big difference because that's the one thing, as we know, this team has not stopped the run.
Yeah.
And to maintain a pace for the W's and the L's, you've got to get better in that area because there will be games where this offense will be tested more.
Yeah.
And so the good teams, you play again, complementary football, right? I thought they did a better job with that last week, but what if the offense is held to 24 or 21 points? Well, how does it look? And so that's where we'll see where the growth is, because there will be games that's like that. I don't think it's going to be 1991 all over again yet.
Yeah.
I
hope it is, but I don't know.
And they're fun to watch for sure. But
how is Cleveland's run defense?
They've had some issues in that area, and so
I hope they continue.
So
who's the big guy that just got popped 5 games?
Oh, Michael Hall was a rookie. He was and there's a reason why that hurts them, because they didn't have any first round picks. He was their highest pick. And he can play, right? He's an Ohio State guy. Saw him there. He's really good.
Oh, yeah, he would promote Ohio State.
But he was really good. But you knew he was really good. And so losing him doesn't help. Their tackles haven't been as good. The depth, I don't think, is there. I know they signed Tomlinson in the offseason. So I think you can get something there if you want, for sure.
It's going to be a fascinating game. I can't help but think the last time the Browns came to what was then called FedEx was Carson going back to Carson after the Niners lost, but they were firmly in the playoff race. Everybody's like, all right, well, we'll beat Cleveland and then move forward, and they got thumped. And that has nothing to do with this Sunday, but that's the last time this team came to town.
Correct. And that was a game too where they had started to find their offense just a little bit before that game, and Deshaun actually had a better game. And you wonder, like, he has not played well, but you wonder, what point does it start to click? I also think like that's a weird situation there with the play calling. Like Stefanski's offense is not a good mix for Deshaun Watson. They bring in Ken Dorsey, but Stefanski's still calling the plays. It's just, so I don't know that it's conducive to certain things, but like, yeah, you want to make sure that they don't go off, because they do have, like, again, Cooper has struggled.
Judy.
But he's dropped passes in key times, but he's still a very good receiver.
Yeah.
Judy can hurt you. And
Njoku's
Joku
supposed to be
if he's-
back.
Then that's, so like, you have to be wary of that. And so I think that's, you don't want, as what you also don't want. I think actually the Browns, I think, have been pretty good at scoring on their first drives of the game, but not very good after that. So you don't want to give them any sort of momentum.
Yeah, the Cardinals were too.
One thing I love about this matchup is, for me anyway, it's hard to look at Cleveland and you look at what they did to get Deshaun, the draft, and then the actual salary cap, the money. You look at Stefanski and then Dorsey and how none of it's a whole lot of pieces that don't seem to have cohesion.
Don't seem to fit.
It's because of the owner. They got a bad owner. They have a meddling owner. And you know what? Washington doesn't. And I just love when I can point those matchups out.
And it's funny because like sometimes on my walks with my wife in the morning, we walk our dog, she gets a lot of like my thoughts, whether she wants them or not. And
That's shocking.
And today it was
when she tells you she's not walking with you anymore, you
and sometimes it could be as simple as she might ask me a question like, "Don't you love the fall?" And next thing you know, I'm talking about quarterback drops and like the scheme.
One day, Dave, why you running back home? I'll be right back.
I will say, like, she also knows, like, sometimes, like, well, if he's in whatever, just ask him a football. She likes football. Anyways, the topic was about that, like how important that owner is and how much they can screw it up. And when you let the owner make the quarterback decisions, as we've seen here, it can really screw things up. And I think you look at Carolina, you look at there. And it wasn't even the trade. It was the guaranteed money. They cannot get out of that for a few years without taking a massive penalty.
Johnny, thank you for the time, buddy.
Appreciate you, bro.
Everybody check out the John Keim Report. Phone lines open at 1:00.
Appreciate
collaborate, and listen. All right, packed show tomorrow. Andrew Siciliano. Everybody knows Andrew from his work at NFL Network and the Red Zone on DirecTV. He now calls Cleveland Browns games for the radio and is going to join us at noon. Eric Metcalf, an absolute Browns legend, will join us at 1:30.
Bishop O'Connell, baby.
Yeah, dude, local boy. Tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. Today's going to be a lot of fun. In about 10 minutes, get your Bleep Views ready. Bleep View Thursday opens at 1 o'clock. It's time for us to come together as a community to complain about things. And we need you, folks.
I do the JP favorite.
800-636-1067. For all the folks that are concerned that Cliff Kingsbury's offense is too horizontal, I think you'd be happy to know that Jaden Daniels leads the NFL in passer rating of throws 10-plus yards going downfield.
Yeah.
I think
people got to learn to stop listening at what everybody says, and sometimes just open your eyes and watch, and you will see a difference. Like we had Charles on this earlier, and Charles said, "Oh, he will throw the ball down the field and in the middle of the field." But if you listen to all of the people, oh, he doesn't do that. That was the haters early on. Now they've disappeared.
Correct. I think a lot of the preconceived notions with this Washington offense have been disproven, and I think a lot of it centers on Jaden, seriously. And I think that's just really pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
But think about, like, some of the stats that you can find with Jaden right now are just crazy. I kind of asked DQ this the other day, and he kind of just gave me a non-answer, which I understand because that's what coaches do sometimes. But when, B, do you think you can start to trust the stats for a rookie? A month, 2 months, a season?
It takes about a month will show you if they're consistent with it. But I think when you look at what has happened thus far, the first game, you had some questions. And I was talking with Rich Gannon and Bruce Murray yesterday. I said in every quarter after that, he's improved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It didn't stay where it was. It's gotten better. So I think, I think 2 more weeks, you can start to believe what you're seeing.
For sure.
Because right now they got 4 weeks. They're going to make some adjustments. If it can continue these next 2 weeks, you know that they got something special.
Yeah, I think if they can keep it going right now, keep it going like this, it's going to go.
And it doesn't have to be 91% and all that. Hell, he can have a 75% day. That's a bad day, right?
Bro.
But it's spectacular in every realm that you look at it.
Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines open next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Browns on Sunday, and Jaden Daniels continues to rack up the awards as he was named Rookie of the Week for the third time this season and was named the Offensive Rookie of the Month for the opening month of the NFL season. Taking a look at the practice report from yesterday, 6 players did not practice: Nick Allegretti, Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dominique Hampton, Tyler Owens, and Brian Robinson. Tonight, Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 5 of the NFL season. The Buccaneers take on the Falcons. You can hear the game right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 7:30, kickoff at 8:15. The Buccaneers are going to be without safety Antoine Winfield, defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer. In baseball, 3 series already wrapped up in the wild card round. The Tigers beat the Astros to advance to the ALDS. They'll take on Cleveland. It's their first playoff series win since 2013. The Royals beat the Orioles in a sweep. They'll take on the Yankees in the ALDS, and the Padres beat the Braves in a sweep. They'll take on the Dodgers in the NLDS. One series pushed to a Game 3 as the Brewers beat the Mets yesterday 5-3. Game 3 tonight at 7 o'clock. Winter is coming, and so are cold drafts right through your old vinyl windows. Save energy and add comfort with superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now $250 off every fiberglass window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Ain't that some? Oh, B. Mitch and Finley on a Bleep You Thursday. The sun's finally shining. Bleep you to the rain. Get the hell out of here. Bleep you to this Hurricane Helene, man. A lot of good people in a lot of bad situations, dude. I hate that stuff. Especially, people focus so much on the coastal communities, and that's really important, but that one hits home for me. I remember I was a little kid when Hurricane Hugo came up into North Carolina when I lived down there, and it did a ton of damage, and this Helene has done significantly more. We will get to the phones, though. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I don't know how new it is, Brian, but you know where I live, up off Mass Avenue, right when you get into Maryland?
Hmm?
You know where Sangamore Road is?
No.
Okay. But there's a fire station right there. They put a new traffic light in, and I imagine it's to try to alleviate some traffic coming out of this neighborhood, but it messes everything up. So if you know what I'm talking about, you got Mass and Sangamore, and then that new light behind the fire station. Bleep you to that light. And that's a hyper-specific thing, but to the 8 people that know what I'm talking about, it matters. All right?
Okay.
Now, do you have any bleep yous?
No, I like everybody. I'm a nice guy.
Easy going.
I've been called mean. I've been called a bully today on chat. You call me a meanie. Yeah. There you go. So I didn't
call you a meanie. I call you a teddy bear.
No, you call me a meanie bear.
You invented the term meanie bear describing
but
yourself.
you agreed to it and you laughed.
All right.
Jeff called me Deacon.
He did call you Deacon. Jeff was either trolling or being an idiot. Landfill, do you have any bleep views to get off your chest?
Yeah, well, all those mean things were said about BMH just by me, so I don't know what everybody else has been up to.
All right, let's let our guy Jupe lead us off here. Line 4, Jupe, it is Bleep You Thursday, sir.
JPB Mitch, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I got not too much. I got 2 bleep views. First one, I got to bleep the Kelsey brothers when they said Hennessy Daniels' 82 completion percentage was a LeBron-like stat. LeBron's stats is tied to losing. That's not the case here. I get respect to him, but I got to bleep him for that.
Listen, man, I'm not the biggest LeBron fan, but he is pretty good.
I get that, but let's leave LeBron alone and let Daniels.
You have my full support to be mad that we just don't want Jaden lumped in with LeBron. I'm good with that, Jupe.
All right, my second bleep, I got to give a shout out to Gov Westmore. I won a bet off of his picks this past weekend. I won a 4-legged parlay, but here's where the bleep come in. I did one on FanDuel. That's
Yo,
4-legged.
I
won.
Jupe, hold on. It's a 4-leg parlay, not 4-legged. You had a horse parlay?
Hey, we can call it that. It won me a good chunk of change. But
and I think
messed
you only
up at
describe
is-
something like you only say that when it's like a 3-legged dog. Like it's normal. Anyway, tripod running around.
Right. But yeah, I messed up on. I saw one on FanDuel. I messed up on DraftKings. I picked money lines on FanDuel, not paying attention. I picked the over-unders, so I missed on that bet. So I bleep myself for not paying attention. But hey, also want to let Jeff know, hey, I got some ideas if you want to hear them out for your weekly Commander song.
All right,
All
Jeff,
right.
put him on hold
Y'all
and let
talk.
him give you the ideas. Thank you, Jupe. Appreciate you, buddy.
Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, we need landfill on one of these songs coming up soon.
We do need a landfill appearance.
Hell yeah.
You know that the Commanders are 3-0 in Jeff's last 3 hype songs?
Come on, landfill. I mean, Jeff, bring that
Just
thing
saying.
in on, bro.
Just saying. Listen, I don't know what this means, but I am going to line 3. There's a dude named Bipolar Brian on 95 North. Hello, Bipolar Brian. How do you do?
Hey, happy Thursday, guys.
You too, bud.
I've called in before. It's been a long time. Apparently, I've been working my tail off at 2 jobs to line Steve Bisciotti's pockets. What costs $384 at M&T Stadium?
What costs $384
A ticket.
MT? Yeah, tickets.
A parking ticket, a parking pass. Can you believe that? $384 to park at M&T Stadium for next week's game.
Wow.
Just take the Metro. Take the Amtrak from Union Station.
I got 7 people. I got 80-year-old ladies with me again. We're going to tailgate and have a good time.
That is a lot for
So
parking.
I got to be close.
That's a
too
lot,
much.
dude. If you got 7
It's
people,
all-
divide 380 by 7. That is.
Well,
I have
Man,
no
you
idea.
got
$50 a
you got an
person.
SUV. That's why they charge you so much.
They don't charge by the vehicle.
Actually, we're dividing it by 8 because my deceased Aunt Carol's going to be in the car in some bags, and we're going to spread her ashes all over the stadium.
Hold on.
Big
You're
Ravens fan she is.
you're bringing your deceased Aunt Carol to the stadium to spread her ashes, and you're worried
Yep.
about how much the parking costs?
Well, she's a Baltimore girl. She doesn't have much money.
I don't think you're allowed to do that, bro. But I'm not the I'm not the narc type. So good luck and thank you for the call. Sorry about the parking costs. That was a wild ride, B. Not gonna lie to you. Alan is in Alexandria. What up, Alan? Who you mad at?
We're mad at the Baltimore Orioles today, being Mitch and Finley. Their 1 through 7 lineup, 2 for 44. Abysmal. They all need to get shipped out.
I don't know that you got to ship them out, but
you just went on a rebuild thing, and now you want to ship them all out?
Yeah, dude. I saw some of this last night on Twitter. I think some people are too mad. I think they could have been more aggressive at the trade deadline. But like, I'm not as locked in as others are. My boy Mark went to 40 games this year in both of the wild card games. But damn, it leaves a really bad taste in your mouth when 2 wild card
JP,
games
you said it
at
yesterday.
home and you score a
you
run.
predicted it, JP. You were calling it for them to lose. You said they're gonna lose. They're gonna get swept, and they did. You got to stop putting that stuff in the atmosphere.
Well, Bees was the one
Bleep
telling
you
me
for saying it.
3 weeks ago. Bees told me he wasn't even sure they'd make the playoffs. So
okay, bleep for telling you.
I listen. I like the truth. I like honesty. Sometimes it's not nice.
They bleeping landfill for never texting in the chat.
Yeah, landfill. Bleep you for never texting in the
Say hi,
chat.
guys.
Say
Just
hi.
Just say hi. You're a nice guy, landfill.
Do you want to respond?
He better not.
Landfill claims he has a bleep you. Oh, and he just said hi in the chat.
I
There
do.
you go, landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a bleep you. My bleep you is to Colonial Parking. They screwed something up with my pass, so I couldn't get out of the building yesterday. And
That's the worst. And your phone doesn't work there either.
No.
All you gotta do is hit the button, call help, and let them know, and they'll let you right out.
Yeah, but it
happened to
took
me
like
too.
7 minutes. It's not acceptable. I've paid them so much money over the years, B. Mitch, an astonishing amount of money.
All right, they're like an insurance company.
Yeah.
When they owe you something, they take forever. When you owe them something, they want it yesterday.
At least in the pre-COVID era, this parking lot was mostly full, so they could justify how much they were charging me. But it's half empty 90% of the time, and there's still no discount. No discount.
Landfill, I have a serious question for you.
Uh-huh.
You park in the building and it costs what, $250 a month, something like that?
Slightly less than that.
Okay. Call it 200 for round numbers.
One more than that.
Okay.
225.
225. I park
JP,
about
you're here
a block.
twice a week at
Hold on,
most.
Hold on, Landfill. That's not where I'm headed here. I park about a block away.
Uh-huh.
Like not even a full block.
Yeah,
Like
half a block.
Like a 4-minute walk.
That's way too far.
But it's free.
So
It's
what
not
you talking
free.
about then?
I'm curious what Landfill would do if given the option to park over there.
Free?
Free.
Well,
It's
the same option
certainly
I
not
would when y'all
free.
told me. Y'all
No. We're not talking to you, Brian. I'm asking Landfill.
Landfill. Don't listen to JP.
This is a hypothetical.
Well, he and his hypothetical friend told me I was going to have a parking spot over there 4 years ago, and I don't
You're
have
missing the point. I am curious if Landfill would do this. Free parking a block away or $225 a month in the building.
I mean, that's a tough one because
one. Well, give me the free parking.
There is no free parking, Brian. It's hypothetical.
We don't want no hypothetical.
I'm asking him a question.
I'm trying to laugh. I'm trying to work it out. If he
my
give me the
God.
free parking, I will pay half for your parking.
all right.
Ooh.
Give B Mitch the free parking.
No.
It's not up to me.
Well, talk to your friend. Well, I know Brendan know him. I'm gonna talk to him.
Cairo is in Ashburn.
Also,
Cairo.
shout
What?
out to the Kansas City Royals, my heroes.
Yo, bleep you. Hello, Cairo. Who you mad at?
This is rather fitting. Not a whole lot to be mad at with Washington football as of late, but I want to give a very polite bleep you to Brian Mitchell for being so damn competitive and picking fights with everybody at every available opportunity.
Where am I picking fights at?
Twitter, right here, right now, like literally 30 seconds ago.
Where was I picking a fight 30 seconds ago?
When I was just trying to ask Landfill a hypothetical question.
No, I'm trying to get free parking. I think that's being smart.
I'm not saying you're not justified. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to argue with everybody.
I don't agree. I normally give most people the bleep one finger salute, keep moving.
It's a good call, Cairo. Thank you, buddy. I don't think it's going to be well received, but it's a good call. To the competitive point, when we were playing golf in Arizona, we were playing golf in Arizona, and my boy Pete that was playing with us that wasn't in the match, you kept getting his score, and he said to me in the cart, he's like, "Yo, B doesn't have to keep my score." I was like, "That's just how B's wired. He's going to keep your damn score.
I'm gonna keep everybody's score."
I know. That's what I told him.
I mean, would he not want me to write down the 6s and 7s?
No, he had a bunch of pars.
When he had the pars and birdies, he told me immediately.
No, I think it was more like he knew we had a match going. He wasn't trying to slow it down. I just told him, I was like, that's how B's wired, man. Let's go to line 7. Scarrence, Terrence, McLarence. Who you mad at, Scarrence, Terrence, McLarence?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
We're good, buddy.
First, bleep you to JP. Unfortunately, JP, last week you disparaged the Scarrence, Terrence, McLarence name.
I like
Terrence
the name.
Government name.
I like the name.
Okay, well, you didn't like it when I called you out on the Cowboys colors, and I do apologize for that. I think we should have absolved you from
I was getting very worked up about the Cowboys colors thing.
Yeah, bleep you for walking out,
I'm on your team now.
Thank you, Scarrence.
I got your back. I got your back. But my big bleep to you is the national media. I don't like all the hype. Growing up, we never got it, even when we had some spurts of good. And I like staying under the radar. I don't like the Twitter agitators, the ML football, Dove Timons, jumping onto the latest trend. And I know we're hot right now. Jaden's the man, but just pump the brakes. Give us a few more weeks to stay under the radar, and let us live.
Thank you for the call, Scarrence, Terrence.
Terrence, if you want to stay on the radar, you don't be good. You don't win games. No, we don't want to stay on the radar.
But dude, even when you guys were awesome, like those 80s, 90s teams, they talked about it, but it was still the Niners, the Giants, the Eagle. Like,
I don't know. They talked about Washington a lot. And Coach Gibbs was just like all of y'all. Did not want nobody talking about us. Like, Coach, we've won 7 in a row. Why the hell are they not going to talk about us? We won 11 in a row. Oh, they're not going to talk about it.
But even that year, just because I collected all the SI covers, and SI was the national publication. I remember Art was on the cover after, was it starting 7-0 and beating the Bears?
I think that's when he set a record or something.
It said it was the cover was Skins game.
Yeah.
I know it was against the Bears. And then obviously the Super Bowl, but I don't, you know what I mean? Like, even if you count Super Bowl covers during that run of dominance, the Skins would not rank above a bunch of other teams.
But they were discussed nationally. They like some teams just got the national notoriety.
Sure.
Hell, Playboy chose us to win the Super Bowl. Buckheads asked Coach Gibbs about it. Coach Gibbs did not like the fact that it was Playboy. But guess what? That's a national publication. International.
Especially then.
That's an international publication.
For sure.
So, hey, when we get it, we don't want it.
Jeff,
Why?
can you explain to me what is going on with all the people in the chat complaining about the ads? You're watching a free stream. You're going to deal with the ads. What do I not understand?
I told Max, if they get the what you call them, they don't have to worry about it.
Nah, it's because they keep putting the ads in the middle while y'all talking.
Oh, all right.
It's a YouTube
And
thing. It's not a us thing. It's a YouTube thing.
Yeah, but if you get premium, you probably won't get that.
All right, our guy Drew is on line 6. What up, Drew? Who you mad at?
Before I start with Matt, I want to wish you all a happy New Year. Shana Tova. It's Rosh Hashanah today, so I want to put that out there.
Shana
But
Tova to all that celebrate.
But I am upset with Fox and CBS because we could have flexed next week's game against Baltimore, and those two could either have been the 4 o'clock spot or Sunday night spot, and we got blocked by 2 networks. And so it could have been an awesome tailgate. It'd still be good, but would have been nice to have
But
that.
Drew, you think they're going to give up their prime spots just because you want to be happy?
Well, they get it at a different time. It's a there's some bartering going on there, but it would have been good.
They got lawyers. They got miles and miles of lawyers, man. Drew, I used your tweet in All Ears last night. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that.
You're on there, baby.
I did. I saw that. I appreciate that, JP. And,
all right, man.
You used 1 to 3, but I'll take 1 to 3. That's good. It's not
spread it
as good as
around
3
a
and
little.
1, which is where our Commanders are now. That's good. So
thank you, buddy.
I'm loving life.
Appreciate the call.
Hey, Titus Jones say bleep Jeff for doing a good job this week, so he did have a reason to bleep him.
I'm gonna try to get through these calls. Commander Tequila is on the line. Hello, Commander. How do you do? Who you mad at?
I am mad. I got 3 bleep views. 1 bleep view to anybody that cuts the grass and throws that grass in the road. Bleep you. Damn, man. You could drive a motorcycle, you could drive a car, you get hit by a rock. Okay, that's 1 bleep view. And 2 is the fans that don't understand football. If you want to say get rid of who, get rid of another guy, get rid of the defender, the wide receiver, why don't you go play for football and see if you get hit? See if you go run through, try to get the quarterback. We got good players, good defensive, good offensive, and if you want to let the coach do the coach, let them do the job. Because I'm tired of these wannabe fans who keep yelling. Get rid of him. Go hire a 31-year-old and he'll do the job. Man, he's done, man. Let's get all the rookies. Let's get all the kids fresh up. It's a whole new vibe. It's a rebuild. It's a whole new. What can I say? Bless to everybody that don't like this. Bye bye. I see you in January.
Thank you, Commander. Thanks, buddy. Always appreciate those calls.
Hey,
I'm not
first
always
comment about Brian. JB was so confused about the grass comment.
Listen, I love Commander. He's a very loyal listener. He's a part of our incredibly weird family that we have on this program, but I often don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So I want to know how you get All Ears.
Go to the NBC Washington app is the easiest, or it's on my social media. Thank you for asking.
There you go.
Vince is in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, who you mad at, buddy?
Fellas, what's going on with you, man? And I got more of a positive bleep you today. I want to say bleep you to the Commanders for looking so darn good, man. The coaching staff, bleep you for looking good. Jaden, bleep you for looking so darn awesome. The offensive line, bleep you for protecting them. Just bleep you to the whole front office. Just bleep you, bleep you, bleep you. Thank you, and keep doing your bleeping thing. Love y'all, man.
I love it, brother.
Appreciate
Appreciate
it,
that.
man. That was great. Why was he saying bleep you to the folks doing well?
He was just, it's a positive thing.
Maybe
like keep doing your bleeping thing.
Oh, all right.
I say maybe it came early. The excitement.
Pause,
Jeff. Talk about premature bleepulation. Jay is in DC. Jay, last one. Who you mad at?
That's pretty funny. Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, no,
What's
man,
up,
I got
baby?
a couple of real quick. I know you remember a couple of weeks ago they had that robbery out Pentagon City. I was out there, so I want to believe them dudes who did that because they messed up my day. I mean, 5 seconds after I made my purchase, that's when the thing went down. They did it 20 seconds before. I probably could have got a free purchase. But my second one is, when to all the women out here, I came across this stat. All the women like to blame men for everything. I came across this stat I like to share with them. Is the divorce rate. They say the divorce rate for traditional marriage, men and women, is 50%. We all know that. Gay men divorce rate is 26%. The lesbian marriage divorce rate is 76%. So I just want them to know who's really the problem. Is it us or is it them? Y'all have a good one.
Wow. Wow.
That's a hell of a comment.
My man been researching today, boy.
I gotta say.
Oh, yes.
I gotta say, I had no idea where that call was going. And Jay, you got us somewhere, man.
You killed it, baby.
I
Thank
wonder
you for
who
the call.
he was mad at. Because who was he mad at? Because that was very specific right there.
I think
He say women that always blame men for their downfall.
Of course, he probably got
He's
dumped
saying
on
it's more
something
of them.
recently because he brought out the stats. I've never seen no one bring out the stats when having a
Yo,
gender war.
divorce stats too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, is there a pro football reference for divorce? Divorce reference?
He basically say if it's two men together, it's 20%. Two women together, it's 70%. When the women get with the men, it's 50%. So who brings in the higher rates? That's what he's trying to say.
I get it.
I get it.
That was a wild ride.
I'm just saying.
Jeff, is there anything you need to get off your chest, pal?
Nah, man, I'm good.
Jeff's
You good today, Jeff? Cool, man.
Jeff's good. All right, that's all I
Good.
need.
JP bringing on lunch tomorrow, he said.
All I needed to hear. I might just stay in Ashburn. Nobody go anywhere. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now is the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Week 5 of the NFL season kicks off tonight with Thursday Night Football. The Buccaneers take on the Falcons. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Coverage beginning at 7:30, kickoff at 8:15. For the Buccaneers, they're going to be without safety Antoine Winfield, defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer. For the Commanders, Jaden Daniels continues to rack up the awards as he was named Rookie of the Week for the 3rd time this season. He was also named the Offensive Rookie of the Month for the month of September. In baseball, 3 wildcard series already wrapped up with the Tigers beating the Astros. They head on to take on Cleveland in the ALDS. The Royals beat the Orioles. They'll take on the Yankees in the ALDS, and the Padres beat the Braves. They'll move on to take on the Dodgers in the NLDS. Game 3 tonight as the Brewers came back and beat the Mets last night in Game 2, 5-3. First pitch tonight for Game 3 at 7 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Whenever you hear this song, it means our boy Peter Rosenberg is set to join us. Usually from New York, but you never know with a man that has the profile of Peter Rosenberg. He could be anywhere. Hello, Peter. How do you do, brother?
That's very sweet of you, and I am in New York.
Good. Listen, I'm going to apologize for something that I think happened. Did our very own Jeff Walker just offer to give you a tattoo?
He did. He asked me whether or not I would trust him to give me a tattoo. And I told him promptly, no, I would not. But the good news is I'm not looking for a tattoo. So this isn't a bridge we actually have to cross.
Listen, you are on 2 different New York City radio stations, Hot 97 and ESPN New York. You've been doing this a long time, including at this station once upon a time. You're doing WWE. You're doing podcasts. You're doing everything. You deal with a lot of producers calling you, waiting on hold, going on the air. Have you ever been asked for a tat in any of those situations?
Honestly, no. You know what I'm saying? So in that sense, I like Jeff's gumption. You know what I mean? I really do.
I'm glad you call it gumption.
Isn't that nice?
I bet I know someone's gumption that you like way more, and his name's Jaden Daniels. 3-1 through 4 games. How fired up are you with your burgundy and gold?
Listen, I'm no longer playing the. I have this really bad tendency, and it's not just with the Commanders, though it is certainly strong with them. On account of the history, but like this need to always, when something good happens, to add an asterisk or an if, and I hope, but I don't want to jinx it. And I'm just enjoying this, man. This is awesome. I went out on Sunday. I had some work to do in LA, and I did it in the morning, and it worked out great because we were out west. So because we were playing Arizona, I finished up. I went to my favorite sports bar in LA where I've watched many a bad Redskin losses back in the day. And I posted up, and my friend was ready to leave, and it was 42-14 with 5 minutes left. And I didn't know what my life was. I was like, what is it like to have this feeling of your team is on the road beating the absolute crap out of a team that they're supposed to beat the absolute crap out of? Now, we can get into a conversation about how Vegas saw that line the way they did. That's bizarre to me. Hey, what do you want, Rocky? I don't understand that part, but it's an amazing feeling. And, it has you thinking this week, you go, Washington -3 at home against Cleveland? Does Vegas not believe in us at all? Is there something we don't know? But this thing is awesome, and Jaden is proving to be – he's beyond, I think, any expectation so far that anybody had for him, truthfully. This is the level of precision, the decision-making. Guys, the first time we talked, I said, can he just throw the ball away more? Can he just get out of bounds? Can he just be safer? Can he just be smarter? The answer is yes. He is safer and smarter every single week with his body and with the football.
Totally, man. And I'm curious for you, and you, I mean, it's one thing doing hip hop and stuff, but you also do sports radio up there, where I know it's been pretty relentless for you through all the bad times with callers and even your co-hosts and everybody just giving you a hard time about being a Washington fan. What's it like right now?
Quiet, very quiet. It's a lot of fun. And so far, I think I am still probably taking it, one day at a time and not getting crazy. But I will say I'm starting to push the envelope of pissing off my co-hosts a bit more by asking all of our guests about the Commanders, because now it seems like a way more reasonable question. It doesn't seem like me shoehorning it in. Why wouldn't Dan Orlovsky want to talk about Jaden Daniels? I mean, and certainly, obviously, we have SVP on every week. He's obviously happy to talk about it as well. But it's a real subject. So I'm enjoying it, man. I'm trying not to. Listen, guys, we still have that second Giants game sitting out there in a few weeks. Mm-hmm. Let us sweep the Giants and let it not happen with them being without a kicker. Let us beat them by 14 points. Then I will escalate the ish talk.
I will volunteer to come on the show with you.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that.
But you allowed yourself to enjoy this summer. I know over the last 20 plus years, it's been hard to enjoy it, even when they have a good moment here or there. Have you allowed yourself to be happy over these last 4 weeks?
No, I really have. The last two, I've really eased into enjoying it. It probably started clicking halfway through the Monday nighter. That halfway through that game, I started feeling like, wait a second, this kid is serious. This team is kind of serious. And then, by the way, I mean, we have talked many times on this show about the flaws of that defense, and rightfully so. But they're kind of tightening up little by little. And I'm not saying they're going to end up being a stout defense. I don't think they will, but I don't think they'll need the most stout defense to compete this year, because this offense could be incredibly potent, guys. I mean, everybody's falling head over heels for the Minnesota offense, and with good reason. But I really think Washington's right there in the conversation, second best offense in the conference.
Dude, I think you're right. And one thing I noticed you tweeted the other day, you can give Peter a follow at Rosenberg Radio. You want Davante Adams. Now, maybe that has changed. It seems pretty clear he's going to the Jets if he goes anywhere. But you are in on that pursuit, correct?
Well, I would have been. I mean, it depends what it requires, right? I don't know, what it would have required to get him. If it had been a second-round pick, potentially. I just feel like, he is the difference. He could be a difference between a team being very good and being just absolutely incredible. You look at this offense, and the ball distribution is great. Obviously, we know it took Terry time to get going with Jaden a bit. They seem to have picked it up a little bit. But when you look at the offense, guys, at the end of a game, it's not as if we have that one incredible breakout offensive star who's a complete terror to defenses. And I think adding that would be cool. I'm not bending over backwards about it. But when I saw their name in the mix, and now it sounds like they're not even in the mix at all, but that initial report had them in the first 4 teams potentially interested. Hell yeah. Davante Adams, they don't grow on trees.
Yeah. Well, and one thing I'll say is, for a long time, whenever a guy wants out or there's a free agent, and the Skins Commanders always get linked in, just because the thought process is always that's just a crazy organization. Who knows what they're going to do? Now, I mean, again, I don't think it's happening. I don't think it ever was happening. I think it's Jets or bust. But you could look at that and be like, well, maybe Davante Adams just wants to play with Jaden, and that, I don't think it's going to happen in season. But when we get to free agency next year, I think teams will look at Washington in a way that hasn't happened in a really long time.
Oh, it's so game changing. So if if you end, it's actually a shame, guys, that and I never thought I'd say this. Oh my God. It's actually a shame that we're not on national TV more often. And obviously, normally you would never say that because we are so trash on national TV. But now you want people to get a look at this team. You know, you don't want to be buried at 405 against Arizona, 405 against Carolina. I mean, God, it's probably going to be Kevin Kugler calling the Cleveland game next week. You know what I mean? You don't, now you want eyeballs on this team because you're right. Like, people are going to see this team play and see the way the offense operates and go, oh man, I want me some of that. So I think you're right.
Peter,
When it could happen.
Think about this. The Texans last year played 16 games Sunday at 1:00, every single one of their games. Then they got to week 18, their 17th game, and it was a win and in against the Colts, and they were Sunday Night Football, right? Whereas this year, now that CJ Stroud has arrived and everything has kind of happened, they have 2 Monday nights, 2 Sunday nights, and a 4:30 national game against the Ravens. And that's before any flexing starts. So if they show it this year, it will come next year.
Well, that's the scary part. I mean, and listen, Houston has somehow managed their way to a good record, but they don't quite look like they looked at the end of last year. So, yeah, listen, be careful what you wish for. But I guess I should be happy that we're kind of on the low a little bit. But I'll throw this at you guys. I got into an argument with a higher up at my company because I was talking about how I want to be talking more Commanders and Jaden Daniels. And I'm like, guys, I've been boring our company talking about the Commanders for years now. I think this is really going to become a story. And we had a little bit of back and forth, and he sort of made the comp to Houston last year. And I said, listen, man, no disrespect. First of all, I do think Jaden is going to be on a completely different level than CJ Stroud. That's his gut. That's me being a fanboy, and that's fine. But here's what I think is undeniable. The Commanders getting good is good for NFL business. The Houston Texans, with all due respect, they're a nothing burger. Like, there's no history. There's just not. So the fact is, if this team is balls out, if this Commanders team were to ball out, and it's so early, we could end up on the outside looking in still. Who knows? But if it goes the way you hope it does, and this division does not look great right now, certainly Philly showed that last weekend. Guys, I think we become a huge national story if they're actually a really good and competent football team. I really do.
I'm with you because the brand, the loyalty of this fan base is just like waiting. I think a lot of people right now are kind of approaching it with trepidation, but like if you get through the next month and all of a sudden 3-1 becomes 6-2, things are going to get for real, and it's going to get really, really interesting. Pete, we got to let you roll, dude. Is it Mets Mania up there? Obviously a big game tonight.
I mean, listen, I'll say this. It's certainly more Mets Mania here than it is O's Mania in Baltimore right now. But, I mean, that was
why you got to go and do that, love, huh?
I mean, listen, I watched every inning. What a horrible – it's like the worst-case scenario. This whole Orioles season was kind of a worst-case scenario in a lot of ways. But unlike the Orioles, though, you go into this Mets third game feeling confident because they've at least been putting the bat on the ball. So I think people still feel good about them. There were some questions about the bullpen last night. But, yeah, people are very excited. And the Yankees are on a break for like 2 years. So it's all Mets right now.
All right. We'll be watching tonight. I'm probably rooting for the Brewers, though. Let everybody up there know. Thank you for the call, dude.
I'll report. Later, guys.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got bets to make.
Follow that fella. Is Jeff standing up looking in the sky?
Yes.
You're so weird. B. Mitch and Finley. Yo, the whole world has Jaden Daniels fever. Check out our merch store for the latest Jaden Daniels and Commander shirt designs, plus the new No Punts shirt. Go to 1067thefanshop.com and order the t-shirt or the hoodie now. 1067thefanshop.com. A lot of people ask me where to
Trish
get.
sign off on that one?
I don't know. But a lot of people ask me where to get the B Mitch HOF shirt, and that's at thefanshop.com. Landville, you said something kind of weird there. That we owe Jeff an apology for something?
It's one of them off the air things.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Also, worth pointing out here, we had Brian Robinson on the program earlier. He didn't practice yesterday with the knee thing, didn't practice today. So that kind of makes you pay a little more attention to it. I still, to your earlier point, I don't think they're putting him on the radio with us if they don't think he's going to play.
Bam.
Something could have gotten complicated. You never know. Things can always change and get different. But we will be keeping an eye on it, and obviously more updates.
We'll keep you updated
here on the Fan throughout the day. Grant and Danny coming up next. I'm sure they'll discuss that too. What we got to do at the end of every day, end of every program, we make some bets. We keep track of it all week. We call it Heard It Here First.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first.
Uh-huh.
Gather around, gather around.
Jeffrey?
Uh-huh.
What was
He's
that?
out.
He must have won.
That's the heard it here first thing that always get me. He'd be like, uh-huh. But look, last night wasn't good, fellas. I went 0-3.
I won.
Yeah, I'm not focused on you right now, JP. I went 0-3. I didn't hit last night. Coming in third place, JP, you did win last night. You're now sitting at 2-1. B Mitch, you went second, sitting at 4-1. Landfield is in first, sitting at 3-0.
I'm 4-1. Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
How do we? You think 4-1? You think 3-0 is ahead of 4-1? B.
You hadn't lost a game. I mean,
That's right, undefeated. Can't
but he
make up
hadn't
a
played
loss.
enough yet.
That's tricky, but we got another night to figure it out. Obviously Thursday night football in the NFL, Bucks Falcons tonight. There's college football if you're into that sort of thing. Texas State going to Troy. Sam Houston going to UTEP. I've already lost money this year on UTEP. I think I'm going to stay away from them. You've also got Major League Baseball tonight. Mets, Brewers, 7:00 first pitch. And is there WNBA tonight too? No, the Dub is not playing tonight. Brian, what direction you headed, sir?
I don't know yet. I mean, Landfill's first. He should be the one on
That's
the
true.
T-box.
You're on the T-box, Landfill.
I'm taking the Bucks plus 2.5. Bucks. I don't believe in Kirk. He sucks on primetime.
Bucks. Kirk sucks. There you go. The Kirk sucking on primetime has been kind of dispelled. I mean, they went up to Philly and beat the Eagles on a last-second drive. That was only 3 weeks ago or something.
But you know who really sucks?
Philly?
The Eagles. They're frauds.
It's a good thing you're not a fan of theirs anymore, Lamb.
Nah, I can't imagine what it would be like being an Eagles fan. Some sorry people.
All right, B.
Having
now
no
it's
quarterback, no hope.
Your T-box.
I will take the Brewers money line, and I also am taking the Bucks.
Ooh, a lot of bucks. Jeffrey?
I'm taking the Bucks plus 2.5 too.
We just lost.
I like that. I'm gonna go player prop tonight. I think I kind of like Darnell Mooney. That's juiced up a little bit. Let's see what else I can do here. Bucky Irving for Tampa over 45. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna zag. Bijan Robinson under rushing total. What do you got that at, Landfill? I see it at 60.5. All right. Looks like 60.5 for Bijan, and we're taking the under. What a show today. A lot of fun today. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Charles Robinson for joining us. Thank you to Brian Robinson for joining us. How about that, B? Two dudes named Robinson joined us. Make sure you listen this afternoon, 3:30. Tyler Biotish will be joining Grant and Danny. That's right. Badass joins them. He has been a huge part in this offense. You go from subpar center play to really good center play, makes a big old difference, man.
Yep.
Badass at 3:30 on Grant and Danny. Thank you to Charles Robinson, Brian Robinson, and of course, Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to everybody that called in for Bleep You Thursday. Fun show today. We're back at it tomorrow. Andrew Siciliano at noon, Eric Metcalf at 12:30. Plus, we'll be giving away some Thomas Rhett tickets.
Ask me mention anything at 1.
Damn right.
Tune in.
If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels continues to rack up the awards as he was named Rookie of the Week for the third time this season. He was also named the Offensive Rookie of the Month for the month of September. For the Commanders, taking a look at yesterday's practice reports, Nick Allegretti, Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dominique Hampton, Tyler Owens, and Brian Robinson didn't practice. Also reports today that Brian Robinson wasn't at practice once again today. Tonight, Week 5 of the NFL season kicks off with Thursday Night Football. The Buccaneers in Atlanta to take on the Falcons. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 7:30 for an 8:15 kickoff. The Buccaneers are going to be without Antoine Winfield, Kalijah Cansey, Jalen McMillan, and Trey Palmer. In baseball, 3 teams already advanced from the wild card round to the division series. The Tigers defeat the Astros and move on for the first time since 2013. They'll take on Cleveland in the ALDS. The Royals advance past the Orioles, and they will take on the Yankees in the ALDS. And the Padres advance past the Braves. They'll take on the Dodgers in the NLDS. The Brewers came back yesterday to force a Game 3 against the Mets as they won 5-3. Game 3 starts tonight at 7 o'clock. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's October 3rd, 2024. You are listening to The Fan. Excellent show lined up for you today. Commanders starting center Tyler Biadasz joins us in 90 minutes at 3:30. We're giving out tickets to the Caps home opener in 2 hours at 4. And we've got tickets to see Deftones. We'll give those out in 4 hours at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. Danny, how are you?
I don't want to say I'm very well. I don't want to say anything inflammatory. Remember, I agree with all of you, and I disagree with the people I'm supposed to disagree with. I like what you like. I'm on your team. However, I need the kids to be in school. We have a no school thing today and a no school thing tomorrow. That's a no for me, dog. Here's my platform. Vote Rouillet in no election. I'll never run ever. But here's my platform. When the grown-ups are at work, the kids are in school. But Danny, what about when the grown-ups are at work, the kids are in school? On work days, they're also school days. Grown-ups are off? Yeah. Send them home. Let's go to get the haircut. Let's go to the grocery store. Let's go to the playground. By all means, let's have a nice weekend. Let's get an Airbnb somewhere. But when those grown-ups go to work, you know where the kids go? You got to every time. There's 1-to-1. There's no deviation. When the grown-ups go to work, the kids go to school. Grown-ups go to work and the kids go to school. It's a little rhyme you can remember.
I've got to thank all the people that reached out to me and who have wished me well for the prayers, the thoughts, everything. Means a lot. I fell going up my steps yesterday.
Yeah.
And I scratched my finger.
I didn't know how you wanted to address it. If you wanted to just get out of the way top of the show, it's the big elephant in the room here.
A little bit of blood.
Show the cameras on YouTube.
Some skin was peeled.
I can't even look at it.
I am wearing this Band-Aid right here. If you want to watch the show, you can do that on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. Initially, upon my medical tests on the sideline right after it happened,
you go in the blue tent.
They said there's no way you're coming back out. None. No way we see you again. Pretty sure I overheard Pam Oliver saying she's never seen anything quite like it in 34 years on the sideline. I'm here today. And in show business, and as a hockey guy, that next shift is yours. Show must go on. So not all heroes star in the Avengers. I am here. I will be here all show long for you guys. I'm doing it for Danny. I'm mostly doing it for Darius and Ryan because they're counting on me.
Yeah.
But I'm also mainly doing it for you guys.
So I don't, it's the immediate factor. So you don't always, it's always, we struggle to quantify things historically, but so I'm trying to have some perspective on it, right? Talking about your injury and what you're dealing with today.
What I'm overcoming.
Yeah.
The braveness I'm showing.
I respectfully, I would still go Ronnie Lott amputating the top of his finger. 1.
Debatable, but fine.
You 2.
Jordan flu game?
3.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I'll accept the terms.
So Ronnie Lott, still to this day, Ronnie, do you have a top of your pinky? No. Why? I cut it off to keep playing. That's one. You're number two.
As an aside, though, like shtick aside, the worst thing that can happen in terms of minor nothing burger, no one feels bad for you injuries is whatever this is.
Yeah.
It's one thing to scrape your finger.
Yeah.
The thing where like a little bit of a chunk, but you can't do anything about it, just like leaves you.
Just sit there.
And it's just open air. And if the Band-Aid's not on it, then it feels like somebody's stabbing it the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm making a little bit of a joke, but
It's super annoying.
I am definitely feeling it at all times.
Well, there's, and this is not the same, but last night, this is totally true. I bit my tongue harder than I've probably ever bit my tongue.
That one's tough.
It's on the left side where I think it was my canine. This guy right here, I think got it somehow. And I screamed, and everyone's looking at me at dinner like, what is the matter with you? I'm like, I bit my tongue. Just leave me alone. Shut up. It's still bothering me. So, but like, you can't see
that
it.
was last night.
It was last night.
And you're here.
Yeah.
The courage.
Right. And it's a talking mechanism
that you're displaying.
And nobody, like you, because no one can see it. You're just going like, I'm so sensitive. This really is bothering me. I just want to let everyone know that I'm in pain. Everyone's like, shh, 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 shh. Quiet. People are having fun.
Today's about perseverance.
Yeah.
On the Grant and
through
Danny radio program. Hey, congratulations is in order to Jaden Daniels. This is not a surprise in any way, but he was named the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month.
Another one.
That is what happens when you are named the Rookie of the Week 3 times.
Another one.
In 4 possible weeks of football. And this is what happens when you have 24 scoring drives and only 19 incompletions to this point on the year. This is what happens when you punt once in 3 games. Daniels completing about 82% of his passes, breaking NFL records in that regard. The player of the month among rookies, the offensive rookie of the month, is Jaden Daniels, who sets the pace for this rookie class.
100% well-deserved. The start to his career, the start to his pro regular season game journey has been beyond anybody's expectations. And it would be one thing if everyone else had hit the ground running too, if Caleb Williams had started the same way, just slinging it around the yard, 300-yard passing games, multiple touchdowns, or someone had done what Justin Herbert was doing or CJ Stroud was doing last year at this point, and nobody is. So even given the way the league is changing, the way the league is forcing, I would say, more mature passing, meaning it's not just pat the rock, sling it down the field and see what happens, YOLO. It's cerebral, smart, check it down, close to the line of scrimmage, read and react, get it out quickly. He's one of the fastest to get the ball out of his hands. Good decision-making is there. The coaching staff is accentuating that and working in a really smart way. It's his award, obviously, and he deserves it, but you share it with the context. You share it with everybody else that's A, around the league not doing anywhere near as well as you are, and B, a coaching staff with a really good, smart plan to accentuate those things.
The first month has gone as well as it could have.
Absolutely.
All expectations have been met or exceeded, and almost everything that could have happened offensively has either gone as planned or better. So it's just hard to not be really, really excited as they get ready for the Cleveland Browns as favorites at home on Sunday. We'll talk to center Tyler Biadasz, who's yet to be flagged for anything, who is part of a offensive line that ranks number 1 in run blocking and number 8 in pass blocking, according to ESPN's metrics. 4 games into the season. He's going to join us coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes. To your point, everyone's had a share in this thing. The receiving room has played well. The tight ends have been good. The blocking at the tight end position has been fantastic. The O-line, the coaching staff, Daniels himself, the running back room. I mean, it's just an everybody's eating kind of situation right now. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. I saw something online last night that brought a smile to my face. My lips were filled with smile.
Mm-hmm.
Today marks the first of 55 days. Do you know what is going to happen for 55 straight days?
I believe we don't have a day or evening, as it were, without a football game.
Starting today and for the next 55 days in a row, there will be a football game on, either by way of college or the NFL, that you can watch. You probably have to have a bunch of apps, but most of us do anyway. If you got a smart TV, you could probably watch those.
Yeah, there'll be a couple that'll test your boundaries. There'll be like a Tulane, New Mexico State game, at midnight somewhere.
This is always my favorite part, though, of the fall when this happens. It's go time. Grab that seatbelt. Make sure it clicks and let's get ready to rock and roll.
Grab that net, catch that beautiful butterfly, pal.
Thursday night football tonight, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Atlanta Falcons playing a little NFC South rock. I don't know what's better for Washington here. I would imagine you pick a team that you think wins that division, and you want them to win so that there are fewer South teams theoretically with a good record that you're competing with for the wild card. And if that's the case, then you probably want the Bucs to get to 4-1. They'd be the favorites pretty heavily in the South, rather than 2, 3-2 teams and the potential for 3 if the Saints were to win this weekend, all tied for first place. But should be an entertaining game. Falcons favored narrowly at home against a Bucs team. It's actually been better than them this season, so the line's a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I want to get back to that in a second, but just in terms of rooting for, to me, it's Tampa, and it's not close because that's easily better for Washington. It's not quite the college football adage where anybody who beats you, you want them to run the table so that your loss looks better in the eyes of voters. There's no voters, obviously, in pro football, but if someone's going to win that division, you'd like the leader in the division to win that division, especially because they already beat you. You're quite literally trying to take away another potential spot from somebody else. The NFC South winner will go to the postseason.
But what I mean is, if you think Tampa's going to be good, then you want that. If you don't think the Bucs are the best team in the division, as an example, like the Falcons a few weeks ago coming into the year, I didn't really get it, but a lot of people had them as the NFC South favorite.
Yeah, I did.
If that is the case, and you still think Atlanta's the best team, and they got off to the bad week 1 start with Cousins coming off the Achilles offensively, they could have won the Kansas City game, they didn't. If you think when it's all said and done, they're the best team in the South, then you shouldn't want Tampa Bay to get off to a 4-1 start, because for the same reason we're talking about with the Commanders beating the Browns, it starts to get really hard to not imagine a team winning 9 or 10 games. It's the same thing for Tampa Bay. So I think it's mainly going to come down to just what do you envision the Bucs being the rest of the way.
Right. And so I guess that's a fair counter. My vision is that the Bucs are the best team in that division.
It looks like it.
Right.
Their lone loss is a really bad loss.
Yes.
I mean,
they
really
were gross.
bad.
They played terribly.
They played a Denver team that's not good, and they lost 26-7 in a putrid performance. But their wins are very solid. They dominated Washington. They beat Detroit. I thought they got outplayed in that game. It doesn't really matter. You don't need style points. When you beat a team like the Lions, considered the best in the conference, and then they doubled up the Eagles this past weekend.
Yeah, they beat a vulnerable team. I don't know if the Eagles weren't good last week. I still think the Eagles will be good, but they're not yet. And they did what you should do. They beat the brakes off a team they're better than.
Big game for the Falcons, though. They're at home for the second time in 2 weeks. They snuck out a win they probably shouldn't have against the New Orleans Saints this past week on a final minute field goal. They got down the field via PI and then kicked a Younghoe Koo game winner from like 55 yards. So they got that win. If they can win this game, they would be 3-2 with a near win against Kansas City as the only loss in their last 4 games at that point. And then Carolina and Seattle coming up on the schedule. So a nice opportunity for them to possibly get to 4-2 if they could beat Tampa Bay. Interestingly, their only 2 losses would be against AFC teams at that point, too.
Which would really help them.
That is about as tiebreaker friendly as it gets. I know it's too early to start thinking about that, but look, if Commanders are going to be good and they're 3-1 trying to get to 4-1, we might as well start looking at some of these conference wildcard friendly type games.
It's relevant
through the lens of what Washington might want.
So they played Tampa twice in 4 weeks here, which is kind of crazy, right? So they open up Tampa tonight.
Do you like that or not?
So I like it when
it used to happen ever until like 5 years ago.
Well, I like it at the end of the season when you get all your conference games in, quote unquote, your division games in that way. You sprinkle one earlier, but for whatever reason, their chunk is in the middle of the season. So it's Tampa, Carolina, 2 divisional games, then Seattle, then Tampa again, another divisional game, Dallas, divisional game at the Saints. They in their last, I think it's 6 games or 7 games, they only have 1 divisional game. Yeah. So you're used to seeing that, like we stack the divisional stuff at the back end. They're stacking theirs in October and early November.
I still don't know how I feel, though, in the NFL about the games really close together. We've seen in the last couple of years, I think Washington did this once, actually, where they had a game against the Giants, a bye week, and a game against the Giants.
Yeah, it was that twice, yeah.
When I was a kid, that never happened. You would have a game against the team in the first 4 to 5 weeks in your division, and then you'd have one in December, basically. You wouldn't see them for long periods of time. But there's normally 1 or 2 times every NFL season now where teams are play twice in 3 weeks. I don't know that I love that.
I don't love that. So at the end of the season, I could sort of get down with that, maybe. But the Giants by Giants, that was stupid. Don't do that. Separate it by at least 2 games. You play a team once in 5 weeks or twice in 5 weeks, I can sort of deal with that if it's kind of, down at the end of the season. But right in the middle, I found it utterly bizarre. But anyway, to Atlanta specifically, it could be glass half full, glass half empty with them, right? They've been in every game, right? They've lost every game or won every game by a score. It hasn't seemed great, but they found a way a couple times. So maybe you kind of go, okay, if we get our footing, we could be the best team in this division. Or this is what we are. It's a coin toss every week. It's going to come down to one possession.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Tyler Biadasz today at 3:30, and those tickets to the Caps home opener right here at 4 o'clock. Jaden Daniels' jersey is the #1 selling jersey in the National Football League. I saw somewhere, and I don't know if this is true, that he also has the second highest selling jersey over a short period of time based on the other color. Like you could go white, you could go burgundy, whatever. Point being, the guy is right now the biggest star in the National Football League, and you cannot turn on a national shouty show where they're not doing some topic about where he ranks and how good he is and how lucky we are in Washington, which is a fact. We might have found the thing we've been searching for decades. We were out on the beach, Danny, like that old guy who woke up really early with his little, his beeping machine, his little metal finder.
A little metal detector.
Beep, beep. And we might have finally found the thing, the buried treasure. So we're lucky. We're happy about that. But because of his jersey sales, kind of got me to thinking about him being the it guy, the Commanders right now being the it team. Then I saw this quote from Roger Goodell on Good Morning Football. Have you heard what he said about the Commanders this week?
Oh, I saw it.
I'm going to read this quote to people. Goodell on NFL Network did a morning interview. This was 2 days ago. Would have been on Tuesday. I know what that franchise means to that community. You can see they're on the right path. I just think that team is on the rise. I think it'll be fun for the league to have them back. Now, there's a lot you can pull out of that quote. First of all, I think it's an amazing quote to say have them back because it really does feel like we've been on our own island out here, not really a part of the NFL, just completely irrelevant for a long time.
Yeah, everyone kind of had to play pretend, right? I mean, because it's really hard to remove an owner. It took what we just went through, which is lawsuits, minority owners suing, court cases involving Bruce Allen, John Gruden potentially, behind-the-scenes testimony, debt that couldn't be repaid, and all the strong-arming in the world is what it took to pry that tyrant away from his team. It's not – the owners are set up to be owners, and that's what the whole league is. It's a group of 32, give or take, with Green Bay being the exception, but basically 32 billionaires in a club. And that's what this is. It's all for their amusement, really, and to make a lot of money. It's not set up to remove them.
I think it'll be fun for the league to have them back. It reminds me of the member of the family that was cast off. You got into the relationship that everyone else didn't support, or you went down the wrong path and they tried to help you and they couldn't, and eventually they just kind of wrote you off and said they'll come back maybe. We'll see. And you're back. And you're at Thanksgiving again, and you're hanging out again, and everyone's just kind of, punching the arm going, hey, it's good to have you back, Danny. That's the vibe, right?
That's the feeling, yeah.
But between that comment and the Daniels jersey sales, it has brought back this idea that we're only probably an excellent football season away. We're a couple of really good football seasons away from it being a lot harder to get rid of this name. And I want to know if you're ready to make peace with that, Mr. Rouillet. If the Commanders are good, the name is going to stick. Now, I tweeted something to this effect a couple days ago at Grant H. Paulson, and most of the responses are angry people telling me how much they hate the name and how I'm dumb. And that's fine. But I'm not telling you you will like the name more because they're winning. That's what people are yelling at me as if I said. That's not what I said. You got to listen to me. I'm not suggesting if you don't like the name, that the name will grow on you. Although that may eventually happen. That's certainly not my point. My point is, and I think this is actually just common sense, if the Commanders are really good and they win 11 games for the first time since 1991, if the Commanders get to the playoffs and win a game for the first time in 19 years and then come in the next year expected to be good and do another double-digit win thing where they get to the playoffs and maybe go on a run, it just gets more difficult to change the name. And I just want everyone to understand that. I'm not saying you shouldn't be rooting for that. I'm not saying we should be hoping they lose. That would be ridiculous. I'm just saying it's time to make peace with this fact that if they're good and they have a quarterback that everybody likes, check, and jerseys are flying off the shelves and Commanders merchandise is being purchased at a rate that it wasn't previously, and they become the cool team nationally, which we're already seeing, and they become the it team in town, which we're starting to see, the name is not going anywhere.
The great Thomas Sowell has a quote that I often reference. There are no solutions, only trade-offs. This is the trade-off. I hate the name. It reminds me of Dan Snyder. I can't say it because it reminds me of Snyder. The whole thing is just Snyder to me. He ruined everything, and this was his last echo of his time here. I can't stand it. I hate the name. I hate it so much. I try to never say it. It's sticking. This is the plan. I'm telling you all along, this is the plan. They're going to kick the can down the road because they'd rather not spend the millions of dollars on the rebrand and the re-this and the re-this and then this PR campaign and this unveiling and the next 222.
Yeah, you could change the name again.
You can change it down the
But
line.
what if it doesn't?
If you don't have to do it, they're not going to do it. And every Jaden Daniels current team name jersey that's sold is another reason not to change it again. It's going to stick. And this is how it's going to stick. Is they're good and it's going, well, we got enough.
I think the premise is irrefutable. Frankly, I think this is common sense, right? The better the football team is, the more likely the name sticks. Can you make peace with that? That is the question for you guys as we open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny on the Fan. back. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30, and the preview of Thursday Night Football tonight. Tyler Biotish of the Commanders, suddenly revered offensive line, stops by at 3:30. Right now, we have opened the show by discussing the fact that the upstart club has the name getting more positive connotations nationally. Nobody's really second and third guessing themselves before they say Commanders on the shouty shows as they're yelling about how good they are and how good Jaden Daniels looks. And the question for you guys here locally, where the name is not popular, is, I guess, A, do you agree with what seems to be a pretty obvious premise that the better the team does, the harder it's going to be to change the name? 800-636-1067. And then I guess more importantly, can you make peace with that?
So I would offer one potential rephrase to also reel in some even more people. It becomes less necessary to change the name. It becomes less of a priority to change the name. In other words, Josh Harris and company have repeatedly said, like, we're not thinking about that right now. And it implies that you would think about it later. There's no need to think about it later. You know what I mean? It's
Remember,
a one
I
more
asked
way.
him point blank too when he had his one press conference before the season. Are you doing any research? Are you guys aware, based on that research, that the name isn't resonating, or do you have research that says otherwise? And I'll paraphrase his answer, but he basically said that they were doing research and that it does matter that the name is not popular.
And so the better brand association that you get with something, the less need there is to change the brand.
Exactly.
It's fundamental. It's marketing. It's economics 101. It's your first business class. Welcome to business school. If somebody likes your brand, if you're Coca-Cola, don't change it to something totally different. You got a pretty good brand going.
I was texting with a buddy who's a lifelong fan of the team today, and we were discussing this very thing. And he had made the point that it doesn't really matter if the people who are angry that it's not Redskins ever come back or not, if it becomes cool enough that the casuals join. Because you grow a new fan base.
Correct.
In other words, you fill up RFK Stadium with every single person who is at every single game, who knows Jurgensen and who knows John Riggins and all those guys' stat lines, and say every single one of them doesn't care as this team's playing in a playoff game in January. But think about 7th and F Streets when the Capitals went to the Stanley Cup. Think about the Navy Yard when the Nats went to the World Series. There were so many people dancing in the streets and partying and buying their red T-shirts to rock who couldn't tell you who Chandler Stevenson was on the Caps' third line and didn't necessarily know who Tanner Rainey was in the Nats bullpen, but it was the thing to do. It was kind of fun, and they became fans that still go to Caps games a couple times a year, that still go to Nats games a couple times a year. So while my point is I think it does matter to still appease and appeal to that fan base that's been disenfranchised, his point is the numbers, it's just math. Like, the numbers will grow exponentially. Young people don't care that it's not Redskins anymore. A random 10 or 12-year-old, my son, who's a toddler, who when we were in the store pointed to the Jaden Daniels jersey because he hears dad talk about him and said he wanted the jersey, they don't care that it's not Redskins. And so if they're the cool team, if they're the it team with the it quarterback, it's just going to happen naturally. Let's go to the phones. George is in Fredericksburg on the Fan. Hey, George.
Hey, boys. What's going on, man? Thank you, as always, for taking my call. I appreciate it.
You got it, dude.
And just to answer your general question, first off, I guess you would have to be at peace with it. But I would argue that it is refutable because right now we're saying that Jaden Daniels' jersey is the one that's flying off the shelf. So are we breeding Commanders fans or are we breeding Jaden Daniels fans? So what I'm saying is that if he decides to leave after his contract and all the extensions are put on there and he decides to leave and those jerseys are no longer selling, are we still, the Commander's name is still going to suck. So it's just going to be predicated on how long is Jaden there or the next Jaden.
So it's a good point, but it doesn't matter for the greater conversation because the point is the purchase is being made. The merch is moving. The merch is being worn. The gear is out there. We're going from a time where nobody wants to buy gear to a time where they will. So the reason why they're buying it, if I'm Josh Harris, doesn't really matter. It just becomes part of the fabric. Instead of walking down the street and never seeing anything that said Commanders and seeing a bunch of stuff that said Redskins, you'll start to see more stuff that says Commanders.
Right. And so from their perspective, what impetus do they have to change it? It's working. You know what I mean? Like we have to do nothing. You could do nothing and make a bunch of money, or you could spend a bunch of money in the hopes that the new thing works. The point is, it's now the path of least resistance.
800-636-1067. Shane, DC, you're on Grant and Danny.
Hey,
What's
Shane.
up?
Commander, how y'all doing today, Grant?
Good, bro.
Good. First, I want to give a shout out to my hometown, man. Tennessee just got, just got destroyed by the hurricane. So shout out to my people down there. But hey, look, man, I think the name's going to change, regardless of what it is. I think, like Commander hit it on the head, it's still left over in Daniel Snyder. I mean, it's still part of him that is in this city. And I don't care if they go out and win the Super Bowl. I think they change. Is it going to be now? But no, but the name needs to change. They need a new brand to get away from that Snyder, that horrible owner that we had here, that scumbag. But no, I think that right now it's a priority. Like you said, no, they got more things to worry about, a stadium, things of that nature. But I think the name is what it is for the next couple of years. But I do believe that this name will be changed, regardless if they win or not. I mean, like the last caller said, are we fans of the players? Or are we fans of this team? Players come and go in this league, as you know. NFL's not for long. So my theory is it's going to be a couple of years. It's no hurry, but I do believe that this name's going to be changed. It's never going to go back to the Redskins, as we know. It's not going to happen, but I think we can get a better name than the damn Commanders.
Well, I'm with you on that. And Shane, hope everybody, you and yours are all happy and healthy and safe. Scary stuff. But just to the trivial matter of the name itself, I hope you're right, honestly. But I guess the point here is, I don't know how to say it better than this. If I'm ownership, I go, this is a lever we can pull. If things don't go well on the football field, which happens, by the way, draft picks don't pan out, guys get hurt, or the bottom falls out, or it turns out we made the wrong choice somewhere. It's a regular football operation, and those things happen. The wrong GM, the wrong coach, the wrong whatever, right? If we're not playing well, if we can't pull the shiny new stadium card, if we can't do the thing that's going to try to re-engineer or re-excite this fan base, that is a lever we can pull. If we don't have to pull it, and spend the man hours, the consulting fees, the reprinting, and all the the policy stuff that you have to do to file the trademarks. We don't have to do that. We're not doing it.
He said if they win a Super Bowl, it won't matter. They'll change the name. That I completely disagree with. Now, I don't know what the line of demarcation is. If they get to this point, then you can't change it. But, and maybe he was being hyperbolic. If they were to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, they're the Commanders forever. I mean, again, look at the Capitals and the Nats runs, which are a microcosm of what a Super Bowl run would be in this town. It would be unlike anything we've seen in my lifetime, literally ever in sports in this city. Dan Snyder would be such an afterthought. Nobody would be talking about him anymore. They will have already turned the page, or at least that's what they will have sold at that point. So what about if they get to an NFC championship game? Is that enough? Is a playoff win or back-to-back years with playoff wins enough? I'm not sure. But I just think it's common sense that there's going to be more positive connotations to the name.
Mm-hmm.
There will be more buy-in for the operation, and there will be gear everywhere if they are winning football games. And if you're the owners, you go, wait a second, this is a gigantic expense. It is a gamble anyway that they like the next thing.
Yep.
It is something the league would rather us not do as it is. It's a huge pain in the tuchus. Why are we doing this when things are trending well at this point? Let's go to Leo in Gaithersburg. What's up, Leo?
What's going on, Grant, Danny? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, the name's sticking. No matter what anybody says, even if we don't win a Super Bowl, even if we have the next 5-6 losing seasons, I think it's sticking. Just because
So I'm going to let you keep going. I don't want to cut you off, but from making the rest of your point. But I just want to say I disagreed with that before this season, and I still would disagree. Like if they don't have positive memories that go along with the name and the purchase and all those things that come to change the perception, there's just too much research right now that's been done that shows that the fan base hates the name.
Right. Just like you, my 5-year-old daughter, she has no clue who the Redskins were. We were in Dick's last weekend. She wanted a little cute Commanders cheerleading dress that she could wear when we watch the games together. Like, you know what I mean?
I bet she got it too, Leo.
Did she get it, Leo? I bet she did.
She wore it.
Oh, yeah, she did, because I don't have to DVR the games. If she's cheerleading for me, I can watch them live, right?
There you go.
But here's the thing. What about Danny? And I'm with you. Like, I really didn't like the name. I didn't even like the way they couldn't even close the blinds. Remember how they unveiled
of course,
the name?
yeah. Come on.
They couldn't even like that. They couldn't even the foresight, right? It wasn't there. But what if they rebranded the Commanders? My favorite Commanders jersey, like apparel that I have, is this bootleg T-shirt I got, the Dan Quinn one with a W and the feather, right? It's my favorite piece of gear because it's an homage to the past, it's the future. What if they rebranded the Commanders brand? And we had that circle. We had the W. We had
well,
the
they're not
feathers,
going to
and the
go back
Commanders-
with anything with the feather.
Thank you,
Appreciate
buddy.
the call. I mean, I'll just cut you off at the pass there. Nothing with Native American imagery is going to be used. It's just not going to happen moving forward. But if they redid the brand a little bit, I think that is on the table.
I think it would help.
They get rid of these dumb jerseys immediately and bring back the old jerseys. That would be the first thing they should do. They should be doing that next year, as far as I'm concerned. Bring back these Super Bowl era jerseys and get rid of these stupid colors and these stupid jerseys. That's one step. If they do a few things like that and it's Commanders and they're winning, I'm sorry, guys. Get used to the name.
Yeah, I mean, the best comp we can offer here, different context for why the name was changed, but with Wizards and Bullets. I still hate Wizards, by the way. There's no point in fighting it, right? The fight is over. I lost decades ago.
Such a good point, because everyone wants to argue about, I'm not going to like the name. I'm not telling you you're going to like it or that everyone will. If you poll Wizards fans right now, how many people like the name? It's probably below 30%.
Well, but all, anybody Ryan's age, even your age and below, probably don't even remember Bullets. You don't even remember that name meant something.
I barely have a file, but my earliest memories are their first year as the Wizards.
Yeah, and so the point is you take the air out of the ball, you wait, and this is just what it is. I still hate Wizards. I can't stand it. It's a terrible name that should never have been changed. And yet, here I am. I've accepted it. I'm not at peace with it, whatever that the distinction is. I don't like it at all, but there's nothing I can do about it. And I think that's the best case for a lot of us.
Using that phrase, making peace. Can you make peace with this team name if times get good around here? Because if they continue to win, you might have to. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Tyler Biotish on the show at 3:30 today. That's coming up in about 45 minutes. We want to give the O-line some love. They've been outstanding. Commanders coming back home to take on the Cleveland Browns at Northwest Stadium on Sunday afternoon. Rolls off the tongue nicely. Just like Dad did it. He's going to see his Commanders at Northwest Stadium.
Yeah. Have times changed at all? I'm trying to look anything up.
If they keep winning, though, times might not change that much more.
Yeah, you're going to downtown D.C. to watch it play, right? No, you're not. East of the city to go to Northwest.
I think I've always assumed when they're in their new stadium in 2030, they'll have a new name. That's kind of the timeline. It'll be before then at some point, but not immediately. But if they hit on the quarterback and Daniels is Josh Allen or he's Lamar Jackson, and they're selling games out and people care again and everyone's got his jersey, they're not changing the name. I just don't see a path to that. Because even though Danny's still going to want the name changed, and I'm still going to want the name to be something different. A lot of people will,
but there won't be the need.
Yeah, every person, I don't want to say everyone, probably at a 90+% clip, right? The people that hate the name are going to continue to hate the name. You're going to be replaced by some guy who hadn't been a fan of the team that now is. By some girl who wasn't a fan of the team, who was just playing fantasy football, who now loves Jaden Daniels and the really good team in their backyard enough that she goes to the games. And they don't care who it is. They just want the butt in the seat.
Yeah, there's an old phrase that's usually related to politics. So everybody, adult pants on here will be fine. I promise you guys will be fine. But people vote with their pocketbooks.
Don't say the word vote, dude. It's October 3rd. The election's almost a month away. We don't want to scare anyone away. Please do. Show meeting. Do not say the word vote.
I would never say it.
Okay.
I would never say it. People wrote with their pocketbooks.
Okay.
Right? The point is, if money's being made, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your principled stance. I'm sorry about how I'm angry. I'm over here furious. I can't stand it. I hate it. I just see Snyder's smirking dumb face. I can't change anything. If people are like every jersey that's sold with the current name on it is another step walking away from me going, but wait, come back, change it.
The wife and I never had a conversation about this, but it became very obvious after several weeks. We were not buying anything that said Commanders. This is not some hard and fast rule. And for me, I don't wear team gear really anyway, but we just weren't going to make any of those purchases, right? The stuff she would buy for the kids would just say Washington football, the football team, whatever. My son walks in the door with a Commanders Jaden Daniels jersey. And I kind of looked at her and I was like, I guess we're doing this now. She's like, he wanted a Jaden Daniels jersey. That tells you something, as does the coverage all over the country right now. Let's go to Disco and Laurel on G&D. What's up, Disco?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So, look, here's what I think is going to happen. I think the same thing could happen like it happened with the Caps and maybe the Nationals. DC is such a transient town, and you do have some diehards who have been here. But when you've got people, when they start winning and people casually, it becomes a social event to go to the games.
Totally.
You're not going to buy your 10-year-old kid a Monty Coleman jersey. You're not going to buy, you're not going to have some congressional aide. Let me go get a Art Monk jersey. People are going to buy Jaden Daniels jerseys. People might buy Brian Robinson or whomever. And just on that note, I literally an hour ago just got back from the team store at the stadium and bought a Jaden Daniels jersey after I emphatically said that I would not. I put it on Twitter. I said I wasn't going to do it. And damn if I didn't do it.
Dude.
Here we go. I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about. I got a tweet here. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. This is from Anthony. He says, this, in all caps, is the reason why I was begging them to put a higher priority on changing the name.
Exactly.
Because of the possibility of becoming a winning franchise with it. And to that, I would say, this is exactly why they didn't put a higher priority on changing the name.
Agree with all of it.
Because they took the air out of the ball and said, maybe if we hit on the quarterback, we don't have to. And so far, it looks like they hit on the quarterback.
100%, my friend.
Let's go to Chad in Alexandria on the Fan. Hey, Chad.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, dude.
So I'm 28 years old, and I've been a lifelong Redskins fan, which means I've never seen us win before or any winning tradition. So I couldn't care less what the name is as long as we're winning.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to feel that way.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the point.
And I get that, by the way. I don't begrudge that. Because if you never had the unbelievable amount of joy that people my age and older had, where's your association? Your only memories of the then Redskins were expectations, disappointment, scandal, and nonsense. So, yeah, what brand attachment do you have?
There's
I get
workarounds, to be clear. I got a guy, Jimbo, here saying, do what me and my buddies are doing. And he's got a picture of some site where you can still make your own Redskins jersey. And so I don't know what
that's going to get shut down, brother.
I don't know what country it comes from. I don't know what viruses he get,
Yeah.
but they're getting Jaden Daniels jerseys there. I got another guy who sent me a picture of his new jersey, which is a white LSU jersey with like the gold trim. So it doesn't look that different from an aerial shot necessarily. You're wearing white. It's a Daniels. Like he's going, I'm not buying a Commander's jersey. And while I respect the hustle, that's just not what most people are going to be doing.
Right.
They're going to, where's the closest? I almost dated myself and said Models. But where's the closest Dick's? Where's is Sports Authority even a thing?
I think so.
Where's the closest Sports Authority? They're going to go get their jersey because it's right around the corner.
Sports Authority did shut down, by the way.
Everywhere or just some?
Everywhere.
Bummer.
I mean, this whole segment is just I remember when I was young.
Dude, you ever go to Sports Authority? They had all sorts of things.
We'd go to Sports Authority, and then we'd go right over to KB Toys, and then we'd end our day at Kmart.
Yeah, I swung by Kmart. That's still around? It's not? Okay.
Friendlies? Don't tell me Friendlies is gone, too.
A lot of times I peruse the CDs at Tower Records in hopes of purchasing a new one.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on G&D. Are you with us that wins are going to make it harder to replace the name? This is Grant and Danny. Also, at the top of the hour, there could be another change coming to the new kickoff that makes it even easier for you to get the ball closer to midfield. We'll explain. Thursday, Grant and Danny means we're creeping toward week 5 in the NFL season. You know, we wait forever for the start of football, and then like that, it's a quarter way
Light
over.
speed, yeah.
Week 5 already is preposterous. The local footballers have a bright future. It is time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show can help, the law firm Condorian Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Tyler Biotish is on the show in 30 minutes to talk about how Washington's offensive line has played so well. We're giving out Caps tickets to the home opener in 1 hour, right at 4 o'clock here on The Fan. Before we get back into people who want to weigh in on whether or not the team name's going to stick as they continue to win, and if Jaden Daniels is the real deal and they become the it team with the it quarterback. Another comment Roger Goodell made in that interview we mentioned last hour on NFL Network was that they have begun talking about, and that there is a possibility, if needed, that they would change the yard line you start your drive with after a touchback with the new kickoff from the 30 to the 35. That's something they would consider for next year. So that tells you two things, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, this new kickoff right now is not only working in their eyes, but they like it. Number two, that while there have been a lot of returns compared to the past, they want even more.
Right. Instead of some, which is more than it used to be, they want a lot. And I'm all in. This is correct. I love this.
Starting at the 30 currently is one of the biggest reasons, in my opinion, why we're seeing less punting, not just in Washington, where they don't punt at all. By the way, go to 1067thefanshop.com for our brand new shirt, which I think is awesome, at our 1067 The Fan merch store. It's just the word punt with basically being crossed out because the Commanders don't punt. It's very, very cool burgundy and gold t-shirt. Go buy it. Go check it out. It's a good look. But punting's down all over the league because you're getting the ball at the 30. 15 years ago, it was the 20. Then it was the 25. Now the average starting field position is the 29.
You get to midfield, you're in field goal range.
Field goal kickers are the best they've ever been. There's been one missed kick on 116 attempts, 40 and in. It was the Packers' nubby kicker this past week against the Vikings. Narvison, I think's his name, who wears the number 44. Please stop doing that. Kickers should not wear numbers that are not single digits, as an aside. But
they can't wear a team number?
I'd rather them not.
Okay.
If they have to, like you're the Yankees, you don't have any single digit numbers available,
Mm-hmm.
I can sign off on that. You should never wear anything above 19. That is, you just don't get to employ a kicker if you don't have a number for them.
Oh.
That would be my new rule.
I like that.
You have to cut someone who's a single digit number or a teens number or move them to a different number.
I like this no employing kickers thing. We're seeing simpatico on.
No. I love
Aren't we
kickers.
we're on the same ground there?
Big kickers guy. I just 20s, 30s, 40s, like all the way through 90s. It's not college football at the University of Georgia. Enough already. But anyway, that guy, because of the number he wears, he missed a kick. It was the only kick inside of 40 that's been missed by a kicker all year. It's automatic, right? On top of that, kickers are now kicking routinely from 60. Did you see Joey Sly this week?
Yeah.
From 63 and
Just
54?
casual.
So easy. So you don't have to go as far as you used to. You're starting closer to midfield than you ever have before. You basically need 2 first downs and you're in field goal range. That's why everyone is not punting. Also, on 4th and short and plus territory is a go situation most of the time. So if you basically get 15 yards, now it's 4th and 2 or less, you're in no man's land. You might as well go for it anyway.
Might as well go.
So it's kind of become more fun. And I think Goodell's noticing that. And he's going, well, heck, let's just move it up to the 35.
And by the way, again, let me co-sign. Wherever I can rubber stamp that, I will. The thing that baseball was so bad at forever, and that's why we had all these sweeping changes in one offseason, where we're like, and there's no shifts, and there's a pitch clock, and there's this and this and this. And everyone went, whoa, that's a lot. Well, football does it incrementally. When we tweak something, hey, this is working. This is really working. Now let's turn it up. Instead of waiting 15 years to get a big data sample, they're not waiting around for it. They realize we're onto something here. Let's turn it up.
Don't you miss good punting a little bit?
No.
I mean, we're friends with Tressway. Don't you miss that angle punt to the sideline? The
no.
Dropping a punt inside the 10 that kicks up with a little backspin just so.
You're not going to get me to say something bad about Tressler.
Yeah.
I'm a Tressway guy. I don't miss him at all. I don't miss punts at all.
Let me be clear, Mr. Obama style.
Yeah.
Let me clear.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying has nothing to do with the Commanders not punting.
No, I understand.
I don't ever want to see Tress do anything but hold ever again. I just mean around the league, we're losing a little something if we miss out on the art of the punt?
I don't miss it. It's
Okay.
like saying, do you miss like toenail fungus? It's a part of the game that's necessary. That's going to happen. I don't miss it at all. I don't want to see it. Those are not the football players. I want to see the football players. I want to see the linemen, the wide receivers, the running backs, the quarterbacks, the incredible athletes that are running shuttle cone drills in 3 seconds, then with 300 pounds. I want the incredible thing, not the dude that looks like he could be selling beer in the stands, jogging out there and putting foot to ball, then jogging back off. The more football we can have with football players, that's what I want.
You know what would be silly? And I don't mean silly like wacky.
You
I
mean like sell.
Silly like Johnny Cakes Allville says, sell it.
A little bit. Well, like,
if they're going to do the thing next year, let's say,
Mhm.
where there's still too many teams, because there's 3 or 4 teams that have quite literally just every single time still booted the ball through the back of the end zone and given teams the ball.
Like,
at
we
the
don't want to
30.
mess with us.
We're not doing it because
Mhm.
some big returns have been ripped off. We're not dealing with it. If they want to penalize that and they do the thing where instead of the 1st and 10 at the 30, it's now the 35, I think they should move the spot for the kickoff out of bounds up. The kickoff out of bounds has always been the 40,
Mhm.
which at one point in time was twice as big a penalty as a touchback.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now it's not twice as big, but it was sizable from the 25 to the 40, whatever percentage that is, but it's a 15-yard discrepancy.
Mhm.
We're down to a 10-yard discrepancy at the 30. If you move the touchback distance up to the 35, at some point we've got to adjust the out of bounds distance to like midfield.
I'm with that.
If you just kick the ball out of bounds because you're trying to get cued or something, or you're landing it in the landing zone, let's really make kickers' lives more difficult. And let's make the skill on kickoffs play a little bit. If it goes out of bounds, you get the ball at midfield.
Oh,
Something
cosign.
crazy like that.
Sign me right the hell up.
But remember all of this when you're wondering, how's scoring trending up? And percentage of drives with points and percentage of drives with punts. What's it all mean? You're starting further upfield. You need to get less distance to get into field goal
Mhm.
range. It just makes sense.
And it's a huge reason, probably also, and now I'm thinking about it, why passing numbers may be down. Another one we haven't talked about, right? We talk about the way teams are defending.
Why take a shot when I only need 15 yards?
Yeah, but it's also, you're not getting out of the shadow of your own end zone anymore. Like the rare occasion someone has a return, 60% of the time in the old way, there's a block in the back, there's a hold, there's something illegal. So now you're backed up to your own 14. It doesn't seem like much, but that's 15, 16, 20 extra yards per drive that you're sacrificing based on field position.
Yeah, yards per game maybe go down.
Mhm.
Yards per attempt shouldn't really change, which has always been a better stat anywhere. But I am curious to see kind of where all this trends. We could ask Tyler Biadish about some of the specifics of where drives are beginning and how things have trended differently in the league this year. The center for the Commanders joins us here in about 20 minutes on the Fan. Let's go to the phones, though. 800-636-1067. Danny, we've been talking to people about as the teams standing within the fan base improves, the way they're talked about nationally gets better, the team name's going to start having a more positive connotation.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable. And I think this is part of the strategy. The way I view it is the name change, a new stadium, and then to a smaller degree, a rebrand or, new uniforms or different things. These are all levers that an ownership group that's smart, by the way. These are not stupid people. These are billionaires who figured a lot of things out about how to market things, about how to, build brand equity and all that kind of fancy stuff. The different levers they can pull to try to engineer the fan base or re-excite the fan base or to build the group, right? Well, the easiest way, the path of least resistance, is that the football team be good. And I know that's annoying. I used to get so annoyed over the years whenever there was any kind of name change conversation where adults are trying to talk about some logistics, whatever, and somebody would call up and go, just win. That's all that matters. Just win. As if they've solved the problem and solved the puzzle. Like, oh, okay, we'll just do that. We'll just do that simple thing they've been neglecting to do.
I just wish someone would have said it earlier. I never thought about that.
It's what a crazy thing to think about trying to do. So here's the thing. If they're able to actually do that, which is really hard to do, but if they're able to do so, they don't have to do the other things to build the interest. There's less urgency in their mind.
A restaurant does not have to be run as well, and the service doesn't have to be as good if you are addicted to the food.
You don't have to do 2 for 1 or buy one, get one or whatever. Yeah.
If the food is why you're there and you know it, and it's the best you can get anywhere, and you love it every time you eat it, you're probably going to deal with a little bit more that you don't love at the restaurant. Let's go to Jay in Leesburg on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Grant and Danny. Thank you so much for taking my call. You guys are awesome.
Appreciate you, dude.
And I want to give a quick shout out to my Brown Munde. And I just want to say that regardless of how much we win, I will never accept, myself personally will never accept the Commander's name or the entire brand itself. I'm 33 years old and been a lifelong Redskins fan, and I've yet to buy a single piece of Commanders or Washington football team gear. In fact, I still look for Redskins gear anywhere I go, everywhere I go. And I actually, I think a caller said this earlier on the show that they found websites where they customize and make Redskins Jaden Daniels jerseys or other players' jerseys. So I still continue to do that. I still buy Redskins jerseys, and I'm having my first child actually this December, and I already bought 4 or 5 onesies, Redskins onesies for her, and I refuse to ever dress her in anything Commanders related. If they change the name, I mean, I know it might not go back to Redskins, but if they ever change it to anything else, I might think about dressing her in that in the future. But Commanders just reeks of Dan Snyder, and obviously we all hated that guy. So
yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
So first of all, congrats.
Yeah, way to
you
go.
have no idea what you're in for. It's the best, and having a daughter is the coolest thing in the world. So congratulations, buddy. That's number one. Number two, I admire your stubbornness. Not necessarily in this regard, although in this regard too, but just generally.
Yeah.
I like that you are seemingly you've put your flag in the ground, you're not moving. There are people out there like him. My point is not that he's ever going to change his mind. He might, by the way. Doesn't know it yet, but maybe 3 Super Bowls from now, in 10 years, if Jaden Daniels is Patrick Mahomes 2.0. Again, I'm not predicting anything crazy hypothetical time. I'm just suggesting. Maybe, just maybe, Commanders is not going to be something that you dislike or think about Dan Snyder when you see it. But regardless if that happens or not, I don't think that's what they have to worry about. I think what they are thinking is all of the kids in your son's class who are wearing Messi jerseys will start wearing Jaden Daniels jerseys. And they'll start wearing Ryan Williams jerseys when they draft the 17-year-old wide receiver out of Alabama and he becomes the best receiver in the league and he's Justin Jefferson 2.0, let's say. They are banking on the random 25-year-old dude who's from Chicago who now likes the Nats and the Caps and just watches his fantasy football team on NFL Sunday Ticket and Red Zone, who falls in love with Daniels and the team and buys season tickets. Enough of those guys coming over. They're banking on when they're good, just like 10,000 people stood outside the arena to watch a Stanley Cup game, or the entire Navy Yard was shoulder to shoulder in front of the Metro out here by the bullpen to watch a World Series game with a bunch of people that didn't know who Max Scherzer was a month earlier. They're banking on that happening for this team as they win. And if it happens, then the people like you and him and me and others that don't want to buy Commanders gear just aren't going to matter.
It doesn't matter. Try to quantify it this way. For all the lapsed fans, the paradigm before was, how do we get them back? How do we get them back? How do we get them back? The disgruntled only Redskins fan, the disgruntled I'm not going to the stadium, Danny Rouillet type fan, the disgruntled I won't buy jerseys as long as Dan Snyder's in charge fan. How do we get them back? How do we get them back? This is a paradigm shift to how do we find new? You can win some back by good performance on the football field, a better stadium, a new stadium, whatever. But some you're never getting back. I think it's a smart point here, but it's a sea change. It's basically saying we'll do everything we can to welcome people back in the fold.
It
They're
is
welcome.
a
We love
math
that
equation.
But the most important thing is new, is to build new, which nobody was doing for decades because they couldn't get out of their own damn way.
How many sports fans are there in the DMV? How many sports fans are there that are not diehards of NFL teams already? That's the group that you need to win over, essentially. You're going to try to win the other group over, the Danny Huhays as well, the guy listening who's 57 years old and went to RFK with his dad and is livid that it's not Redskins. They'll win as many of them back as they can. They're going to try. There's things they need to and should do, like getting back to uniforms that are just not these, the new ones that are different than the old ones, regardless of what they tell you. They're different. They should not wear the ones that they wear currently. They stuck with burgundy and gold, supposedly, although they didn't. And they told you the jerseys weren't going to change, and then they changed. They'll do little things along the way, I'm sure. But it's about the millions of people that are living in these condos down here in the Navy Yard that may be from here or may not be, that go to Walters on a Sunday to watch 6 games. And all of a sudden, Jaden Daniels is the hot ticket, and you're playing Lamar and the Ravens in Week 11 in a primetime game, and they go, dude, I'm going to watch Jaden. All of a sudden, you're playing an NFC postseason game where the Eagles are in town, and it's the NFC Championship game, and they're going, Everyone's talking about it at work all week.
I also recognize too that fandom is different than my age group. I just local teams. That's the only interest, the only thing we could see, the only thing I could possibly ever be associated with. I mean, it's your generation too, but even younger. For my son, his favorite player is some dude named Holland. It's not spelled that way. It's like Hagland or something like that. He loves that guy. I don't know where he's from or what he does. Plays for Manchester City. That was impossible for me to think about. But for young people, they like Mahomes. They like Kevin Durant. They like whatever the star is, and that can be your gateway to caring about a team.
Let's go to Mike and Reston on Grant and Danny. How are you, buddy?
I'm great, guys. You're making some great points. I just wanted to kind of connect a dot with one of our owners. Magic Johnson wore one of the worst names originally on his jersey. When that team moved, imagine the generation that had no connection to the Lakers of Minnesota. And my point is, and Danny, you touched on this earlier, the brand does become more powerful than the name itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that over time, if this team reaches greatness, this new regime takes this team to a dynasty level, no one will be talking about it. No one will remember Dan Snyder. All of those bad feelings and emotions will be gone. So the brand can be bigger than the name. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, everyone thinks of Dan Snyder when they see the name right now, or a lot of people do. I don't actually, but I know Danny and so many people do. That's not what you'll think about when you eventually, 3-4 years from now. You might think of Jaden Daniels' touchdown passes to Terry McLaurin. Let's go to Drew in Graysonville on the Fan. Hey, Drew.
Hey, one, I think you guys have made some excellent points that winning changes the economic equation for merchandise sales and things like that. And that's important. But the other thing, and Josh Harris said this too, is he's not an F- guy. And no matter what, the Commander brand is an F- brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if he wants to, and even for fans that want to get behind it, there's a guy that goes to all the games that calls himself the Commander, but he looks like Captain Crunch. It's just it's a caricature. So at some point, I'm kind of hoping that the ownership says, hey, we don't have to spend the money, but if we want to be a quality organization, we've got to evolve the name. And I'm not saying it's going back to Redskins, and you could do some compromise. You might keep the W and change the name to something else, that starts with a W. Or there are some compromises, and compromises, everyone doesn't get what they want, but you might be able to do better than you're at. And I kind of trust that Josh Harris is not done trying to make this team as good as it can be in every different way.
Love it. Good call, man. Appreciate that. My favorite show of all time is The Wire. And Stringer Bell, who was frankly, a notorious drug dealer in the show, was taking business school classes based on like a real character. And he went to his professor in business school and he said, what do you do? He was talking about drugs, which is the irony of it. He's like, what do you do if you have an inferior product in a crowded marketplace? And the guy said, change the name. If you don't have an inferior product anymore, that's what we're talking about, right? If the product is inferior, there's no brand association. If it's an F-, everybody's competing for your sports attention dollars. The Nationals, Capitals, Local 53, hockey, everybody's doing it, right? You only have so much, it's not an unlimited budget. If everybody's competing and you're inferior, that's when you can try a new brand. If you don't have to, you don't need to do that.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Got an excellent show today, including Tyler Biotish, Commanders center, who's going to be on the show here within the next 10 minutes. Looking forward to catching up with him about how well this O-line has played, his early thoughts on Jaden Daniels as a rookie. We've also got those tickets to see the Capitals on their opening night on the 12th, which is just 9 days away at Capital One Arena. If you want to be there, you got to be listening coming up in 40 minutes at 4 o'clock on the Fan.
7-yard penalty, first and goal. And Daniels trying to follow his block. Jaden Daniels to the end zone, and he's got a touchdown.
G&D on the Fan. Tyler Biotish, the starting center of the Commanders, is scheduled to join us in just a couple of minutes. By the way, tickets are available for Sunday's game to the Commanders and the Browns. You can get your tickets at commanders.com. We appreciate them making Biotish available to us today. We will chat with him in just a couple of moments. I just saw this scrolling on Twitter during the break. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. There's one particular sports book. I can't speak to all of them, but the guy that runs the book came out and said that the most risky proposition for them this weekend is a Commanders win. Basically, that's where they're most leveraged, which is to say that the majority of the money that they've got on any team, the most betting being done on anybody, is on the Washington Commanders to cover against the Cleveland Browns.
What a time to be alive, my friend.
His quote was, "I don't remember seeing that in this business." So this is normally reserved for the 9-0 Baltimore Ravens, right? The Tom Brady and Bill Belichick led Patriots. Every single week, the book's like, everyone's betting on them. We tried to move the line up enough, but if they win, we're going to take a bath. This week, the thing that people are most sure about is that the Commanders beat the Browns by more than 3.
What a strange universe this is. And again, just a matter of a week.
Now, that should petrify you.
Of course it does.
Because just generally speaking, it is almost a lock that whatever the vast majority of the public thinks is going to happen any given week does not.
This is very smell testy. Cue Kevin Sheehan. But again, just whether they win or lose, I'll be fine.
I think your next point is the good one.
Yeah. This is the joy, right?
It's happening.
This
dude.
is where, because you already said it very well. This is for Kansas City's playing Jacksonville this week. 4-0 versus 0-4. This is the Super Bowl contender versus team whose coach is going to get fired in an hour. Like this is the good team versus the disaster, where they go, we can't make this line too big because people are just going to play the best team.
So many people are on the Commanders that they're going, oh man, we're going to lose so much money if Washington wins that game and covers. I would be curious. There's no way to find this. When the last time they were the most bet on team to cover a number was for any football weekend. It would have to be pre-gambling being legal in this country in most states. And it hasn't happened. It hasn't existed. But it's the confidence nationally. I think locally, it's probably too far to say that people are expecting the rug to be pulled out. But I think we've got that voice in our head certainly more than they do on the shouty shows on all the major networks where they've just decided the Commanders are going to win the division.
Well, because they'll move on to the next thing, right? It'll be the next topic. The next, is this the greatest this of all time? Is this the greatest that of all time?
In 2 weeks, if the Eagles have won by 30 in back-to-back games, Hurts is an MVP and Sirianni's the coach of the year.
Yeah, like if A.J. Brown gets healthy and runs roughshod in 2 weeks, it'll be a news story. But so for them, they're not left with the emotional baggage and damage of believing for the first time in decades, really believing an honest to goodness change is happening for the first time since 2012 for a lot of us. So yeah, we're left with it. It's like when the coach comes up, the new coach is like, where's the support? Why aren't people supporting? We're going to arrive violently and things are going to be different. The last 8 guys told us that. Okay, so sorry. We're going to be a little bit hesitant to share our feelings. We got dumped a lot.
To that point, though, and to those thoughts, I want to give this staff and specifically Dan Quinn credit for this. I think he's done a really good job of not doing the Ron Rivera thing of, we're 3-1, you better be there. Remember, Rivera was always like, we have earned it. You guys should be at this game. And Dan Quinn's going, we got to keep chopping wood. We've got to make you guys want to come to the game. We've got to make you guys want to be part of what we're building here. And I think it's just a very different tone than how Rivera did it. And it's been so refreshing. And I love the way Dan Quinn talks about home field advantage and getting people to come back out. It's been pretty cool. So is the way the Commanders' offensive line is played, by the way. And with that in mind, let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. First-year center here in D.C., Tyler Biotish, joins us on Grant and Danny. He has been one of the leaders up front of an O-line that ESPN's got ranked number 1 in run blocking, number 8 in pass blocking. Tyler, thank you for the time. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm great. How are you doing?
We're great, buddy. Appreciate the time, man. So those external grades are for, schlubs like Grant and I to kind of try to figure out and quantify what our eyes are seeing. How would you grade so far what you and this O-line have done through 4 weeks? We feel like it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we've done some pretty good stuff up to this point. I think that, obviously, there's lots of work on it. I think, that's just the standard that we hold ourselves at. And we have some stuff to clean up and even be better. So I think, it's point of that. I think we're doing a pretty good job so far, but there's obviously huge growth that we can get to.
Tyler, from you at center over to your right with Cosme and Wiley, I mean, you guys have pretty much been on the field for every single snap. Obviously, Nick Allegretti's been a mainstay, but missed a few snaps at the end of the game. But you guys are now basically 50-50 rotating at left tackle, which is fairly uncommon, and it doesn't seem like missing a beat. Coleman's been awesome. Lucas has played pretty well. First of all, how abnormal is that, just based on your experience college and the NFL, to have like a platoon at left tackle, so to speak? And what do you make of how those guys have played?
Yeah, I think, I think the biggest thing in my experience, there's definitely been some rotations in my career so far, but at the same time, we've handled that through OTAs, we've handled that through camp, and we then have we do now with BC and Lucas. So I think they've done a great job of just helping each other out, seeing what they're seeing on the field, and when they're in, they're prepared for that. But at the same time, I think we're just gelling, and we're still early in the season where that you just gotta keep stacking those great opportunities of lessons, and obviously the biggest ones are whether we win or lost, but just learning from those and having that growth throughout the preseason, but also through the first 4 games, because that's the most unscattered look you're going to get.
Tyler Biotish with us here on G&D. We don't know you tremendously well yet. I feel like you're a really nice dude off the field. Are you one of those guys that like all of a sudden becomes like mean and a menace when the whistle blows, or are you like always nice, kind of like laughing and smiling while you're knocking guys into the dirt? Like, are you a trash talker? Do you get mean? Like, does your heart turn dark? Like, tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I talk a little shit for sure. Yeah, no doubt. I think there's a different side of me on the field that I am outside. So definitely,
I love
definitely
that.
count on that.
Tyler Biotish on G&D was with the Cowboys the first 4 years of his career, became a starter about quarterway left in the season, and the last 3 years a mainstay in Dallas. Dan Quinn loved what he saw, brought him over to DC, a former Pro Bowler, anchoring this offensive line up front. What do you make of the way Jaden Daniels played as the Rookie of the Month?
I think there's who he is on and off the field, and his work ethic shows tremendously. I think the way he handles himself and how poised he is in any scenario, doesn't matter what the situation is, he's always in the moment. And that's the biggest part I've seen up to this point, in the consistency and the growth that he's had since OTAs to camp to preseason 1 to the first game of the season till now. There's huge growth points of his career, even to this point, that he's just taking those steps, and he's handling success in the right way, and game after game, just learning each and every time. So he's done a great job.
Tyler Biotish and the Commanders are home against the Browns on Sunday. Tickets are available. You can go to commanders.com to get your hands on some. He seems like one of the guys in a way that's hard for a superstar. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, number 2 overall pick, but he seems like he's able to kind of get along in the locker room with the crew. I saw you guys were sliming him for his Nickelodeon award the other day and having fun. What's his personality like?
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what I said before. He's always in the moment. He's having fun with it too, and he's a competitor, and he's always having an edge on and how he can get better. But when we're in the moment of whether it be on or off the field, we're having a great time, and we're and we haven't had, we've only had since he's been drafted about a time, so we've had numerous amount of opportunities, whether it be dinners and hanging out after, or even having that experience too with the Nickelodeon, where he just got
yesterday. So I thought it's just he's in the moment guy, and that's the best part about him is that he's continuing to grow each and every day.
Tyler, you're obviously new to the team this year, and a couple other guys are as well on that offensive line. How long does it take for you to get comfortable so that it's second nature, where intuitively what Sam Cosby is going to do, or Allegretti is going to do, or various tackles or guys that you're playing with? How long does that comfort and cohesion take to really and truly build where it becomes natural?
Yeah, I think the biggest part is just making sure that we're locked in and we're consistent throughout the time we have together, and that goes all the way back from the time we were in with OTAs, and we're all coming here and bringing it every single day and showing our personalities, to see how each and every piece of the puzzle can fit, right, and how we can gel together. And I think that's a huge part about it. Is the biggest thing is having experience with one another. So, and that was DQ had us playing the preseason, which was great for us, and joint practices that was great for us to build not necessarily this culture, this team, but to build with each and every position group, and how to, obviously build chemistry and unity within the O-line. And it comes with experience, whether it be practice, meeting room, and just being in the moment and being consistently, doing what you need to do, and how do you want to fit this, or how do you want to block this, and what's this call, and how we're going to react to this, and all these stunts and everything like that. So, and that's the biggest thing, I think.
Tyler, staying out west last week seemed like a big deal to help you guys basically not get too high after what was one of the great wins in recent franchise history. You end up handling your business against Arizona, but now you come home to friends and family in the area. You're not basically like locked in the hotel just with your teammates. How do you guys guard against now this week, maybe going into that Cleveland game, feeling yourselves a little bit?
Yeah, I think the biggest part about like the travel that I thought was great was that you had time to, how we just talked about, and how you got to gel with one another and just keep on building, and that brick by brick mentality, and what on a short week, how can we be better? Obviously being on the road, going all the way to a different time zone, all that stuff, and I thought we hit that out of the park, and still there's huge growth lessons I think we can build off of. But I think the point coming off of a huge win is like that is, okay, how great can we be, right? So like how can you take the little details, and how about those plays that maybe didn't hit as well as we could, and just those edges that you just want to keep on your way to chasing success, and obviously being at that attitude level of how great can we be, and that's how you're just nailing out the details in the meeting room, and really staying consistent on top of that.
Tyler Biotish with us here on G&D. A couple more moments left. Why are there so many ineligible receiver downfield penalties? Like, what is going on? Like, did they come warn you guys?
You mean league wide?
Yeah, like not just you guys, but everywhere. It's like every other play now. Like every RPO basically results in it. Like you guys need a lobbyist to get that out. Like that's absurd what's happening right now. What's going on?
I think that's just the emphasis around the league. I think every year I would say that there's going to be emphasis, whether it be new or not necessarily new, but I think that's how great can you be based on officiating throughout each and every year. I think each and every year there's some stuff that the referees or NFL is looking for, whether it be illegal formation not being on the line of scrimmage, or whether it be excessive celebration, or whatever the case may be. I think the biggest part to take away from that is how the game's getting called, and that I think every referee crew, you take that into your study, and you take that into how the league is getting called right now, and you take that into your prep as well. I think that's a huge part of the game.
Tyler, I know.
Do I know why? Who knows?
I know he doesn't line up right across from you, but we'll end the conversation here. The Browns are in town Sunday. Myles Garrett is not practicing right now, but assuming he plays, he had 2 sacks this week. He's got 4 already through 4 games. One of the best rushers in the league. Just generally, what kind of test is he? Why is he so good? And how do you guys kind of as a unit collectively try to slow him down?
Yeah, I think, he's a great player. He's one of the best in the league, and and that then we respect him for that, but also that's the prep we have to take full force too. Whether he's practicing or not, whether he's playing or not, who knows, right? Like, but at the same time, we're prepared for him, and we're going to be prepped in the right way as if he was playing, and he's a bullseye on him, on his team, that we take very consideration of what he's done in the league and maybe previous years and even up to this point. But no, we prep like he's playing the game.
Tyler, really appreciate you joining us, man. Good luck to you. Keep it up, man. It's been a blast to watch you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. Starting center Tyler Biadasz of the 3-1 Commanders on Grant and Danny. Tickets are available for Sunday's game at commanders.com. Thanks to them for getting Tyler Biadasz on the show. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports, and we're giving away tickets to the Caps home opener in 15 minutes. Big thanks to Tyler Biotish for joining us. Nice little week. Luke McCaffrey on the show on Monday. Austin Eckler stopped by on Tuesday. Tyler Biotish on Thursday. Maybe next week we'll work on the defensive side of the ball. Let's give them one more decent week of production, and then we'll start thinking about maybe getting some of the players on defense to join us. But I will say, I like what I saw from Frankie Louvu, Dorrance Armstrong, Jeremy Chin, Bobby Wagner, some of the new additions flying around making plays against Arizona. That was by far their best performance of the year.
You start repeating those sorts of things. Now, I think giving up 14 points is not many teams are going to do that over the course of the year in terms of average. But if you play a lot better than you did the first couple of weeks, I think, some heads will start to turn. And I think, the only way to go is up after they were on a record setting, not in a good way, track through the first 3 weeks of the season.
My buddy texted me yesterday. He said, isn't it possible that they had 6 or 7 new starters and it was just going to take a few weeks in a new scheme to get better? And I said, totally. Also, their cornerback and defensive end positions are not going to be a strength. Hard to be very good on defense when that is the case, but it might be a little from column A, little from column B. We got the tickets to the Caps opener. Got to be listening in 10 minutes. It is time for our double play on Grant and Danny, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Quick reminder, tomorrow we're out and about. Come join us. Atlas Brew Works, Alexandria, brand new location. You can stop in, check out their 15 taps, dozens of TVs, great pizza and wings. Friday, 2 to 6. That's tomorrow. We're actually going to be there till 6:30. The new Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. For information, go to thefandc.com.
Had the kids were at home today, obviously. Home today, home tomorrow.
They were sick,
there's no school. No, there's no school.
But there has to be school, Danny.
No.
It's a weekday.
Well, this one's a religious holiday. I'm not sure what tomorrow is. I don't know. I just know that there's no school, but adults still have to go to work. Anyway, we went to Silly First Watch there in Fairfax, a place that I love. I go there all the time.
That is a good breakfast
It
spot.
is a great spot. So it just so happened that all 3 Rouillet boys ordered pancakes, and each one of us ordered a different kind of pancake for our breakfast. My oldest, blueberry pancakes. My youngest, chocolate chip pancakes. And old Randy Douye is part of the trifecta breakfast. That's your eggs, your bacon or sausage, and then a pancake. Then, of course, we ordered a side of biscuits and gravy to split between the 3 of us, which I ate the majority of because I'm a great big fatty. Anyway, point of the dude's story is there were 3 different kinds of pancakes at the table. Both kids got full. I had a bite of each one. I was able to sample in direct sequence regular pancake with butter, syrup, blueberry pancake, butter, syrup, chocolate chip pancake, butter, syrup. I decided then and there, I've had pancakes with anything you can imagine in there. We've done blueberries, I've done strawberries, go raspberries.
You have.
I've done, there's gourmet places that'll put bacon right in there.
You've done bacon.
As part of it. Anything you can do, I've done. Peach pancakes. I've gone up and down the ends of the earth because I love the pancake.
Mango pancakes.
Mango. I did that. You do stick? I did that in Hawaii. I did coconut pancakes too. All delicious, all good. The chocolate chip pancake is one of those, one bite of it is incredible. A second bite, still very good. By the 3rd or 4th big bite, you're like, this is probably too much.
Really?
Yeah, because it's so chocolate. It's so rich. It's already a heavy food stuff as it is.
It's heavy.
And by the end of this full allotment of pancakes, you're talking about your high stack here. I'm going, I don't know if I can finish this. I don't know if I can eat again. You know what I mean? The blueberry pancake maintains its lightness.
May I ask, though, is that the performance enhancers kicking in, perhaps?
No, it's a great question. It's a fair one. That's a flavor profile thing.
Okay.
Now, I'm not telling you it's bad. I'm telling you think about a full lumberjack portion of pancakes, right? Like that's
what I'm saying.
Like you're
I don't know if you have that club in the bag anymore.
But I do now. I ate a lot. But I want you to imagine you and me are real men. Imagine that.
I'm going to close my eyes and go to that far off place.
Only for a moment, and the moment's gone. We were in the woods. We're chopping down trees.
Yeah.
Flannel shirts.
Shirtless.
Hat. No, we're not Tom Wilson. Okay. But hat, pants, boots, gloves to protect our hands because we're working.
Boots with the fur.
Axes. Yeah. Right. And we got low. And we're chopping trees. We're hauling lumber. Huge, heavy morning. Right. We had to work early in the morning, and when everyone else is on their way to work, our day's done basically.
Oh, sure.
We roll into First Watch, and you want that lumberjack stack of pancakes to fill your tummy, right? I don't know that I could do a chocolate chip pancake in the same volume that I could do a blueberry pancake or the regular pancake.
In the same volume makes sense.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Still delicious, but my God, it's just so heavy.
I think that's fair.
So I think I'm ultimately ready to make a ruling here that the blueberry pancake is the best extra ingredient insert into the pancake. That's my assertion. The blueberry. Others are great. There's nothing wrong with others. It's you're trying to compare people that are handsome. Like we know that Chris Hemsworth's handsome. We know that Chris Evans is handsome. We know a lot of people are handsome. Why does one have to be more handsome than the other? But if you have to rank them, the blueberry is the Chris Hemsworth.
So I'm not a bloobs guy.
I know you're not.
So I'm not going to do a blueberry pancake. I just recently found out that I liked pancakes.
I know.
But I'm certainly not going to be adding fruit to them anytime soon.
Right. That's not your bag. You don't
I
have
think
to.
I'll start with chocolate chips and see where that gets me.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving away Caps tickets.
Here we go.
At the top of the hour. If you want to be at opening night, you got to be listening to Grant and Danny and our Beltway Blitz coming up in just a few minutes here on The Fan. Also, as we continue, what should we expect from Jaden Daniels and the Commanders' offense on Sunday against Cleveland? This is the best defense statistically that they have played. Now, how good are the Browns defensively? I'm not so sure. We could dive in on that. But this is the best defense that's been on the schedule so far. Can they keep humming? We'll get into that early next hour on G&D. The 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067 is winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals open their season against the Devils Saturday, October 12th, Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to 1067thefan.com. The show is brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condorian Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament and set up a trust for you or your family. Schedule a free consultation with them right now. KMLawyers.com is where you can go to do that. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a nice discount. KMLawyers.com. Every day at 4, our Beltway Blitz. Let's spin you around town. We start on the gridiron with our guy, Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, Thursday night football tonight, NFC South in the spotlight. The Falcons host the Bucks. What's your feel going in?
This is going to be a really good game, I feel like, because, the Bucks, obviously, they look like they're the best team in this division so far, but the Falcons have had 2 games now that Kirk Cousins has led them to game-winning drives. This is why they went out and got him. I still think they're kind of working out some more kinks, so they're not quite as far along as what the Bucks are, but they're at home, so I'm expecting to see a pretty close game.
Mike, this guy, some idiot who co-hosted the Grant Paulson in the afternoons on 106.7 The Fan, thought that Miami would be pretty good this year. With or without Tua, they have not looked that way. I mean, is their season about to slip away here? How important is this weekend for them?
Oh, it's extremely important, but I don't think that the prospects, they're not too good for them. Again, you're right. Tua didn't look great, but also he didn't have a real preseason. So I give guys a little bit of wiggle room in those first 2, 3, even 4 weeks. But you don't know when he's coming back now. And, as the old saying goes, it gets late early. And so, yeah, I thought that they were going to contend for this divisional title. But it looks like, and Mike McDaniel's good, but Skylar Thompson and Tyler Huntley ain't it.
No, they're clearly not. It's amazing to me they didn't have a better plan with
Tua's.
Tua's.
No, exactly. That's on Chris Greer.
Totally. How about that division, though? The Bills were rolling until they ran into Baltimore. The Jets have not looked really great yet, but they're fine, I guess. How do you see the AFC East?
I think it's going to come down to the Bills winning that thing because, look, the Patriots are rebuilding. They aren't close. The Dolphins, short of a miracle, they're not going to turn this thing around. And if Tua gets back, they still might be in too big a hole to climb their way out of that. I don't believe in the Jets. They got too much going on. There's already frictions. You got Saleh saying that, maybe Rodgers needs to scale back on his hard counts, and Rodgers is saying they need to hold people accountable. Look, this is only like week 3 and week 4 that you've got frictions between your head coach and this quarterback. This thing isn't going to end well.
Detroit finally looked like Detroit to me this past week against Seattle. They won a strange game against Arizona where they were the better team, but didn't really thump the Cardinals the way some other teams did. I can't remember who just beat them this past weekend really soundly. But anyway, it'll come to me. But they were the better team against Tampa Bay, found a way to lose. Now it looked like they got some momentum going, but of course they got their bye week. Is this still the prime contender in the NFC here, or are they maybe closer to the pack than we thought?
I don't know. That was a weird game. They won on Monday, but they got outgained like 500 and something to 300 and something. They got dominated in the time of possession. They got, I don't want to say lucky, but 2 turnovers definitely helped them. I don't know. I'm not convinced that they are the team in the NFC. I think they are a team that can make things interesting. But look, we don't know if they're even going to win their division because Brian Flores is cooking on defense and Sam Darnold looks amazing. Kevin O'Connell has been in the lab. So it could, and don't forget Green Bay. So this isn't going to be a runaway from the division for Detroit.
So who are better teams that you would say right now are as good or better than the Lions in the NFC?
Well, I think the Packers can be, again, Minnesota could be. We'll see if San Francisco can get healthy, then they would be. It's still really early. So to say like right now, who's better than them? Not a whole lot. But by the end of the season, you could have some company there in the NFC.
Totally. Are you buying the Vikings?
I am, because of their defense. And also they run the football. They understand how to take care of their quarterback and position him for success. So look, when you championship teams need a defense that can get after you and force turnovers, and that's what Brian Flores is doing. I didn't think this was going to be the case, coming into the season, but I think the Vikings do have a chance.
Does Cincinnati get going, or are they kind of on a sinking ship? No, because every year we feel like it's going to be too late. I think they will get going. They've got to figure out their run game because that's they're missing Joe Mixon, but they still have Joe Burrow. They've got T. Higgins is going to be rounding into 4 and Jamar Chase, and so I think that they're going to be by the end of the season they're going to be okay. They're going to be contending for a playoff spot in that division there. I wouldn't be surprised if Pittsburgh comes back down to earth and it's Baltimore and Cincinnati duking it out for that.
Last one before we hop to the locals and the Commanders. Is Doug Peterson's seat hot or just warming at this point? They're 0-4, the only team that hasn't won. He had a terrible press conference where he called players out this week.
Yeah, it's not good. He can thank his lucky stars that they're going to London for 2 weeks. So you're not going to fire your head coach as you're about to go to London for 2 weeks to be out of the country. But if they don't, because they're at home this week and then London the next 2 weeks, if they don't come out of this thing with 2 wins out of these next 3 games, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's remarkable to me. He continues to defend Press Taylor, who has not proven that he knows anything about being an offensive coordinator. There are people who criticized him in Philly. He's here. He's still loyal to him. And, this could be the undoing of Doug Peterson.
Mike, thank you as always, bud. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. I'll see you guys.
We'll see you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our guy, Mitch Tischer's going to talk about that local foosball team. Mitch, when is it okay for fans who are a little bit scarred, a little bit scared, a little bit, afraid to commit because every time they've believed for a microsecond, they've been beaten to a bloody pulp? When is it okay for them to puff their chest out and say, we're for real?
I mean, I think you got to say right now, sometimes you got to jump back up on that horse that bucked you off and ride that thing. And right now that horse is sprinting like we've never seen before here in Washington. This offense is humming. They're winning football games. They're blowing teams out. I mean, I think you got to be excited right now. And if not now, when?
Jaden Daniels was taken second. He won a Heisman Trophy. The fact that he's playing at a high level isn't shocking. I don't know that many people, though, that thought Cliff Kingsbury's offense or Kingsbury himself calling plays would be operating at this level and this extent. What have you made of him?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done an incredible job. I think he's seen an offense as attacking teams on multiple different levels, and he's being creative about it. I mean, think back to week 1, you had the double pass with Luke McCaffrey. You had the touchdown pass to offensive lineman Trent Scott. One play that I loved of last week's game against the Cardinals, 3rd down at the end of the game, Olamide Zaccheaus was lined up outside. He motioned in his backfield on the snap. He then turned on a dime and went right back to where he was, threw a little flare out to the right, and he got 8 yards and a 1st down. I think he's shown a lot of creativity. I think, it helps that Jaden Daniels is just blossoming at an incredible rate and improving week to week more than I think any of us ever really thought that he would. And he's given them a lot of options, and Brian Robinson is running the heck out of the football. I mean, this thing is running like a well-oiled machine.
Is Ben Sinnott's role going to start to increase here over time, do you think?
I think he's going to be on the field a fair amount. I mean, listen, one of the things that's been most impressive to me about this offense, particularly in the running game, has been the buy-in from non-offensive linemen. On the Jeremy McNichols touchdown, Terry McLaurin was one of the lead blockers. Ben Sinnott was driving a DB back into the end zone for the 2nd time in 4 weeks on a long run. You're seeing the wide receivers, the tight ends, the running backs stepping up and doing every part of this, doing everything that's being asked of them. And Ben Sinnott's been one of those guys that hasn't caught a lot of footballs. He hasn't been prominent in the passing game, but he has been a big deal in the run game. He has stepped up and he's been, everything that John Bates was kind of last year for this team. Having the 2 of those guys be, almost honorary offensive linemen and doing the little things that they're doing, the coaching staff loves it, and it's only going to help them stay on the field more.
Yeah, no catches. And I don't even think he's been targeted at this point, but he's been running free a couple times. Occasionally, you're going to see him get the ball eventually, obviously. Hey, what's the latest with Brian Robinson? You mentioned all the success he's having. He has not practiced this week. Are we sure he's going to play on Sunday?
No, I don't think we're sure about it. You saw him, a little hobbled at the end of that Cardinals game. Didn't really make a whole lot of it because they still were moving the ball, but not practicing twice this week doesn't bode particularly well. However, this is a team that has, there is a toll on the body between the flight from Cincinnati to Arizona, spending the week out there, different time zones, all the things that they're dealing with. The guys are going to be a little nicked up. As you know, Grant, Friday's practice is going to be the one that's going to tell us if he doesn't practice on Friday, doubtful that he plays on Sunday. And this is a Browns defense that has the propensity to get gashed in the run game. Last week, the Raiders were averaging 50 yards a game heading into the game. They ran for $150 in it. So all thoughts are that if Brian Robinson is healthy and able to go, this should be a big week for him.
Yeah, I wanted to get into that, Mitch. This is, the week one results. I don't want to say you throw them out, but there's kind of a grain of salt with that because weird stuff happens in week one just because the way the preseasons are handled, et cetera. They got destroyed by Dallas. It wasn't even as close as the score indicated. Since then, that defense has been pretty damn good. The caveat to that is they've played 3 offenses that I think the 3 of us could stop. So how true a test is this given past performance? You'd feel like Cleveland's defense is pretty good, and this will kind of go a long way to validating. What do you think? What's a fair expectation this weekend against what we think is a good Cleveland D?
Yeah, I mean, this will be the best defense that the Commanders have played against. Maybe the Bucs are close to it, but now that we're 4 weeks in, you have a little bit more data on them, and the Browns do a pretty good job. I mean, their secondary is full of big names across the board, and guys that you wouldn't love to see lined up across from your number one receiver, whether you're talking about Denzel Ward or Grant Delpit. There's a bunch of big names back there, but I think it all starts up front. Myles Garrett is one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Maybe T.J. Watt is the best, and he's number 2. And it's going to come down to whether they can protect Jaden Daniels. And, this left tackle group, the left side of the offensive line, did a really good job 2 weeks ago against Trey Hendrickson, who finished second in the NFL in sacks last year. They didn't need a ton of help over there, and they're able to do it. However, Myles Garrett's a different beast. And, he's played Washington twice in his career. He has 3.5 sacks and a forced fumble in those 2 games. That guy is a monster, and it's going to be incumbent on, that Cornelius Lucas, Brandon Coleman duo to do well out there, and also for Jaden to have his ears up and be ready to run at any moment, because as much as, Myles Garrett isn't practicing this week, he didn't practice last week either, stepped out there, had 2 sacks of Gardner Minshew. So, I mean, this guy is an elite player and someone that they have to account for.
Yeah, 4 sacks through 4 weeks, had a sack in each of the first 2 games, and then the 2 in week 4, as Mitch said. Mitch, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Hey, I had one thing real quick for Danny, because it just strikes close to my heart.
Please.
Last block, you guys were talking about the pancakes. Have you ever heard of the idea of a buffer pancake? So you and the boys each get the pancakes you want, then just get a short stack of chocolate chip pancakes, and everyone gets a little bit of it, and everyone's happy.
That is a move. Now, Mitch, what usually that requires is a consensus. So it was super rare that we had anybody that's on the same page. It's usually like, I don't even want to be here, or some other kind of temper tantrum or whatever. But yes, if everybody's on board and we're all going all in on pancake, that was certainly an option. We went with the biscuits and gravy as something that everybody wanted to sample as well, as kind of our appetizer or extra side, if you will. But I love that idea, and it's a good one.
Listen, you're the dad. You got to assert dominance from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be honest, in the pancake ordering, that's the time.
That's it.
Call your shot.
You're right. Yep, I think you're right.
Thank you, Mitch, and good insight. That's very, very sharp from our guy, Mitch Tischler, throwing back to your pancake conversation.
Asserting dominance is the way to phrase it,
But to be clear, though, he's talking about, I don't think you have to be in agreement on anything. All 3 of you get your own stack of pancakes. All you're sharing is the chocolate chip pancake.
Exactly right. So pre-sharing, of course, is fine. The plan sharing is fine. The audible reach over to my plate and steal from me is, of course, wrong. No one should share food.
Not allowed to do that.
Right. That's a no from me, dog. But the individual stack in the middle, we all had more than enough pancake. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't an issue of pancake quantity. It's just I happened to be able to sample all 3. We all got what we wanted.
But he's just saying if that's too much for you, it's too rich, just have a taste. You all get a little taste, and then you get your blueberry, as it were, as what you're majoring in. You're minoring in the chocolate chip pancake. Pickleball did not come up in today's Beltway Blitz. I don't know why. Normally it does. But do you know this, Danny, that there's going to be a pickleball movie coming out?
Oh, I know. By the way, branding is so great. I've been sent that no fewer than 50 times
That's great.
by various people. Yeah.
Former American tennis champion Andy Roddick is teaming up with Ben Stiller for a new pickleball comedy. It's called The Dink.
Mhm.
Is dink like a shot?
Yes.
Okay. What is a dink?
Dink is up close to the net, where it doesn't bounce very high. So in other words, remember when we were playing in Cincinnati, if the ball bounces up high, you can hit it really hard at someone.
Correct.
Makes sense. So what you want in a dink is a shot that goes over the other side that stays low, and you got to return it as such
to make them move, to get them flying.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So the moves that I would do, if you remember, you get someone moving, you get them reaching, then you get a pop up, and my guy Grant is smacking it off people.
The comedy will focus on a washed-up tennis pro attempting to save the club by reluctantly playing pickleball to earn his father's respect, according to IMDb. This feels very dodgeball-y.
I was going to say,
for Ben Stiller.
The formula works, the machine works, so let's go.
Actor Jake Johnson, who, by the way, I love. He's from New Girl.
He's hilarious.
He is. He's one of my favorite guys.
Very dry sense of humor.
He's going to play the role of the tennis pro, Mary Steenburgen. Do you know her?
Yeah, she's famous. She's been in stuff.
Who's she?
I think she's the mom in Step Brothers.
No.
Yeah.
I thought I would have known her name if you said it. You're definitely right. That's exactly who that is.
Mm-hmm.
The mom from Step Brothers and Ed Harris are part of the cast. Ed Harris is a stud, too. This is going to be good.
Ed Harris, this is a little bit beneath Ed Harris.
Oh, that's fine. I agree. But Ben Stiller's involved. He's like, why not?
Yeah.
Let's do this thing. We were just, you and I, talking about how there has not been a good comedy in a long, long time.
I hope they get it right.
And I'm not suggesting this will be the next great comedy, because comedies don't get made because everyone's afraid to make jokes and everyone's afraid to do a lot of the stuff that was considered hilarious when you and I were watching comedies with everybody else 15 years ago in the theater. Nobody's even trying anymore. Will Ferrell, I saw talking about this recently. He's like, yeah, I don't get scripts to look at anymore. Nobody wants to do any of the stuff that's funny. So we'll see what happens with this movie. But I love the idea of the premise of pickleball, former tennis star, basically redoing dodgeball, it sounds like. Sign me up. I'm in.
The premise is so correct, because that's pretty on point too, right? It's like, I need something to do. Let me try that. I failed at other sports, or I'm too old or too bad to play the real competitive thing. So let me go to pickle.
And where's Ben Stiller been anyway? I haven't seen him in years. He has taken some time away from the game, I feel like.
I feel like it's probably like 7 animated things that I didn't see.
I'm sure.
Or, some other
but he
kind of
hasn't
deal.
really done a true movie in a long, long time.
That's what it feels like.
Maybe he's just been busy crushing this script. Maybe we're going to have a masterpiece here on our hands.
I'll take it.
A comedic gem. We've been waiting for one.
Required viewing for all the picklers.
What is the NFL doing with these wacky celebration flags? We'll get into that as the show continues. But next, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders face a top half the league defense statistically for the first time all season when they play the Browns on Sunday. What should we expect from this elite offense? That's next.
keep improving, finding little ways to keep growing. I wouldn't say it's a finished product, but, it's just a start. And, I don't really look at everything that people talk about. I see it, but other than that, man, none of that matters. That was last week's stuff. You're only as good as the last game you played, and everybody's going to look at what can you do the week prior, and the weeks after that.
That's Jaden Daniels. Commanders getting ready to try to get to 4-1 over at Northwest Stadium. Welcome back. Chance to hang out with us tomorrow. Show's on the road.
We are going to be out and about. We're broadcasting live from Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria, 2429 Mandeville Lane. Stop by and check out Atlas's 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza and wings. 2 p.m. to 6:30. That's when the show is. The new Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. For more info, thefandc.com.
There's this idea that the Browns are good defensively. There's this idea that this is the best defense Washington has played, and statistically, that's certainly the case. And maybe this will be the first true test for this offense. Before we get into, though, what are you expecting from the offense against the Browns, I actually do want to have the conversation. How good is Cleveland's defense? Because in week 1, Danny, they played the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, and they did not play well. But week 1, you're sorting some things out. I think you can kind of dismiss results largely all over the league. Since then, though, over 3 weeks, they've actually been statistically sufficient and outstanding. The problem is they played really, really bad quarterbacks. They have played recently, this past week, Gardner Minshew, who went 14 of 24 for 130 yards. They held him to a rating of 73, did a really, really good job. As good a game as that is, though, Danny, I'm not overly impressed by that.
Which I get. The context always matters. So this is based on a couple things to me. Number one,
let me go through the other.
Oh, please go ahead. Yeah.
Played.
Sorry.
The Giants, 21-15, a final where they lost to Daniel Jones in New York. Jones was good, 2 touchdowns, no picks, threw for 235. And then the other quarterback in the 3-game stretch was Trevor Lawrence, which sounds like it's a challenge, except that Lawrence has actually been one of the worst quarterbacks in the league this year. And in that game, he fed more incompletions, 16, than completions, 14. So I say all that to say they've played 3 bad quarterbacks in 4 weeks. Yes, they're ranked 9th defensively. Yes, they're ranked 8th against the pass. But I am not convinced that the Browns defense is who we all kind of thought it was going to be.
Right. So the thought it was going to be is the key. That's where I was going. I didn't mean to cut you off earlier. Last year led the league in yards per play. Last year were second best to a historically great Ravens defense in terms of net yards per pass attempt. Right. They were excellent against the pass, excellent in yards per play, ended up being pretty good in scoring defense because they had some short fields against them because their offense was pretty terrible. Their quarterback stunk. But that defense hunted. They're really, really good on that side of the ball. And when good results happen, when you've got expectations, you go, okay, that fits the narrative, right? I know, and your point is dead right. Each year is so different. We always kind of seem stunned and surprised that year over year with all the turnover and all the different changes that happen in the league, that results may vary. But on paper, we think of it, this is one of the great defensive groups in the league because last year they were. And now you've got 3 out of 4 weeks with the first week, probably the sample size you throw out like the Russian judge, where you'd go, yeah, this is a really good defense. The argument against is what you just said. They haven't played anybody whose offense is clicking or worth a damn.
They finished tied for number 1 in yards per play last year with the Jets at 4.57. They were number 2 defensively in yards per play in the passing game. They were really good. They were also top 3 last year. These are last year's numbers again. In picking off passes about 3.5% of the time. And they were 6th in sacks per pass attempt. They're always going to be okay in that stat because of Myles Garrett.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
They got a DPOY candidate. They were the number 1 defense in the league at not allowing you to stay on the field and basically move the chains. They were the lowest first down team allowed in the league, 14.9. Again, now this is all last year. It's been very different, but they were the number 1 third down defense in the NFL. Right now, Washington's the number 1 third down offense in the NFL, over 50%. So if you look at the more relevant 2024 stats, albeit in a smaller sample for Cleveland, what you see for them defensively is number 8 overall, number 8 against the pass. They are not picking off any passes. They don't have 1 interception through 4 games. That's kind of weird considering the quarterbacks they've played.
Extremely.
For a team that picked passes off.
And for a team that you know is going to pressure. I mean, that hurried throw, that high throw because someone's about to hit you. That hasn't happened.
They haven't been that good at pressuring.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett has 4 sacks. They don't have much else to speak of outside of that. They're outside of the top 10, tied for 11th in sacks per pass attempt. On third down, where, as I said, last year they were right up at the top of the NFL, number 1. This year, the Cleveland Browns on third down, 7th, doing a pretty good job. So I think it is a better test for sure. This is going to be more revealing than playing the Bengals, who had been struggling, the Giants, who haven't been very good. But I'm not willing to say yet that this is the end all be all. Like, the example I'd give you is if Washington this week was playing against the Broncos defense, which has been phenomenal, or even the Jets, or maybe the Steelers, like those defenses I know are really, really good. I'm not sure yet if the Browns have just benefited from schedule.
So I think the Browns defense is good, but I don't know. Is that a good way to put it? Like,
yeah,
that's my hypothesis. Now, let's say Washington does whatever the hell they want this weekend, just like they did to Arizona, and frankly, like they did to Cincinnati, and Cleveland then goes on to have a good defensive season after that, I'll go, man, how validating is that? Like, if we look back a month from now at what Cleveland does post-Washington, or if they go on and play well against Washington defensively and then kind of continue on this track, I'll go, okay, yeah, this defense is for real, just like they were last year, with a lot of the same personnel, a lot of the same schemes, designs, et cetera. Now they're hitting the ground running. So my hypothesis is that this is still a really good defensive group that hasn't put it all together just yet in terms of the sacks and the pressures and the turnovers, but those things are coming because that's like waves crashing on the shore.
You know, it's a little bit hard for me to unsee too from just a couple weekends ago. Malik Neighbors destroyed them.
Torched them.
He only, the catches and yards weren't that great, but he had 2 amazing touchdown catches. And again, Daniel Jones was just super effective. I'll tell you where they've been really good, though, is the running game. They have basically taken your best running back out of the game, whoever that is for a given team. Travis Etienne had right around 50 yards on just under 15 carries for the Jaguars. Devin Singletary had a 16-carry, 65-yard game. I'm not telling you it's nothing, but you don't rip off the 30-yarder. This past week against the Raiders, Alex Madison, who's the second back, and this has been a theme, actually had a big home run, and they've given some things up to like secondary change of pace backs. But if you actually look at the Raiders thumper, Zamir White, he averaged 2.9 a pop, 17 for 50. So it's almost like they key in on Brian Robinson, who, by the way, isn't practicing again today and is very much in question, I would say, right now. And then maybe it's where Eckler can hit him on a third and passing, or you might get, if Eckler is the starting running back in this game and he and McNichols split time, maybe they really focus it on Eckler and McNichols as the guy. But it's been down the depth chart backs that have actually made some of the bigger plays against them, and they've done a really good job keying in on starting running backs.
Yeah, so they're down in, down out yards per attempt allowed isn't particularly impressive, but I think you've hit it really well. It's diving into those numbers and how we got there. There have been some runs ripped off against them, but it's usually, I don't know if it's like the third and give up, like that old Chris Thompson draw play where they go, we're not getting this. Let's give this guy, 8-9 yards and then give Tressway some room to punt. They've given up some yards, but down in, down out on the, we think you're running, you want to run, let's have at it. They've been excellent in that regard.
Also, the injury report for both teams looks like a Cinderella to-do list. I mean, there are ridiculous number of injuries for both clubs. Now, most of the Browns, I will say, that are listed are limited in practice and probably end up playing. There's very few guys that just flat out are not practicing, but they have a starting linebacker right now with ribs, elbow, triceps, not practicing. They have a starting defensive end right now with an illness who has not been practicing. They have David Njoku with the ankle, did not practice. So they're super banged up coming into this game. I don't know that we could say a whole lot better about Washington. Nick Allegretti was limited yesterday. Noah Brown didn't practice yesterday. Brian Robinson still wasn't practicing today. So that's also part of this. We're getting to the point of the season for the first time where the Commanders aren't going to quite be at 100% from a personnel standpoint.
Yeah,
maybe,
nobody is, right?
But neither is the opponent. Where for the first few weeks, it seemed like, especially in Washington's case, they had their full allotment available. And maybe Allegretti goes, Noah Brown goes, Robinson goes, and it's no harm, no foul. But the missed practice time does add up. That does matter.
Oh, it totally does, especially when this is new, right? You're still trying to, make this stuff second nature, new scheme, new design, new staff.
Yeah, it's totally like wrinkles, man. Like the Browns now have a month to watch and study, and okay, here's where we're going to stop them. And you know what Cliff Kingsbury's doing this week is staying one step ahead by implementing new things so that when they stop the thing from last week, Washington's new thing works.
Yeah, we already have a counter to it, right? Yeah, so I'm still thinking of this as the best defense they've played so far. I'm thinking of this as the best defense they'll play until they have some of those other teams that you mentioned on their schedule. Baltimore's defense, Pittsburgh, and maybe a couple others. So this will be a really interesting test. Again, this is the first time they've dealt with a pass rusher like this in Myles Garrett, assuming that he plays, assuming that he goes. So I'm really curious to see what the plan is. I'm curious to see how they handle it, right? Is this one of those, no, we're confident we'll let Lucas and Coleman just play football against him? Maybe a mistake, but let's see. Is it we might have to sacrifice some things and early on in the game, just say for the sake of argument, think about the old Joe Gibbs way. We're going to run at this defensive end all the time. Even if it means he stops us for a loss, stops us for 1, stops us for 2. We make that guy pursue and tackle for huge chunks of the game. Then maybe you tire him out a little bit. When you want to drop back and pass, he doesn't have the same juice. We chip him, we bother him every play. Maybe that's the way. I'm fascinated to see what they do.
On the other side of the ball, this should be a week where the defense is able to string a second straight quality performance together, because the Browns offensively, and particularly at the quarterback position with Deshaun Watson, have just not played very well.
They have good weapons, but that doesn't matter.
No, it hasn't mattered at all. I mean, they have not been able to move the football consistently or score. I think this is the best defense they're playing too, although with all the time to prepare and the great design and calling of Todd Bowles, maybe I'd give Tampa Bay a slight nod just because of the extra time going into week 1, maybe. But I want to open up the phones on this for you guys at 800-636-1067. Do you consider this to be a big-time test for this offense that all of a sudden is the talk of the NFL? And do you feel like this is a potential regression spot? Or do you think they can keep the train on the tracks here and continue to move the ball the way that they have? MGM National Harbor listener lines available at 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, the Orioles lost their 10th consecutive playoff game yesterday at Camden Yards. They lose to the Royals. They got swept out of the wild card round in 2 straight games. I saw Nats fans were taking great pride in trolling on social media.
I guess.
I get the geographical rivalry, I really do, but I will never understand. I don't know, like O's fans, I grew up a diehard Orioles fan myself. The Nats weren't around like so many people my age and older. But they're all around us. Like they're your buddies, they're on your text chain. I don't know. I've never really understood the Nats fans who take great pride in the Orioles losing or vice versa. They're 2 different leagues that they're completely harmless in so many ways. It's like for me personally, with the Nats out, I wanted to see the O's go on a run. They haven't won a World Series since '83. I've so many amazing memories from my childhood at Camden Yards. I got family members that are still diehard Orioles fans. But it was funny to see last night all of the glee being taken within the Nats fan base that they lost.
Yeah. So, which again, I'm with you. I understand it too. I think I understand more than you that the dynamic and how unusual it is and how, there's a resentment that I think has always come from Baltimore towards Washington. Then you add in this carve out because you already mentioned it. Neighbors are Orioles fans, like the guy across the street from you was in Baltimore's territory. Now there's a team of our own in Washington and everyone must choose one. I don't know. To me, if Washington's competing and the Orioles are competing, I get a lot more anxiety about it, but it's like, I'm not really worried about the fact that I got a 91 loss team right down the street from me. If the Orioles win, lose, or draw, it's fine. I didn't take as much glee or pride as I think maybe a lot of Nats fans did.
There's been a lot of talk about realignment in Major League Baseball, though. And this idea that they'll add a team and they'll get to essentially be a point where they're going to realign the divisions. And it's almost a certainty if and when that happens. And it might be 5 years away. It might be longer. Most people are predicting that in the next handful of years, something like this will take place. The Nats and the O's would be in the same division almost certainly.
Yeah.
And when that happens, now we got ourselves a situation. Now that's a development.
What would be the new, if you had to guess? Obviously this is impossible. What would be the new division? Let's say there'd be what, 5 teams?
Yeah, I think it would be potentially something like Yankees, Mets, Orioles, Nationals.
Phillies right there?
Probably Phillies. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You could do like a Northeast, honestly, where the Yankees, Mets, Phillies, Red Sox, Toronto or something are all together. And then maybe the Orioles luck out. The Nats and the Orioles both luck out. And it's like O's, Nats, and you get the Marlins. Maybe the Braves are in there.
Well, I was going to say, what about like a mid-Atlantic division? So it's Nats, Orioles,
Pirates,
Phillies, Pirates.
Love it.
And then maybe, I don't know who the 5th team would be. Then you have like a Southeast one, which is like Marlins, Braves, teams down in that general direction. I don't know.
I just know that when it was done, I could pull up the divisions. Jim Bowden actually at one point for The Athletic did the realignment, but he had the O's and the Nats together. And it was like, yeah, that's such a no-brainer because the idea is with a lot of these geographies where they were in different leagues, think about like the A's and the Giants, although now that they're going from Oakland to Vegas, it'd be different. But the Angels and the Dodgers, like
such a huge deal when they played each other. Yeah,
it's the all of those cross-town rivalries. If they're in the same division, that's just good for sports.
Do you not think that the Orioles rivalries with, say, the Yankees and the Red Sox is something that they wouldn't want to touch?
Well, if you're realigning, then you're touching it. You know what I mean? Like, then you shouldn't realign. Like it's basically the conference thing with college football, in my opinion. So in other words, with college football, if you wanted Maryland to keep playing Duke in North Carolina, they got to stay in the ACC. Now, that wasn't necessarily conference realignment as much as it was Maryland jumping, but Maryland can't have it both ways, right? Where they're like, we want the money of the Big Ten, but also we need our rivalries. I think if baseball wants the rivalries to remain the same in the division, then you don't realign. If you're realigning, it's like the NFL. We don't think about it anymore. But when the Colts used to be in the different AFC division with different, the AFC South wasn't a thing yet, and the Cardinals were in the NFC East. I just think it's new rivalries probably that are created.
Or you keep a carve out for the special ones. Like with all due respect to these franchises, they've been good at various points, but like the Tampa and Blue Jays part of the AL East, not as sacred as that Yankees, Red Sox, Orioles thing.
Yeah, like
right.
Here's what I'll say for Darius's point: the Yankees and the Red Sox are never not going to be in the same division. Baseball would not do that to itself.
Right.
Are the Orioles and the Yankees such great rivals? Now, this could be sacrilege to some Orioles fan out there, but is that rivalry so good that they would have to be in the same division? They probably should be. It's what we know. But come on, who's the Yankees' biggest rival? It's Boston, right?
Yeah, of course.
So Could the Orioles be okay if now you're in a division with Washington instead, and you don't have the Red Sox and the Yankees, and like you're saying, you got the Nats and the Pirates, and maybe it's the Phillies right up 95. I mean, there's going to be quirky ones. It's just not going to work out that everyone's right next door. There's going to be some like Diamondbacks in the Central or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just making this up. It's like you'd have your sacred cutouts, right? Like in the Central, Cubs and Cardinals have to be in the same division. In the East, Mets and Phillies have to be in the same division. In the West, Padres, maybe, or Dodgers, Giants have to be in the same one. That sort of thing where you keep a few sacreds and then you can kind of rearrange everybody else. I don't know if teams would get butt hurt or owners would get butt hurt by that or fan bases would, but I would do that.
I didn't plan on doing this for the full segment, but it's fun. All right, so this was Jim Bowden wrote this for The Athletic in February of this past year, so coming up on a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he basically did the realignment for baseball. He said for the Eastern Conference, a la basketball and hockey, the East Division, Boston Red Sox, New York Mets and Yankees, and the Philadelphia Phillies. There's your East Division.
Mm-hmm.
The North Division in the Eastern Conference would be the Cincinnati Reds, Cleveland Guardians, Detroit Tigers, and Toronto Blue Jays. So you've got 3 from the Central, and then the Blue Jays. The Mid-Atlantic Division, this is a little bit silly for the Washington Nationals. By the way, this is all based on an expansion team, and that's why they're realigning, hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
So like his was the Baltimore Orioles, the Washington Nationals, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and then the Charlotte expansion team.
The Charlotte Expansions is the silly name.
Exactly. Southeast Division, Braves, Marlins, Rays, and the Nashville expansion team. Okay, so that's the 2 new teams because they're going 30 to 32. That was what this was based on, was that report. Western Conference in the Midwest, you go Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, Twins. So the Twins essentially join the NL Central. Couple of teams with the White Sox. Then in the Southwest, you'd have the Astros, Royals, Cardinals, and Texas Rangers, which I think works. In the Pacific, he says you've got the Rockies, the Las Vegas A's, the Seattle Mariners, and the San Francisco Giants. And then in the West, you've got the Diamondbacks, Angels, Dodgers, and Padres. So it actually kind of works out geographically really well, assuming that's where those 2 teams that are being thought about, that are still a gleam in their parents' eye, so to speak.
Yeah, I know it's not the same out here, but Dodgers, Giants being in different divisions. That's tough for me. That
one's hard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there are going to be a couple. I mean, I tried to catch them all as you're reading.
I think that one stands out more than others.
Yeah. I mean, just because the beat LA sort of vibe has always been a thing. But that's fun. I like that.
What do we expect from Daniels and Washington's offense against the Browns? We'll get into that next on G&D. The DMV's football team has a bright future. It's time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll help update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Tomorrow, the show will be out at the Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. You can come on by and say hello. They've got 15 taps, lots of TVs, great pizza and wings. We'll be there all show long, 2 to 6:30, Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. Check out the fandc.com for details.
I'm excited to go there tomorrow. There is this wonderful relationship between Atlas Brewworks and Andy's Pizza.
Yes.
So Andy's Pizza wins awards. Atlas Brewworks has all sorts of delicious beers. They have 15 taps, I believe, at this particular location. I'm going to eat some pizza tomorrow. I know it's a bold claim. Big, bold prediction. Talking tough on Thursday. I'm going to eat some pizza tomorrow. Pizza.
My prediction is that the Commanders' offense comes back to the pack a little bit, and that's just more a natural regression and that it's impossible to sustain what they've done than it is really about the Browns. I think Myles Garrett probably gets a sack. I could see a sack and a half for him, but I don't think Cleveland is good enough defensively to really scare me. I think they're fine, and they're not a good team. I mean, you look at what the Browns have done this season. They've scored 17, 18, 15, and 16 points. Danny, the Commanders are going to beat the Browns.
They haven't taken advantage of bad defenses to the degree that you'd go, okay, Washington might be slowed a little bit, which is normal, right? Against just natural regression and against a defense that we kind of finding some common ground is at least pretty good, if not good, right? So you're going to slow down a little bit. You'd go, okay, even though their offense hasn't been great, they're playing Washington's defense, which to this point, Arizona notwithstanding, has been pretty poor. So you could say Cleveland might be dangerous here. I'm with you. This offense is wretched, despite the fact that I like Jerry Jeudy. Nick Chubb probably is coming back. Amari Cooper is a great route runner and a pretty good player. But they've not been good on that side of the ball, despite playing a couple teams that are pretty terrible in their own right. This feels, dare I say, like a win to me. It's the NFL. Crazy stuff happens. Huge, overdogs lose and underdogs look great and the whole nine. But every time I do a thing where I go, okay, this plus this is this, win. Well, what if they do it this way? Win. This feels like a win to me, which is terrifying. I'm probably supposed to apologize after saying that, but that's how I feel.
We're at a point, though, where, and it has happened very quickly, we are now expecting them to handle prosperity. We are now, while they're favored, with everybody picking them, saying, yeah, they are going to win, and not expecting that they're going to come up small, that they're going to play down to the level of their competition. That in and of itself is new territory.
Yep.
And if you're listening right now, it should bring a smile to your face. I mean, this is all kind of uncharted water. Certainly over our time doing a show together in the early part of a season. Not only have they never been 3-1, think about that, since Danny and I started a show together back in 2014, a decade ago. It's never happened, not once. But to be 3-1 and to feel like it's not just that you took advantage of schedule, that a couple of stars align and you beat some bad teams. No, this would be a really legitimate, authentic 4-1 start to their season. I think they're going to beat Cleveland. Did not have them beating the Bengals. I thought they'd lose, but I did feel like they'd compete in that game because I wasn't sold on the Bengals, if you remember. Had them beating Arizona, and to just expect something and have them not let you down was so refreshing. We'll see if it happens twice in as many weeks. I'll be honest, though, if they lose to the Browns, it's not like it's going to go from 60-0 for me. I'm not going to say, oh, same old team, here we go again.
Yeah, I'm past that.
I think they give the Ravens a hard time next week. Now, Baltimore's a terrible matchup for them. Terrible. The Ravens have a chance with, I think it's 150-some rushing yards this week. They'll be the 5th team of the decade to rush for that number of yards through 5 games.
Yeah, I think they're going to out Washington in that game. In other words, their version of Brian Robinson's a Hall of Famer named Derrick Henry.
They got Henry,
the bowling
they
ball
got
and
Lamar
knives.
Jackson, and they can run the football better than any team in the NFL. And Washington can't stop the run. So it's just a bad matchup. But I do think they're still going to give Baltimore fits. I do think that's going to be a good football game. Like, we're at a point now where if we feel that way going on the road to the Ravens, you're going to feel that way most weeks. Is there a game they could play this week in the NFL where you would feel like the Washington Commanders don't have a really good chance to win. No. The best team in the league supposedly right now is the Vikings at 4-0. Sorry, don't scare me. You want to say it's the Chiefs looking for a third straight Super Bowl at 4-0? They've lost their starting running back, Isaiah Pacheco. Their starting wide receiver, Rashee Rice. Travis Kelce looks 100 at his first decent game of the season this past week. Patrick Mahomes is turning the ball over. They're not really scoring, leaving people in their wake. Who scares you? They can be in every single game.
I think that's a good way to put it. So I'm looking at Cleveland specifically. We're now, and again, this is also funny because this is based on a week where I picked them to lose against Cincinnati. I thought they'd get smacked. Wrong. I thought they would lose to Arizona in a competitive game because I thought they would miss Austin Eckler. Wrong. So now I've, in my own sort of personal view, gone from, yeah, they're not for real, to, yeah, I think this is a nice thing, a nice story, a nice team. They'll be competitive. We're growing. They might drop this one because they missed Eckler. To, I'm pretty confident they'll beat a team that's in at the bottom of the same bucket that they're in. That's pretty precipitous. That's a pretty large gap between where I was last Monday in Cincinnati to whatever this is, 10, 11 days from that moment. So if they don't play well, let's say they drop this game to Cleveland, which is not outrageous, by the way. It happens. I mean, look all around the league. There's 2 undefeated teams you just touched on. Weird, crazy bleep happens all the time. Teams don't show up. The other team has a better plan. Whatever the case, Renaissance game from Deshaun Watson. Who knows? You lose this game and don't look competitive. It's still not going to have me go same old, same old. I'm not there. Now, we turn in 3 straight weeks of getting boat raced and everybody's figured you out and you can't get right and Daniels is sacked and it looks like the first half against Tampa when it's nothing but scrambles and they don't know what they're doing and the defense still stinks. We can go back to having a same old. But to me, I'm now miles down the road and I can look back and go, I can't even see same old anymore. I can see, oh, that was a bummer. Let's see what happens next week. I'll turn the page. It won't be a referendum to me.
I got a tweet from Mr. Chen here at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. You want to hit us up via social. He said, didn't we go 7-1 under Alex Smith before injury?
No.
No, they did not, sir. You are misremembering a bit. They started the year 2-2, I should say. They beat the Cardinals, lost to the Colts, beat the Packers at a bye week, and then lost to the Saints. So they were 2-2. And then they ripped off 3 in a row to get to 5-2. Then they were 6-3 going into that Texans game when he broke his leg. Was a competitive team, but even that, any of these fleeting seasons where they were decent to start a year, it's never been like this, where you felt like maybe you had the answer on a rookie contract, and the offense just hasn't hummed this way in a long, long time. Edwin, Silver Spring, you're on G&D. What's good?
Hey, y'all. I feel like you said, it's not going to be same old skins for me. I feel that, but I don't see us struggling. I really don't. I see a challenge. I don't see us not getting 25 points, man. I really, really do. And on the Orioles, there's every reason for Nats fans to trash talk them. Every reason. One, they act like they're more fan than, like they go harder than we do. They do not. When you look at the numbers, when they're struggling, they don't go to that stadium. 1. 2, they act like they accomplish more than we do.
In fairness, not
They
a lot of
don't.
people go to Nats Park either, if we're being honest.
Yeah, but not more people go to Camden Yards when they're struggling. They act like
It's
they
a
do-
smaller
they-
market, but okay, that's fine.
They do not. And then they don't accomplish anything. We ask them my favorite things you with Orioles fans ask, when last did you win the World Series? And they're embarrassed to say the number, or it's been so long ago that they forget. It makes me laugh every single time.
Right.
You know. But they do look cute in their orange Hawaiian print shirts and their bucket hats when they go to the games. They have a nice little style. So I'll
It is
give
a
them
good
that.
look, yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
Appreciate you. No, I think for me, as someone who I'm just a little bit caught in the middle, whatever that song is, who can see both sides of it, having been on the behind enemy line, so to speak. I just like that both sides pretend like the other side is the aggressor. Really, it's like, no, you both do that a lot. It's like Nationals fans act like Orioles fans are insufferable to them, but don't actually in any, like, oh, we don't talk about them. Like, well, what about this? It's like, oh, that was in response to them. I just think they don't like each other very much. It's a geographical thing. By the way, Nats fans should despise the Angelos family, the late Peter Angelos and the family for making it hard for the Nats to exist. Like,
Yes.
I'm on your team. I'm from the DMV. I'm a DC area guy. I wanted baseball in DC too. That I understand. But I don't get like holding that against Gunnar Henderson.
Right.
Being upset at Adley Rutschman for it is all. But yeah, I think the banter between the fan bases is fun. But We don't need to necessarily legislate.
Yeah, the whole point of having meaningful sports is that you end up with some rivalries. Like it's been a while here, but remember how annoying it was that Philly fans came into the ballpark and they were getting bussed down, and everyone was all up in arms about that. We were supposed to be taking back the park, or the stupid Mets fans, the 7 Train Army, for like Matt Harvey chanting and booing the Nats when they took the field. Like that sort of stuff's annoying, but that's also kind of the fun of having a competitive team that matters.
For sure. What if Brian Robinson doesn't play on Sunday? I really had not considered that possibility. And if I could peel back the curtain a little bit, I assumed, because they put him on the radio today, that he was just trending in the right direction. He's not going to go on the radio and talk if he's not going to play on Sunday. But maybe I'm overthinking it. He didn't practice today. I guess there's no way really to know that he's going to be fully healthy or able to play. We said last week that because Austin Eckler didn't play, their offense was going to miss him and was going to take a step back. Not only did they not miss Eckler, who's been super effective this season, but their offense without him basically didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, they were just plain old awesome.
McNichols was every bit as good as Eckler's been at any point this season. I don't think you could sustain that over a full year if you're Jeremy McNichols, but for 1 week, he elevated his game. He played like Austin Eckler. They don't really have another version of Brian Robinson, though, in terms of, hey, wear them down, be heavy, be physical, lean on people. I've long thought he's underrated for his vision and some of the stuff he does between the tackles anyway. But that does feel, just like we said about Eckler and we're wrong about, I would do it again. That would feel like a pretty sizable loss. He's got 100 yards in 2 of the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and he's their guy that does that. In other words, there's like when they had Chris Rodriguez behind him, you would have someone not as good as Robinson, but there's your 1A thumper or your level 2 thumper. They've got 2 scat backs in Eckler and another version of that in McNichols, who's a blitz pickup guy, who's a little bit more wiggle, a little bit more burst, but not what Brian Robinson does, where he's punishing people, where he's between the tackles, earning some of those hard yards that you have to do to set up everything else. So that is it's that dynamic that you don't have.
Robinson on the season, 40 yards against the Bucks. They were behind in that game. They didn't really get to run it in the second half, so I dismissed that one a little bit. They've basically had 3 games out of the 4 where I would say offensively they were able to be what they wanted to be. Is that fair?
Yes.
Giants, Bengals, Cardinals. Just based on game script, they got to stay balanced and do what they wanted. 17 for 133, 16 for 33, and 21 for 101. We don't talk a lot about that Bengals game, but I can't believe how much they committed to him considering he averaged 2.1 a pop.
Yep.
I don't remember a time around here when a guy got 16 carries at 2 yards per.
It tells you there was a purpose to it.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Not just do it to yell about physicality and establishing the line of scrimmage and establishing the run and pretending we're in the 80s. There was we are setting things up off of this. We are going to make sure that you have to cover this so we can get to something else.
But in that game, when the Bengals said we're taking Brian Robinson away, Austin Eckler averaged 11 yards per carry.
Yep.
Remember? Jaden Daniels ran the ball 12 times for 40 yards and had some real back-breaking scrambles. Never ripped anything off. The Bengals spied him a little bit, did some things where his long, I think, was 7 yards. But he was around the line of scrimmage, constantly picking up those first downs, spinning, getting out of bounds, occasionally getting down, avoiding contact. If the plan for Cleveland is to shut Brian Robinson down if he plays, Austin Eckler, who is questionable but did practice today, becomes that much more important. I guess there's a possibility that both Robinson and Eckler couldn't go. And then it's McNichols and you're elevating somebody from the practice
Michael
squad.
Wiley, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that is.
But Eckler told us, for what it's worth, on this show on Tuesday when he joined us, he fully expected to play. So I take him at his word that barring something out of his control, he's going to be on the field.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. But again, it's that protocol is the protocol. That's not the ones you can cheat.
Sure,
you can't
don't really
hide.
get to say my arm feels fine.
Yeah, like, hey, Skip, I'm feeling good today. Whether or not it's your call. So you're hopeful that you've got both, and this is just much ado about nothing. And like tomorrow will really tell the story. But if there is no Robinson for a week, that'll be interesting. Because now I was wrong last week, just in my assessment. I want to make sure I say that. But I thought, okay, not having Eckler and that little easy button. We think of easy as the Deshaun Jackson or Tyreek Hill, where you go for an 80-yard touchdown. But to me, the easy is you flick the ball out to Austin Eckler behind the line of scrimmage, and he goes for 14. Like, that's an easy first down. He made that play. Yeah, a couple of guys blocked it up nice, but he's wiggling, he's zigging and zagging and spinning off people, delivering a blow at the end, finishing, falling forward. He's the easy button that turns a little thing into a medium thing, or it gets your first down to keep the chains moving. Not having that, I thought, would really set them back. And in spoiler alert, it did not. They scored 42 points and were awesome. I wonder what it would look like the other way, though, not having Robinson and that ability to thump. Because that's not where the points come from, but the things that get you the points maybe come from doing that enough to set it up and show.
B-Rob right now is number 9 in the NFL in rushing attempts and number 10 in the league in rushing yards. If you account for everybody, because Lamar Jackson has more than him. If you just look at running backs, he's 9th in rushing attempts. He's 9th in yards. He's averaging almost 4.8 a pop. So he basically would be right outside of the top 5 in yards per attempt. He's having a great year, which I know is easy to say because he's had 2 monster games out of 4. He's had basically bad game statistically. I don't mean performance-wise. But he didn't do much against Tampa at 40 yards. Didn't do much against the Bengals at 33. So it's been like little game, huge game, little game, big game. Still, 300 yards through 4 games. I mean, he's on pace for over 1,200 yards this season. In a year where the league is trending back to running the football, he's a top 10 guy at the position. So it would feel like a pretty sizable loss if the Commanders did not have him. We'll let you know what the word is out of Ashburn if anything comes out as the day goes on, but he did not practice today. Next, I want to talk about 2 flags that were thrown on what I think are nothing burger fun celebrations that should not have been penalized. And I want to see who is bothered by this. Like, what is the NFL trying to protect exactly? Next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. 2 penalties this weekend that got called that I thought were absolutely outrageous, Danny, in the NFL. I want you to help calm me down. And what am I missing here? The first was on Alan Lazard of the Jets. He catches a pass in that rainy game against the Denver Broncos. They're moving down the field. He's sitting on his butt, legs out in front of him, toes up like he's doing the V-sit and reach. And he proceeds to, I'm going to call it double guns, but I would say that's a little bit misleading, okay? Not even quite the Hall & Oates double guns that you and me and nerds do. And
yeah, he's not doing, hey, what's up to this guy? How you doing over there? He's not doing that.
He's doing the, like, if you make the shape of a gun with your fingers, kind of, and then you put the, the other fingers together and you just kind of go back and forth, like, hey, let's do this. We're going that way. Like that kind of celebration. Pointing in the direction they're going, not shooting at anybody, none of that. It's just, I'm a cool guy. You're a cool guy.
Come on, guys, let's shake it big.
Big play, big first down. Nobody can catch passes. No one can throw the ball. No one can get yards. It's raining. There's a quarterback with negative yards at halftime in this game. They flag him for a 15-yard penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct because they deemed it to be, I guess, anything involving a gun essentially gets you penalized, right? Now, I will admit, so there was a game. Let me think of what it was. It was the Drake London catch coming over to the sideline after the game-winning touchdown against the Eagles. When he came over to the sideline and he proceeded to, like, what appeared to be shoot like a machine gun or something celebration into the air. Like he was just spraying a magazine into the air with his fake machine gun right in front of the referee.
Yeah.
And they flagged him and were like, hey, dude, it's in the rule book, man.
Come on, man.
You can't mock a firearm and you can't fake shoot things out here. We're not doing that. I got that. I totally get that. If you pretend you've got a gun and you're shooting or whatever, yes, sure, no problem. This was not that. This was little finger guns thing where he's going back and forth. And I can't stress this enough, Danny. It's not like he like loaded his finger and cocked it and shot it like Jordan Reed used to do. If you remember that celebration, it was not that. The other one that drove me nuts was, first of all, did you see that play with Lazard?
I did. Yeah.
Thoughts?
I don't know how to describe it besides using the term finger guns. So immediately someone's going to hear that and go, yeah, but you already said.
Done.
I don't know how to explain the gesture unless you've seen it. It's clearly not what you think of when you think of finger guns.
Correct.
It's the same thing I would do.
It's like double points.
Yeah, like if I want to shoot a rubber band and I stretch it between my thumb and forefinger, and I did that a couple times, and it's like, what's up with this guy? How you doing? It's not a finger guns thing. It's not. It's a hey, what's up with this guy kind of thing. It's not finger guns. Like finger guns to me is different.
It sounds like a Key and Peele sketch where it's like the third pump's gonna get you.
Yeah, it's
you said finger guns.
Yeah, you said
guns.
It's like if the only, and now we're getting to the minutia of finger guns. I'll go all day on this. Like if my thumb comes down to indicate a shot, okay.
I don't think you even shoot with your thumb.
But I'm just saying.
But
I'm letting you know, like actions happen. If I come down on my thumb like this, what just happened? A shot.
I don't think so.
But I'm just miming some sort of shooting, with you right? Like all I'm doing here is sort of like, can I not have?
I think the pointer.
Can I not pretend I'm holding anything?
Now we're gonna get really deep. If he pulls the pointer finger back,
that's another one.
That's mimicking shooting.
There's no indication of any shots fired here.
All he's doing,
is
he's doing the way I would describe it. Like, what was he doing? What happens in life when you do that? It's like, gotcha, Clary. Yeah. I gotcha. If you're on YouTube right now, I'm going to do it to the cameras. 1067 The Fan YouTube chat. You guys get the luxury of seeing this, but it's one of those like, hey, Danny.
Yeah.
I hope you moved your car. They're going to be towing all the cars at 6:00 because of the maintenance they're doing.
Oh God, crap! I gotta go.
Gotcha. Who's your guy?
Yes, he did.
Who's your guy?
Like it's not even Shooter McGavin level.
Alan Lazard, but it's kind of Shooter McGavin. Alan Lazard got penalized for that in the National Football League as a grown-ass man, a grown adult taking on other grown men, other grown adults. I can't have it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It doesn't need to be a big political debate. I'm not picking a side because I agree with whatever
I agree
you
with
think,
you guys.
But I'm just telling you he doesn't need to be penalized for that, okay? The other one was Jeremy McNichols. Jeremy McNichols, who has been on 12 NFL teams in his career, 12, who got to play because Austin Eckler was unavailable, who got a very rare chance to get on the football field. They say act like you've been there before. What if you never get to be there, right? What if in your entire journeyman career that dates back 7 years, 8 years, you've been there once with your lone touchdown in the pandemic year of 2020 because there was a COVID outbreak on your team or whatever? What if that's the time you got there? So he gets in the game and he's having a field day. 27-yard tutty, rips off another one, exclamation point to win the game. He does the old Josh Norman, not even to the extent that Norman did it. Okay, Norman would basically grab the arrow out of the pouch on the back. He did it in a cool way. He would like shoot the arrow, pull the bow back, and let it rip, and he'd watch it fly. McNichols did a really quick, less weapon version of that, I would say. Penalty. Unsportsmanlike. Who are you protecting? Who are you worried about? I cannot believe these are the types of things the league cares about. I can't. Fernando Rodney in Major League Baseball, who pitched forever for the Rays and some other teams. He was on the Nats during the World Series.
World Series team, thank you. That's World Series champion Fernando Rodney.
He was horrific in the playoffs and for much of the regular season, but he has a World Series ring.
Yep.
He used to have this awesome celly. Do you remember his celly?
Of course, yeah, because hat's not on straight. You have to start there. Like, he just could never put it on straight. Like, he probably could have, but he never did.
You're so old.
Straighten it up.
You're so old.
And maybe face it straight.
I love how he wore his hat.
Yeah, I bet you did.
He cocked it to the side. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with having hair that you can see?
What do you mean?
Well, people have hair. Sometimes.
So what?
So, like, you can't have long hair on Grant's team. Tell me I'm old? Put your hat on straight also. It's a uniform.
Put your hat on straight.
Yeah.
Or tilt it to the side.
Yeah.
Just tuck your hair in it. That's all that
That's all you
matters.
got to do, right?
Anyway, Fernando Rodney would, after every save, he'd walk down the mound and he would have like one or two teammates come over to watch and he would pretend to pull that bow out, rosin up my bow, and he would shoot it into the sky and he would like track it with his hand and he'd point up and everyone would like follow this fake. It was just a thing every game in baseball. The no fun, like baseball where nothing is allowed, where if you look at me, I'm going to hit you. If you don't look at the right dugout, you are villain number one. Brian McCann is still visiting
he's still upset.
The houses of people who wronged him in 2006 because they didn't run fast enough out of the batter's box.
Did you disrespect the A?
That sport goes, hey, look at Fernando Rodney. Cool celebration.
That's fun. Isn't that neat?
And the NFL penalizes you 15% of a football field after a touchdown for your 1/2 second arrow shooting celebration. Get out of here with that.
So remember when Ron Rivera, who was on the competition committee, was talking about like the idea that players in this highly competitive, alpha situation, getting in car wrecks time after time, might say something to one another. And that became the point of emphasis. Like, what if after I run you over or I just stiff-armed you into oblivion, I mentioned that you just got stiff-armed into oblivion. If I say something to you, we got to penalize that. We can't have anything that might lead to anything that might lead to anything that might also lead to something that might be construed as men having a verbal disagreement that might lead to a punch being thrown or a shove or something like that. Whereas it's like in hockey, it's like, well, listen, this one check was a little hard on the good player. So we're going to have a guy walk around and drop his gloves in the hopes they both get 5-minute majors and everyone claps hard. Like, it's just such a weird thing to me that in this incredibly violent game, you're not even allowed to express any of it verbally. That's a point of emphasis. Wrong. This is nonsense. If you want to get rid of something, let's get rid of choreographed river dances. Let's get rid of everyone's going, row, row, row your boat. We scored a TD. I'm wasting play clock time. The special teams are trying to take the field. What are we doing? Let's get rid of that.
You don't have to get rid of that either.
If we're going, I'd love to. If we're picking something to rid ourselves of, this guy, that should be fine. This guy should be fine. Okay, everyone, like we rehearsed, a 1 and a 2 and a jazz hands. No, let's get rid of that. Act like you've been there once. Be a professional for 7 seconds. You could be happy. You can have fun. I can't believe it's the point of emphasis. I can't believe it.
Real quick, which old folks home are you going to be at tonight for people to stop by and see?
Well, there are haircut requirements in order to get in. So You know what I'm saying? You got to do that.
If you guys want to go see Danny, I believe I'll find the one he's at. There's an old folks home right off 395.
If you don't like people celebrating, stop them from scoring. If you don't like that, stop him from scoring.
Alan Lazard had stood up already and was halfway back to the huddle before he was even informed by his teammates. Hey, they threw a penalty on you. It took no. This is how quickly his celebration was.
Yeah.
Ready? Started, stopped. That's what it was. That was the time where they got. And then you see the referees come together, and the head ref is like, "What you got over there? What's the flag?"
What was it, man?
And he literally does the motion. He's like, "Oh, he did guns. He did guns."
He took out a mimic mock firearm, shot off several rounds into the air, and then returned like nothing was wrong. Let's get him.
And the head referee actually is like, you can see it. This is all this video's out there. I can post it. And he's like, "Are you sure? You're sure you saw this? You're sure you want to penalize him 15 yards?" He's like, "Yeah, he did it. He did the guns." And Alan Lazard's standing there like, "Come on, bro, really?" And he's like, "Okay, fine." And then he makes the announcement. How about we don't do that? The Jeremy McNichols thing was over before anyone noticed it. So my question to you, Danny Rouillet, or to anyone else who would like to try to answer it at 800-636-1067, who is benefiting from this? Who are they protecting exactly? Generally, you're doing something for a reason. What is the argument? Now, again, if Jordan Reed used to do this thing where he would like seemingly cock a Glock, like pull it back and shoot in the direction where they're going. If you want to say probably not a lot of value in that, I don't know if that's good for the brand. I get that, right? That there are some things you could do. The Drake London one, I'm just spraying into the air. I don't know why we need to endorse or support that. We won't. But we're going that way. The arrow, people getting shot with arrows outside the stadium, I doubt it. Like, who are we protecting? My kid, my son? We're going to have a tough conversation, me and him, where he goes, "Dad, why did he point like that? Dad, what was that motion that he just did?" "Oh, he shot an arrow into the sky, son." What am I missing? As by the way, I'm sitting next to him, adding another $100 into my gambling account, right? You know what I'm saying? Legally now, as players are, all these things have softened, whether it's marijuana being okay for players and all this stuff, but don't point in the direction in the shape of a finger gun. What?
The premise will be, or the idea will be, it's something kids, right? That's the idea.
I'm normally on that side, for the record. I just think this is a bridge too far.
Well, here's where I'm going with it. That's what they'll say. It's it's about the kids, and we want to make sure that we're protecting them from seeing it. So like, imagine if it was my house, for example, I'd be like, "Hey, don't watch this. Go do something else." Like, "What, Dad?" "I don't know. Go play Fortnite," which is what you play on a nightly basis. Now, maybe you could say that's my failure as a parent, but they'll find it pretty quick. Is my point. Like, you're not protecting anybody from anything. If you really want to do this, I'm not talking to you personally, but if you're the NFL, then I need you to not have the horror movie trailer that every time there's a touchback and before the offensive possession starts. "From the mind that brought you this terrifying, gory thing, here's a masked person who's doing something for no reason. It could happen to you." You can't do that.
He's under your bed right now.
Who are we protecting? If you'd like to protect people from stuff and not let them be exposed to those deals, then let's curb a whole bunch of the messaging that you're selling us on an hourly basis. Again, and my point is, you won't, so let's stop the charade.
I agree with whatever anyone in their car thinks right now.
Of course I do.
I want it known.
I'm on the right side.
I had to mute my TV during a commercial.
Yeah.
It was a political ad. But like, my kids were looking at me like, what is this? And I'm like, "Oh, it's the football game. It's a football." And I'm like moody, like grabbing from my remote, like just commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Settle down with "we're going that way" being the penalty. You can settle down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Read the room a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
800-636-1067. You guys want to hop in? I'm pro. Like, I hate when people are cursing during live interviews. Please be a professional. You remember the old JJ Redick thing? Everyone got mad at me because I want a little decorum. I'm all for the decorum, but if you're sitting on your butt, you just got tackled in the game of gladiators, and you point in the direction Shooter McGavin style with your two pointer fingers, and in the half second that you did that, the referee saw it and penalized you more than the first down catch you just got. I think we could probably do it a different way. I think. You can hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What do men need to do 2 times a week to stay healthy? No, it's not that. But What do they need to do 2 times a week to stay healthy? That's next on G&D.
Oh.
Danny, the thing men need to do 2 times a week to be healthy, according to a study, have guys' nights.
Oh,
2 times a week.
Twice a week? That's a lot.
Now, I'm imagining that's more mental health than physical health. Because most guys' nights, and I mean, your guys' nights are like playing pickleball in your backyard. But for most people, a guy's night, you're at a bar, you're eating something fried, you're probably drinking. So I don't know that physically 2 guys' nights a week is going to help you be healthier.
Who could do that?
I don't know. I mean, when's the last time you had 2 guys' nights in 1 week?
When I went on a dude's trip and we like had to meet in a different city.
Yeah.
And even then we barely got through it.
I have guys' nights just via work a lot, I would say, where I'm at a game and a few people, whether Clary or Dameron or somebody. Dameron, weird. That was weird. Dad.
Love you, Dad.
Love you, Dad. One of the guys from the station, we get together, whatever. Like, that's the equivalent, but like just meeting up with my buddies to go have a steak or something, very rare. We have a steak of the union that we do once every now and then at Randy's over in Tyson's, me and a few buddies.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly not twice a week. That's more of a quarterly appointment.
Like I did with a bunch of neighborhood dads. My buddy Harris invited everybody in, like he's great at galvanizing, getting the folks going. That was like the biggest to do for me in months. And that I couldn't imagine another, either that group or a different group the same week. Like, that's incredible to me. Like, we went to a location.
What an ask that would be.
And we were all there.
Hey, babe. So
hey, you'll never guess what.
And like using your finger to like draw circles on the table. See, remember Tuesday night, me and the guys got together and we were playing the cards and stuff.
No, those Tuesday.
Yeah. So I was wondering, what do you think about tomorrow night? Me and the guys getting together to do something kind of like that again.
Because it's Frank's birthday, and it's a big birthday for him, and he's going through. I want to be there for him because he's going through that sad thing.
Show her the study. Have a little sit down with the wife.
Twice a week.
Do you want me to be mentally at my best or not?
It's up to you. If you want it, yes, then this is what I'm doing.
Feels like a lot. I would have said, if I had to guess, how many guys' nights do you need to be mentally healthy to be in a good place? I would say I probably need 1 a month.
Yeah, once a month.
To just get out, kick it with the dudes, and just eat something that I crave and not have anyone asking, like my kids or whatever, like yelling at me, sitting on me, jumping on me, whatever.
Cut to Rich and Only being like, just 2? Probably 5 nights a week, 6 nights a week.
Well, Rich and Only leads the league in this category, I think.
So I feel like this study doesn't apply to our age group. It feels like a young 20s kind of thing.
It's nice you to put me in there, Darius. Thank you.
No, I'm serious though. Like it just
you
doesn't.
mean?
Well, the age group of folks who are married with kids, like I can't imagine that study applies to that. That doesn't make sense.
I think that's
it's
the
not
whole
realistic,
point.
right?
Well, Clary, every night's a guy's night.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
He's single.
No, I have a girlfriend now.
No, but I don't mean that. I mean, you're not
I don't
married.
have kids. Yes.
Right. You're not married. By the way, show announcement, ladies and
What?
gentlemen. Oh, how about that? Right.
Wait, what?
Clary is taken
Oh,
off the market. Glenn Powell.
Wow.
Gone.
I know.
That's radio official. That's Instagram official.
Dude,
Radio official.
Radio official.
Radio
ladies and
official. But I mean, I have like 2 to 3 guys nights a week. I mean, it's pretty nice. We got a Colony Grill every now and then. We got a local bars as well.
Surprised you still go to Colony
I was
Grill.
gonna say, you dating any of these guys?
No,
I mean,
no,
that's
we're
the
not.
move.
I mean, how
We're
many
not.
people sit in the Colony Grill go, oh, he's here?
No, never once. Never once.
Okay, that's good.
Colony Grill is just a nice little hangout spot.
I would have thought you'd have left Colony Grill in the rear view. If you
What,
know
what,
what I
you
mean.
got to weave through a few of the ghosts of dates past to get to your chair.
There's a whole graveyard in that restaurant. Some bones piled up.
What did I just step on? Oh, it's a broken heart.
A lot of hearts laying around in Colony Grill. Some pizza bones and some bones.
Yeah. What kind of toppings do you have for this pizza? Any devastated ladies?
I can think of a couple. But you're young enough, Clary, where every night is guys' night.
Every night is guys' night. That's right. And I could kind of do whatever I want. Like tonight, Thursday night football, I'll probably have some friends over and watch a game.
Amazing.
So that's why I'm saying, Dad, I think this is in reference to the married man, the father.
Because like the point is we need that because we don't get that. That's the idea, right?
But it is just unrealistic and ridiculous. It's also I almost said inappropriate, which isn't right. I would say irresponsible. I will say, like, we're doing a lot of shtick. I do think I talked to a buddy of mine who's got a couple kids, he's a little older, really smart guy all the time. And what he has kind of figured out is that a lot of the stuff that in my mind makes me feel bad or guilty is necessary. So, like, I'll give you the example. For him, he knows if I don't leave and go to the gym, then I can't be the best me for my kids anyway. I'm not in the mood or whatever it is. So, like, if I'll leave my house and just go for a walk, not me, but him. And he's like, if I don't get that exercise or whatever comes from that, I'm not the best version of myself for them anyway. Yep. Whereas in my mind, I'm going, I work all the time. If I'm not around when they're around, then it's selfish in a sense. Like, just to go sit somewhere and watch a game or whatever, that's a bad look. Like, that's not, my dad was present and around. So you kind of have that perspective, so to speak. Whereas I think now the new school thought is whatever you got to do to be your best self when you're present is maybe the best version. I don't know. Where are you at on this, Mr. Huhe?
I'm a believer in the idea that you've got to do, like, being around for, I'm making up numbers, around and present for 90%, but you're at 100% is better than being around at 100% if you can only give 60%.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of percentages right there, but like, so tonight, for example, I've been trying to play basketball all week, but it's been rained out outside. Early on Tuesday for the indoor game, we didn't have enough. I couldn't play pickleball. So, like, my wife totally gets that. Like, I'm always like, she went to the Oceans Calling Festival this past weekend with a couple of friends. Like, don't feel guilty at all. Like, she was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm not there because you're in this fender bender. And then I'm like, I want you to have some fun, replenish the battery, get away from these ridiculous hyenas that occupy your homestead. Like, that's totally fine. I got it. But it's like, we get that you need those kind of things to replenish the battery. So I'm all in favor of that. There's a balance, though. You can't be with my one friend who plays golf 6 days a week. I don't know how he does that.
That I don't understand.
I don't know how he does it.
Golf takes so many hours.
It's all the hours.
My buddy's always like, come play golf. Okay, I'll be there for an hour. What about the next 14 holes? I don't know how anyone has that schedule, unless you're retired, where you just golf a bunch of days a week. I don't get it. Brad is in Silver Spring on G&D. What's up, Brad?
Yeah, wanted to talk about the celebration thing because the NFL came out after the Drake London one and said, like, look, we've always had a ban on violent celebrations, and I guess that's what Jeremy McNichols fell into. But, like, that's not even true by their own standards because you've got the Bucks shooting off cannons, you've got the Pats with their, like, revolutionary firing squad, even the Chiefs with the tomahawk thing, and those all operate way more under the imprimatur of the league than an individual player. So I don't see them trying to curtail that at all.
True. And it's just a matter of, to me, I like the idea of saying we don't want our players glorifying weapons, firearms, whatever. Okay, cool. Is that what's happening when Alan Lazard, for 0.3 seconds on his butt after a big catch, is pointing toward the goal line and going back and forth with his pointers? Can we have a little common sense on this? It's not black. Everything's not black and white. The rest of the game, you're deciding, should I throw the flag? Should I not throw the flag? Maybe use a little bit of that common sense right here and right now, too. That's okay.
And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, even though I think it's a little bit ridiculous at some of the stuff that's allowed and not allowed, but whatever, it's fine. If you're going to throw the flag for it, let's make sure it's the thing that you're talking about, right? Where somebody's like, tightening their scope and getting down American Sniper style and miming that kind of a deal. Okay, let's throw the flag on that guy. Let's not do the what's up, man? Let's not throw the flag there.
Our first look at Week 5's NFL matchups with Thursday Night Football looming next on Grant and Danny. Things are looking up for the local football team. They've got a bright future. It is time for you to plan yours as well. The sponsor of this show is the law firm, Kondori and Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. In fact, my mother-in-law asked me to put her in touch with Kondori and Murad today. They're going to get some work done with them. I sent my parents already. Got the in-laws going. I'm telling you, they do good work. Family and friends have checked them out already. So kmlawyers.com. Make sure you let them know we sent you so they can give you a discount. Tomorrow we're hanging out with listeners.
This Friday, which is tomorrow. Live broadcast, Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria, 2429 Mandeville Lane. You stop on by, you check out Atlas's 15. That's 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza and wings. 2 to 6:30, new Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. More info, fandc.com.
How good does the third-round pick Washington got back for Jahan Dotson look right now? From all angles. The Commanders, without him, have not really missed him in any way. I guess it's possible to say they would have been better offensively in the first couple of weeks or something when they struggled against the Giants for a half and when they struggled to throw the ball against the Bucs. But I doubt he would have made much of a difference. They are one of the best offenses in the league. They've been special when they've had the football. Meanwhile, in Philly, with the Eagles and a new offense, learning that scheme, he has been completely irrelevant. Even with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, Danny, injured, he's given them almost nothing. He's had a catch, I think, in each of the first two games. And the pick Washington got back in the third round is the Eagles pick by way of the Dolphins, which right now would be the number 5 overall pick in the third round. And it feels like just a massive home run, 440 feet blast.
A win. So the telltale thing would be if Dotson went there, and now we didn't know that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith were going to be hurt and they were going to be limited. But if he went there and was a valuable slot receiver, something they thought they needed and was helpful, was catching passes, you'd go, man, you really? He couldn't have helped you at all? He hasn't. He's done nothing. And he's had better opportunity than you'd ever imagine, as both those guys have really been out, and they're desperate for someone to throw the football to. He's doing nothing. That third-round pick looks really good. So I've been looking at Tankathon for it, and it looks like it's pick 73 overall, which is pick 9, but I've heard pick 5. I'm not really sure who's right or who's wrong. Point is this: it is a early third-round pick that you would get if you're bad, and that's where it'll end up lining up.
A top 80 pick.
Yeah.
For Jahan Dotson. Top 80. For a guy that cannot get targeted with their top 2 receivers out. Would be a substantial victory for Peters in his first big decision and his first trade. I saw this tweet. I'll pass this along because it's relevant. Over the past 10 seasons, 679 wide receivers have run at least 100 routes in their team's first 4 games. I'm going to say it again because that's convoluted. First month of a football season, 100 routes run, meaning 25 times or so per game you run a route, you're available, you have an opportunity to catch a pass. 679 receivers have done that. Tracking?
Yes.
Jahan Dotson, 0.19 yards per route run, is 678th of those 679 receivers in terms of how little he's done for the Eagles with the amount of chances he's had to win and get open and catch a pass. Only 2017 Brashad Perriman has had fewer yards per route run through a month than Dotson in Philly out of 679 guys.
Crazy.
What's really crazy is that he looked pretty good in his first year. Remember that?
Especially so. Yeah, I mean, again, I was so wrong then, and I feel pretty validated now. Just as a quick side, but
yeah, how does that work exactly?
So I was wrong initially.
I guess but then you were right.
And then I said we need to understand this is not it. He ain't the real guy. He's not a dude. I didn't know they would move on and he would go elsewhere and completely fall on his face as well. But that's what's happened. He's their 7th option if and when A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith come back. So I don't feel great about it. I just know that it's another Rivera failing where 2 of his 4 first-round picks aren't here anymore.
Well, I'm happy for you. What a good dude he is. I mean, it stinks for him, I will say, having started his career the way that he did, and then seeing him completely become ineffective. I don't know. What do you call him? Like, he just hasn't done anything. But for Washington, which is what I care about.
Indeed.
to move on from him and get a third looks like a steal. And everyone puts Howie Roseman over and talks about him as the best GM in football. He got taken to the cleaners maybe by Adam Peters. And it's early. I guess I should point that out. But it certainly looks like Peters on the cards right now has won every single round of this fight.
Yeah, well, there'll be 15, 16 rounds, whatever, through 2. The scorecard reads a lot for Adam.
Well, if we're doing it that way through 4 rounds, because there's been 4 games,
Uh-huh.
Howie Roseman's been knocked down 11 times. Now, he keeps getting up, and they're continuing the fight.
Strong chin on Howie.
I just keep looking over going, are you guys going to throw in the towel on this or what? But I saw that, wanted to mention that Adam Peters, who he's got to be feeling good right now. 3-1.
You would think.
First time ever as a GM. Chose Dan Quinn. So far, that's working out. Picked Jaden Daniels. So far, that's working out. Brought in a bunch of veterans, some of them long in the teeth. Some of them we wondered how much football they have left. And in varying degrees, a lot of them are playing pretty well so far. But just to have the team soaring and people picking them now to win the division, I mean, that chest's got to be out right now.
Yeah, he's got some montage music going as he walks through the hallways, you would think. I mean, it's the confidence that it takes to take what looks like a huge weakness, some insecurity, some spots where there are huge question marks, and go, trust me, we got it. It's good enough. Where idiots like me are yelling every day, that takes a lot of sand. That takes a lot of intellect and a lot of confidence in your abilities, your scouting, your staff that you've assembled to be able to say, well, not only will we get by with this, but we will thrive with it. Just watch. Because everyone else that's gone just watch, we know better than everyone else, has been wrong here.
Speaking of knowing better than everybody else, someone who's been in front offices forever knows better than most of us that you get a lot of credit when things are going well. And as soon as things start going poorly, you get a lot of blame too, fair or not. Same players don't make the play, right? You made good pickups, but they're underperforming or whatever happens. So he just enjoy this if you're him, because it could be a week or two and the narrative could shift. But so far through a month, he's got to be happy. All right, let's go around the NFL. Week 5, our first glimpse at some of these games. The weekend will kick off officially with this Thursday nighter. The Bucks and the Falcons tonight. Just heard in Toby's update, Tampa Bay's without a handful of starters. We'll see if that means anything for Atlanta at home for a second straight week. Bucks are 3-1. Falcons are 2-2. Falcons 2 losses out of the NFC. So if they can win, they'd be 2-0 in the South. They'd have the tiebreaker on the Bucks, the tiebreaker on the Saints. They'd actually be in pretty good shape.
They'd be in great shape. This is a huge one for Atlanta. So they are 2.5-point favorites there at home, as close to a pick 'em as you can get, given whatever you think a home field advantage is worth. And I would say maybe worth a bit more in that dome structure. But Tampa Bay has one bad game on their resume. They do. You can't avoid that. A lot of good teams do. I mean, last year, the Ravens were the best team in the NFL. They had a couple terrible games where you go, what the hell was that? Tampa's what the hell was that game? Happened against Denver, who just now frustrated the New York Jets to the point that coach and quarterback are sniping each other, but I digress. For Tampa, if you're 4-1 now with one more divisional win, you'd feel real good about your chances just to kind of scoot on back into the playoffs, win this division another time. I know it'd be early for that, but for Atlanta, this would be a big validating win.
On Sunday, we get started. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. A 9:30 a.m.
No.
early window for London football. It is back, people. We've got 4 different windows of football on Sunday. It starts with your eggs and bakey. Wakey, wakey. It is time for the Jets and the Vikings. This is the Sam Darnold revenge game in London. Darnold leading 4-0 Minnesota against the 2-2 Jets. Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if he took his own private jet out there, if he traveled with the team, or how that works. I'm sure.
I scuba over there.
I'll go, but I need my own row. The Jets and the Vikings. I don't know why I thought that was funny. In London.
It was a good pit.
Thanks.
This is for the Jets coming off their loss. Now you got the infighting, you got the normal Jets dramatics that you always sort of associate with the New York media and hoopla. Expectations aren't met yet. Who knows how? I have no idea how they're going to come out and play. This could be and by the way, weird stuff happens on international soil. They shouldn't do this. The game should be at 1, 4, and 8. But the varied weirdness.
Better, really quick, I just want to say that because that was a good point by you. 1, 4, and 8 is awesome. The only thing better than that would be like 9:30 in the morning, then 1, 4, and 8.
Then the moderator to settle the fights with spouses across the country, or the people on the West Coast. Because screw them, right? Why do they get to do anything fun? But you don't know what's going to happen internationally.
I've always said
it's always
about
weird.
Danny, I love how much he cares about the West Coast.
Not just football fans.
In all decisions, Danny goes, what do the people on the West Coast think about this? I like that about you.
Well, it's not even that. Just basic human consideration. So whatever they can do with their slap in their face. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Colorado, like my good friend Brandon, he can't watch the game even if he
Poor
wanted
Brandon.
to. Well, it's Brandon, but
it's Brandon.
It's Brandon. It's with an N, but you could slap him right in the face if you want to.
Brandon.
Yeah, there's no D. So you keep doing that, but there's no D.
What is his name?
Brandon. BRANNAN.
Well, I'm sure that's my fault, by the way.
Well, there's no fault. I keep telling you what it is, and you keep saying it's wrong. But my point is,
He's the only guy on the planet named Brandon.
Stop slapping him in the face.
You're coming at me for throwing a D on
I'm
him?
not coming at you at all. I'm telling you, you're smacking him in the face. Just a nice guy. Wants to watch football, but he can't. It's too early now. So, any hoodles.
St. Albans guy?
Yeah, it's wrong.
Brandon, you've never told me that one.
Well, that's not a crazy one.
I think that's pretty crazy.
Brandon is crazy?
Brandon? I've never heard of that name in my life.
You've heard of Brennan?
Sure. That's different than Brandon.
Well, I'm aware that it's different. There's letters and spelling.
Have you heard of any other Brandons?
No,
that might have been worth bringing up at some point.
Yeah, it's not a crazy one, though.
All right.
He was a class president, went to Yale. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is I have no idea how the Jets are going to come out and play. The Vikings have kind of shown that they've got the bona fides. They're going to be pretty solid on offense. They're going through Justin Jefferson. Defensively, that group has eaten and has been hungry. I don't know what the Jets are going to do. I could see them getting blown out. I could see them playing their best game of the year.
Two things. One, good stick-to-itiveness to keep trying to break down that game.
I'm all over it.
You really fought the good
Well, Brandon
fight
can't
there.
watch it.
All right, that's number one. Number two, the Vikings defense might be the best in football.
It's good.
Brian Flores might get a head coaching job when this thing's all set and done. I don't know where his lawsuit is with the league at this point.
I was gonna say, do you think he'll get a job in Miami?
If that's been dropped or not, or if it needs to be, but there's a real good chance he'll be a head coach next year. Speaking of revenge tours, Panthers, Bears, anything there? You thought of anything that would link those two teams together?
No, it's a good time for a game, though. I will say that. It's a nice, regular game time.
What I'm looking for is the Panthers would have picked first overall, except they gave the Bears that pick. They took Caleb Williams.
It's a DJ Moore revenge game?
One of the most lopsided trades in league history. It will be more lopsided if Caleb Williams starts playing better. It's been a bit of a struggle. The Bears are 2-2 thanks to their defense. The Panthers are 1-3. Andy Dalton the last 2 weeks has changed that team, though.
Yes.
They look like an NFL outfit. They have won and lost competitively to the Bengals after 2 weeks where they looked like they were going to go 0-17.
Interesting to me, this open is Panthers 5.5-point dogs. That's now down to 3.5. So you'd see a lot of folks buying into this Panthers renaissance here under Andy Dalton.
The Ravens played the Bengals. I think this is going to be a really good game. Baltimore should win to get to 3-2, but Cincinnati is still in season on the line mode in a lot of ways.
Yep.
The difference between 2-3 and 1-4 is massive. This is their first home game since we were there when Washington just pushed them all over the place at Paul Brown Stadium. Paycor now it's called. I don't do that bit. Sorry, Paul Brown Stadium. So Bengals, a lot on the line. 1 o'clock game, super hungry. I just don't think they'll be able to stop the run. It's the Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson show right now. I got Baltimore getting to 3-2.
Yeah, there's still a lot of land for the Ravens, too, because, again, they haven't started off particularly well. They should be 3-1 and are not. Cincinnati equally as desperate, probably maybe even more so, because you just can't lose too many at this point and get to where you want to go. Ravens, I feel like, kind of put it together this past week, and that's who they are, at least maybe from their perspective.
Maybe the best game of the weekend on
I got
paper,
it circled.
Bills-Texans.
Mm-hmm.
They're both 3-1. They both look like they can make deep runs in the AFC. Josh Allen, MVP candidate. CJ Stroud is going to play his way into that conversation, I think, for the first time this year. One of these two teams will be 4-1 and looking like a potential Super Bowl club.
Buffalo coming off a loss. They didn't play particularly well. The Ravens beat the brakes off of them. Houston won, but kind of. I mean, they beat Jacksonville. Don't get me wrong. They had more points, but in a way. That makes sense. They were not the better team the entire game against Jacksonville. So neither's coming off a particularly great performance. So this is, again, one of those nice little milestone measuring stick games for two teams that, frankly, could challenge Kansas City in the AFC.
Couple of quickies here, games that aren't that good on paper. Colts, Jaguars. This is AFC South track here. But Joe Flacco is probably going to start for Indianapolis. They'll be better with him, I think, than they were with Anthony Richardson. The Jags are 0-4.
Yeah, they're a hot mess.
Trying to avoid 0-5. I don't think they will at home. I think the Colts beat them. And then the other of the teams that I would say is off to a really ugly start in the AFC is the Patriots. They host the Dolphins. They're both 1-3. This is a Tyler Huntley game 2 for Miami. Jacoby Brissett still starting for the Patriots. The 1-4 team is on track for a top 5 pick probably. Does Miami get right in New England?
Patriots
New England's
are
still a pain to play.
Yeah, their formula of basically ground and pound, play decent defense might be enough to beat this Miami team. I wouldn't have told you that a month ago, but so much has changed since then, right? I mean, the Patriots are 1.5-point favorites at home. I think they win this game, believe it or not. I just don't think Miami can do anything without Tua at quarterback and without everybody firing on all cylinders.
So those games are all at 1. That's a season low, by the way. 6 1:00 games in the 1:00 window. Because correctly, we have 4 games in the 4:00 window. This is what the league should be doing, Danny. 9:30 a.m. I know you love that.
No.
1, 4, and 8. So let's go to the 4:00 window, headlined by Packers-Rams? ? Green Bay trying to get to 3-2. The Rams are 1-3, but did beat San Francisco so that they could get their 1 win this season. They're trying to just keep their hopes alive until they get some reinforcements back. They're the most banged up team in the National Football League. Don't know that they've got enough to beat the Packers. This is a Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur game. 2 guys that I covered who were best buddies here in D.C. for many years. A couple of the guys that I spent a lot of time around when I was on the beat and really, really admire. Good dudes.
Jordan Love came back last week, a little bit rusty at first, didn't really look the part in the first half as they got down by 1,000,000 points. But, once they sort of turned that offense on, he was outstanding. So the Rams have one of the worst pass defenses in the sport to this point. You mentioned all the injuries. They are so beat up. They're kind of getting by on guts and McVay's genius. I like the Packers in this one, but if the Rams want to stay alive, you got to pick up a birdie here.
49ers host the Cardinals. Kyle Shanahan today said Kyler Murray, when he's going well, is one of the scariest players in the league. That's a 405 kick in San Francisco. I want to say that I thought Brock Purdy was incredible this weekend. I don't know if anybody watched that game. I went back and watched the condensed game, every play. He was awesome. And I'm not always a Brock Purdy guy. I think sometimes he's a product of the environment. I thought he was legitimately fantastic in that game this weekend. Giants play the Seahawks. Seattle's going to be 4-1 after this weekend. Think about that. Mike McDonald in year 1.
So the reason I picked Seattle to be a playoff team before the year is I looked at that schedule and I go, they're not great. I'm not telling you they are great. They're fine though. A, I like McDonald. B, they've got enough on offense to beat up on some bad teams like the Giants, who they're going to play. They got enough of those in their schedule where they could absolutely be a 9 or 10 win team without being a 9 or 10 win team, if that makes sense.
Sunday Night Football. This is a nice little cross-conference matchup. Historical. Cowboys, Steelers, 8:20 East time. There are certain games that just get me kind of fired up when I hear they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Steelers fan. I'm not a Cowboys fan. But you put those two together in primetime, Mike Tomlin and Pittsburgh, Dak Prescott and the boys, reminds me of like 1970 Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like the early 70s, like sideline reporters are smoking on the sideline. Everyone's still wearing like a shirt and tie to the game.
Guy. Why'd you decide to run on 4th down, huh?
It's one of those things, like so many punts and like clotheslines, but that was fine. Yeah, this is a huge game, obviously, for everybody, but especially for Dallas, man. They are reeling.
Do you know who's doing the ceremonial coin toss for that game?
I have no idea.
You really have not heard
No,
this?
I have no idea.
Brandon
what?
Brandon.
You don't remember?
Brandon.
You don't remember him?
There's no D.
You don't remember him?
You're so crazy for thinking it's Brendan. How dare you?
I'm saying you don't remember his name.
Saints, Chiefs, Kansas City, New Orleans trying to get to 3-2 in the South. Kansas City can't keep getting away with this, right? They don't really scare you offensively anymore. How is this happening? Mahomes is playing the worst month he's had in a while. Travis Kelce is 100. He's the 13th best tight end in the league at this point. They don't have receivers. How are they doing this? They just keep winning.
Their defense is good. They're very well coached. That's obvious. Offensively, it's not even like, they're not themselves. They're not good on offense. The best quarterback maybe of all time that we're watching kind of in progress, he's struggling at this stage compared to what we're used to seeing. I mean, he's a regular run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-pack statistical guy.
You know what his numbers are right now?
Yeah, I'm still taking him first if I'm building a team. That's not what I'm saying. He's unbelievable, but it's been pedestrian to this point. They don't have much help on that side of the ball.
Patrick Mahomes is on pace to throw for under 3,800 yards, and he has 6 touchdowns and 5 picks. 6 touchdowns and 5 picks this year. I mean, Trevor Lawrence or Patrick Mahomes? Who's quarterbacking the Chiefs? Seriously. I didn't know they traded for Daniel Jones. I hope everything works out.
It's a bold move.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Gardner Minshew led Kansas City this weekend, taking on the New Orleans Saints. I kid, but you know what's going to happen. They're going to go 13-4, and they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, of course.
And we're all going to be like, man, that was inevitable. How did that take place?
No, you missed your chance to get them, by the way. Most of the teams that are playing against them, you missed your shot. You had it, and you lost it. they're going to muddle along. They're going to drop a couple games here and there. The shouty shows like on FS1 right now, like the little the chroner. What's it called? Not chronograph. What's on the bottom? The little thing on the bottom of the screen that tells you what they're talking about. Chiron. That's what I'm looking for. Chiron will be like, what's wrong with the Chiefs? Like Nick Wright will wear like a 17-piece suit and tell you what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. This is what they do. They're going to muddle around. Come playoff time, it's turn the dial up, and they win everything.
Tomorrow we've got Caps tickets at 4.
Yes.
Someone's going to the home opener on their boys. So 4 o'clock, be listening, be ready to call. That'll be fun. We are out and about. We're at Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. Stop by. They've got 15 taps, a dozen TVs, pizza and wings. We'll be there throughout the show. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. And we will scout the opponent. We're going to get to the bottom of the Cleveland Browns. Is that defense as good as we think it is? We will find out tomorrow ahead of Sunday's game. For the fellas working hard behind the scenes, Dad, well done.
Love that.
Ryan, we love you too. And for Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We will see you in Alexandria tomorrow at 2. Tobver time next.
Thank you for coming.